Chi-Kan was originally from Earth, but a month ago, he suddenly transmigrated to a world that looks both familiar and yet strangely different from his home. After arriving here, he accidentally awakened a system. According to the system, whenever Chi-Kan trains in a certain field to a certain level, he can trigger the corresponding skill, regardless of whether it's physical strength, speed, running, shooting, and so on. For instance, at school today, Chi-Kan just finished a running test. Thanks to his improvement compared to last time, his sprint skill gained 20 experience points. Aside from that, Chi-Kan is definitely a total heartthrob at school. The fact that the female students adore him accidentally triggered a skill. Charisma. Even though Chi-Kan didn't do a damn thing, its experience points kept rising. However, he finds it incredibly annoying because it's a completely useless skill. While standing there resting, something suddenly whizzed through the air. Chi-Kan immediately reached out and caught it. It turned out to be a tennis ball, thrown at him on purpose. He looked from the ball in his hand to the person who threw it, then curled his lip in contempt. "Hey, buddy, what's your problem?" A male student ran over. It was Lee Ka, Chi-Kan's good friend. "Do you know those guys?" Chi-Kan gave a nod and pointed toward the tennis court. Lee Ka looked in the direction his buddy was pointing, and his face instantly turned pale. Because that guy was the school bully, Bui Hu Kwang. Lee Ka asked, looking extremely anxious. "Why on earth did you provoke him? Is it because of some girl again? Why don't you just settle for someone and be done with it, instead of dragging yourself into trouble everywhere?" "Not interested," Chi-Kan replied, then indifferently tossed the handkerchief he'd been given by a girl earlier into his hand. "Lee Ka, I might not be interested, but the rest of us are. Besides, that Bui Hu Kwang guy isn't someone to mess with. Where are you going? To the gym? Bodybuilding is useless. You have to practice martial arts." Lee Ka tried to shout after him, but it clearly had no effect. More than anyone else, Chi-Kan knew that while gym training might be useless for others, he has a system. So it's a different story. It's just that, even though daily training helps him improve a lot, it's also exhausting. It has turned Chi-Kan into an absolute eating machine. But his hard work isn't just for show. The place where he lives right now is called the 5th Metropolitan District. Since it's called a district, there's an inner side and an outer side. The further out you go, the more desolate and impoverished it is, and the further in you go, the more prosperous and noble it becomes. In this world, Chi-Kan has half a year left until graduation. It's his one shot to make it into the inner circle, or he'll be poor for the rest of his life. That's why he has to put his life on the line to secure a better future. While mulling over these thoughts, Chi-Kan went to the supermarket to pick up some food to stock his empty fridge. The total bill came to $201, which made his face go pale. Chi-Kan hurriedly put back a few items and walked home with 2 bags of groceries. He was extremely bummed out. 5 eggs cost $30? This world has truly gone crazy. Just then, a black shadow darted past. Chi-Kan looked closely and saw it was a black cat with sparkling eyes, looking incredibly beautiful. He had just opened his mouth to compliment it when he saw the cat tumble to the ground. "Are you trying to fake being hit by me?" Chi-Kan asked skeptically, but then he noticed the cat was covered in wounds. He figured it must have just lost a fight with some other stray cats. He never expected the world of stray cats to be this brutal. Suddenly, the cat opened its mouth and spoke. This action left Chi-Kan completely shocked. He didn't even believe his own ears, but even if he were deaf, he still heard it clearly. It had just spoken in human language. So, Chi-Kan looked it over from head to toe and discovered a very strange golden ring attached to its tail. He reached out to touch it and saw a blinding golden light erupt, followed by a system notification. "Divine matter detected. Absorbing divinity." Chi-Kan was extremely surprised. This planet is called Dai-Tin, and it's a world known as Chu-Ha. 287 years ago, God died. On that day, all of humanity on D-Tin witnessed this bizarre phenomenon. The gods just vanished from the mortal realm like that, leaving humanity to fend for itself. And yet, here is Chi-Kan, finding a divine substance? If that's the case, perhaps, he could even become a god himself one day? With that thought, Chi-Kan carried the black cat back home. On the way back, he even picked up some cat food. But when he pushed the bowl of food toward it, a look of pure disgust appeared on the cat's face. "Aren't you a stray cat? You're actually turning your nose up at this?" Chi-Kan was truly speechless. However, he remembered that the cat had spoken human language earlier. A guess popped into his head. What if it wasn't a cat to begin with? Chi-Kan turned and headed quickly toward the kitchen. Then, he cooked with extreme seriousness. During this process, he gained quite a bit of experience for his culinary skills. A moment later, a bowl of fried rice with full toppings was ready. This time, the cat's attitude did a 180-degree turn. Drool kept dripping from its mouth, and its eyes lit up. It dove headfirst into the food. This confirmed. Chi-Can's guessed the cat could speak human language because it wasn't a cat, but a human turned into a cat. As for the reason, it likely had something to do with the golden ring on its tail. Just as he thought of this, the system sent a notification to Chi-Can, stating that the absorption of divinity was complete. The status window then changed, informing Chi-Can that he had obtained a divine skill called Twin. It had met the requirements to be activated. He immediately pressed confirm. The Twin skill was successfully activated. In the palm of Chi-Can's hand, a golden spark appeared, then quickly seeped into his skin. Currently, this skill only has one passive effect, but it's incredibly overpowered because it grants him an extra life. After dying, he can freely choose the moment of resurrection within 7 days. The cooldown for the skill is 3 months. After reading the notification, Chi-Can's jaw dropped. How is this any different from a guardian angel? A passive skill this strong? It looks like the active skills will be even more powerful later on. It's just a shame that I don't have enough divinity points right now to unlock them. So, I can't use active skills just yet. I guess I just need to keep absorbing divinity, right? He thought to himself. His eyes locked onto that black cat. A rather wicked smile slowly crept across his face. But looking closely now, the poor thing really did have a lot of wounds. It would be a bit inhumane to keep draining it. That's why Chi-Can decided to put that thought aside for a moment. He squatted down and gently patted the cat's head a few times, but he couldn't just let it go like that. He'd keep it at his place for now. Chi-Can also needed to head out to find clues related to this so-called divinity. Thinking that, he stood up. Chi-Can wanted to see what the cat would do next. It actually got up, but he just turned off the lights and rushed out of the house. The little creature's eyes were fixed firmly on the door. It seemed a bit dissatisfied, being left alone in the house. But the surveillance camera in the corner of the room was still running. Chi-Can headed straight for the outer ring. People here lived incredibly hard lives. For those in the outer ring to get into the inner ring, it was laughably difficult. Even if you could get in, you had to pay an exorbitant fee that could bankrupt a well-off family. Still, countless people were desperate to follow that path. But what most people didn't know was that there was another way, pursuing the martial way. If one could become a martial artist, then everything would be easily solved. And that was the opportunity Chi-Can wanted to grasp. He continued moving forward with the hope of finding some information about divinity, but he ran into a group of strangers. Are you Chi-Can, the one big brother Buihu Kwang has his eyes on? You dare to mess with him? You're dead meat today. They all carried weapons, clearly intending to teach Chi-Can a real lesson. They even wanted his life. But Chi-Can wasn't scared at all. On the contrary, he sighed and asked back, "Which big brother are you talking about?" The moment he finished speaking, the bald guy among them suddenly fell backward as if he'd been hit by an immense force. The rest of the group stared in shock, mouths agape. They looked from the guy to Chi-Can, but nobody saw what he had just done. Very quickly, a second guy let out a shout, and then he fell backward too. Then came the third. By this time, Chi-Can's movements had slowed down just enough for them to see clearly. All 3 guys had been knocked down by tiny stones flicked from his hands. Before this, Chi-Can had been practicing his aim with throwing knives, so this wasn't difficult for him at all. The thugs were downed, lying on the ground and wailing incessantly. You've got some skills, but that's not enough. When there were no lackeys left, Hu Kwang finally made his move. Chi-Can originally wanted to use the same technique to attack, but his opponent moved faster. He had to dodge to the side, and just like that, Hu Kwang's fist slammed into the wall behind him, cracking it into pieces. Now it was Chi-Can's turn to be surprised. Buihu Kwang actually knows how to use martial arts? This fight just got a bit more interesting. Since you're here, I don't have to go looking for someone else. Tell me everything you know, Chi-Can said, slowly approaching his opponent with a threatening tone. Otherwise, I won't hold back. Hu Kwang was no match for Chi-Can. Very quickly, he was beaten until he was trembling in fear. He hurriedly begged for mercy. Big brother, master, I give up. I really give up. I'll tell you everything. A smug smile appeared on Chi-Can's face. He thought the guy would be tough, but it turned out he was just a total amateur. Throughout the whole fight, he only used one move over and over. In the end, he couldn't even take one punch from Chi-Can. Plus, he had a new gain. After the fight, the skill called Dueling was successfully activated. Practicing his aim was definitely worth it. It not only improved Chi-Can's kinetic vision, but also increased his accuracy when striking. That's why, when dealing with a low-level martial artist like Buihu Kwang, he had more than enough power. Seeing Chi-Can advancing toward him, the guy was scared out of his wits and pleaded, Don't hit me anymore, brother Chi-Can. I beg you. Chi Kan squatted down. Although he didn't hit him, he used his gaze to threaten him and asked, "What move did you just use?" Hu Kuang, being terrified, didn't dare to hide anything and immediately replied that it was internal energy, not just a technique. Internal energy is concentrating energy throughout your body and then using a technique to release it. How do you practice it? Who do you learn from? Chi Kan pressed on. Brother Chi Kan. I've only learned the basics. I can't explain it well. Please, let me go. This time, Chi Kan grabbed him by the collar and faked a tone. I heard you smoke, drink, dye your hair, kill people, commit arson, and dance hip-hop. You do it all. A tough guy like you is actually begging for mercy? Facing his terrifying face at such close range, Hu Kuang was truly scared to the point of tears. He opened his mouth and called Chi Kan his own brother, begging for his life non-stop, claiming all that stuff about smoking and drinking was just a rumor. Hu Kuang only relied on those rumors to build a school bully persona to intimidate others. If those things were actually true, how could he even stay in school? Seeing that he seemed to be telling the truth, Chi Kan finally let him go, but didn't forget to threaten him one last time. If you don't remember this lesson, the next time I see you, I'll beat you every single time. Regardless, the fact that Hu Kuang bullied his classmates was the truth. Chi Kan thought for a moment and made him go home and write an apology letter, which he had to read aloud 10 times before the whole class during early morning study tomorrow. And you have to record a video for me to check. Hu Kuang didn't dare to refuse and kept nodding frantically. Chi Kan then suddenly took out his phone. The guy thought he was going to get hit again and started screaming. The address of the martial arts gym. Chi Kan spoke the words briefly. Hu Kuang let out a loud gasp. Didn't you say you didn't know? I'll just go find out myself. After dealing with that coward, Chi Kan followed the address the guy gave him. By now, he had already entered the inner ring of the city. After that fight, the system generously gave Chi Kan quite a lot of experience points. He had now unlocked 7 skills. Normally, working hard at the gym for an hour of bodybuilding would only give him about 200 experience points. Now, after just one fight, without even feeling tired, he had received an amount far exceeding regular training and even awakened a new skill. Chi Kan felt that, from now on, he needed to frequently find some punks who were asking for a beating and fight them. Just walking while lost in thought, Chi Kan soon arrived at the Golden Wind Dojo. Looking at it from the outside, the place seemed quite modest, so he pushed the door and walked inside. He said he wanted to look around, but the receptionist signaled for him to be quiet because the master was in the middle of a lecture. He followed her pointing finger. She pointed to an old man with a flowing white beard, guiding his 5 disciples in their training. The so-called breathing technique was simply about breathing out and inhaling to activate the inner strength within the body. It was a basic technique, but one had to circulate energy throughout the body to truly consider themselves an initiate of martial arts. As he explained, he demonstrated for the students below. Seeing this, Chi Kan's eyes lit up. An introductory cultivation method? Wasn't this exactly what he was looking for? So, Chi Kan whispered to the girl, asking if he could join in. Captivated by his handsome looks, she immediately nodded in agreement, though she warned him not to overdo it if it was too much. With her permission, Chi Kan headed toward an empty cushion. He sat down and started following the master's instructions. Although he was incredibly serious, he still had the awkward look of someone experiencing martial arts for the very first time. Naturally, the girl didn't think he would be able to pull it off. He kept inhaling until he couldn't take anymore, and his body went numb. The old man demanded that the disciples below keep pushing themselves, but lung capacity is ultimately limited. If they couldn't use the breath to activate their inner energy, they would soon be unable to inhale at all. One by one, they started giving up. This made the girl very anxious, fearing that if she couldn't find a promising student, she might be expelled by the master. A while passed, and after everyone else had failed, the old man suddenly stood up and slowly approached her. She thought he was coming to hold her accountable, so she clasped her hands and begged for mercy. "Master, please, give me a few more days. I will definitely help you find a talent." Unexpectedly, he walked right past her. When she looked back, he raised a hand to his mouth, signaling for silence, and whispered, "Don't say anything. This kid is still trying." The breathing technique he just taught sounded simple, but it was quite difficult to practice. Such a large amount of oxygen rushing into the lungs meant that anyone without sufficient lung capacity didn't even have the qualifications to train. Moreover, the true energy was constantly expanding in the body, feeling like it was about to explode. Yet, Chi Kan was able to persevere until now. Only when the countdown ended did he gently exhale and open his eyes, his vision gradually clearing. Chi Kan saw 2 worried faces waiting for him. "How do you feel? Is anything hurting?" Chikan shook his head and said that, on the contrary, he felt refreshed all over, and the system also recorded that he had successfully activated the inner strength skill. Seeing this, the girl looked like she had struck gold. She immediately grabbed his hand and asked, "Hey, what's your name? Do you want to join our Golden Wind dojo?" Chikan certainly wanted to, but before he could answer, a loud crash interrupted him. The dojo's glass window was shattered by something, and then a huge, dark shadow charged inside. It ruthlessly attacked a student. It was clearly some kind of monster. Screams erupted from everyone, and that male student looked like he was already done for. What the hell is this thing? Chikan wondered in shock, while the others were already deathly pale with fear. Everyone, evacuate quickly. Don't crowd. Manager Zhang, please maintain order. The old man was the calmest one and immediately gave orders. The woman, addressed as Manager Zhang, quickly regained her composure and began evacuating the disciples. Unexpectedly, the monster seemed to shift its focus and prepared to target her. In the nick of time, Chikan lunged forward and pushed her aside, saving her life. Manager Zhang's eyes were filled with adoration and worship, her face as red as 2 tomatoes. "Thank you," she said. But in reality, she had more daring thoughts. She was even enjoying the feeling of Chikan pinning her down like this. His attractiveness stat was boosted by 20 points, thanks to this girl's infatuation, but Chikan had no time to notice. Earlier, Bui Hu Kuang had mentioned that inner strength is about gathering energy from all over the body and releasing it outward through techniques. The appearance of this monster was a great opportunity for him to practice. The very next second, the monster charged at him. Chikan instinctively unleashed his inner strength. Although he hit the target, it didn't seem to be affected at all. He wondered, is this thing like a cockroach, able to withstand 300 times its body weight? If that was really the case, it seemed he had to change his strategy, focus all his power into a single point. Once he realized this, Chikan immediately attacked again. This time, it wasn't a standard physical punch. It carried his inner strength. The strike immediately unlocked the inch punch skill, meaning force released at extremely close range, and it sent the ugly creature flying. Having won, Chikan casually brushed his hands off, saying it was much weaker than he had expected. Manager Zhang, watching from the side, couldn't hide the worship in her eyes, while the master nearby started to worry. Because, after all, Chikan had only just grasped the basics of his energy. Releasing that much suddenly, an ordinary person's body definitely couldn't handle it. Not to mention, the cockroach thing hadn't been finished off yet. At that moment, it stood up again. It looked even more aggressive than before, perhaps because it was wounded. Chikan wasn't afraid at all. He even curled his finger, provoking it. Still want more? It'll be the same result every time. As he spoke, he gathered his inner energy, wanting to put on a spectacular show just like before. Unfortunately, before he could strike, Chikan tasted blood in his throat. Not only could he not attack, but he also suffered internal injuries, without understanding what was happening. Seeing the cockroach charging toward him, Chikan finally began to worry, inwardly regretting that he had pushed too hard this time. But at that exact moment, a flash of green light cut through the air, slicing the creature in two and saving Chikan in the nick of time. Just as he was wondering what was going on, the person who made the move appeared. White Fang Squad, Captain of Unit 838, taking over this location. Please, all non-essential personnel, evacuate immediately. A girl with a hot body and long silver hair appeared. This was the first time Chikan had ever heard of the White Fang Squad. Before you could even wonder what was happening, the person who launched the attack appeared. White Swan Squad, Captain of Team 838 here to take over. All unauthorized personnel, please clear the area immediately. A woman with a stunning figure and long silver hair stepped forward. This was the first time Chikan had ever heard of the so-called White Swan Squad. But that girl looks really strong. She took down that cockroach monster with just one hit. Could this entire organization be filled with people that powerful? Meanwhile, watching from across the way, Baya was busy sizing him up. She couldn't help but wonder about him. He looked like he was only 17 or 18. And yet, he managed to injure a cockroach monster with his bare hands. Plus, there was one more important detail. He was incredibly handsome. That thought only fueled her excitement. She had to find a reason to recruit him. Acting on impulse, she stepped forward and slid a piece of paper toward him. Chikan looked confused, so she reminded him, "Be at this address by 5 in the afternoon this coming Sunday. If you have any questions," she added, "I can answer them all for you then." Chikan looked at the paper. It read, 7th floor, library. Chikan couldn't help but ponder that for a while. Later, he left the training hall with Manager Zhang and Lin. The woman named Zhang seemed particularly anxious. She kept asking if Chi-Kan was all right, or if he needed to go to the hospital for a checkup. I'm fine. Really. I'm okay, Chi-Kan said, trying to reassure her. Thank you for letting me visit your training hall today. I don't have anything else to do, so I'll be heading off now. Manager Zhang nodded. She didn't forget to remind him that he had to come back tomorrow. But standing to the side, Lin let out a long, heavy sigh, thinking, this is going to be trouble. This kid was just exposed to Qi for the first time, and he's already this strong? A small place like our training hall won't be able to hold on to a talent like him. As Chi-Kan walked away, he got a system notification. Having survived a fierce battle, he had earned 229 points. His experience and many skills had leveled up, but Chi-Kan was only interested in the newly unlocked skill, Thrust Strike. It allowed him to focus all his Qi into a single point. It boosted his speed to an extreme level over a short distance, meaning no matter how tough the defense was, he could shatter it. The feeling was absolutely exhilarating. It made Chi-Kan want to try it again. He started to gather his energy, but his chest felt like it was about to explode, and he nearly suffocated. He remembered what Lin had told him at the training hall earlier, so he decided not to push his luck. Better to get a good night's rest and figure it out tomorrow. Still, he had gained quite a bit today. With Bai Ya and those cockroach things showing up, Chi-Kan couldn't help but wonder, just how many secrets were there in this world that he didn't know about? He decided he would definitely go to that meeting place this weekend. As he neared home, Chi-Kan remembered the black cat. He pulled out his phone to check the security camera, and just as he suspected, it was doing something no normal cat should be doing. The cat was playing with his computer. As soon as he walked through the door, Chi-Kan glared at it. What the hell were you doing on my computer just now? The cat was so startled it broke into a cold sweat and started meowing to curry favor. Chi-Kan sighed. Not going to talk, huh? Fine. I'll settle this with you after I've had some sleep. He was exhausted from the day. Chi-Kan pushed the cat aside and flopped onto his bed. As if sensing that something was wrong with Chi-Kan, the cat crept closer and sniffed him. Its keen feline sense of smell immediately caught the scent of blood. Did he get into a fight with someone? It thought. Outside of me. He's my person. Who dares to bully him? This uneasy feeling made the black cat decide not to play dumb anymore. It jumped onto the bed and spoke in a human voice. Young man, tell me what happened. Don't worry, just tell me. Whatever it is, I, the leader of the Longjiao sect, Ning Feng Na, will make sure to stand up for you. Seeing it had dropped the act, Chi-Kan said, I knew you were human, but he was completely drained, so he just pulled the blanket up and went to sleep. He decided to deal with it later, leaving the black cat frustrated that it couldn't pry any information out of him. The next morning, Chi-Kan woke up full of energy. He cooked a nice meal. Across from him, the black cat was stuffing its face while asking, So, you didn't get beaten up? You actually defeated a monster? Even though Bai Ya was the one who finished off the cockroach creature, Chi-Kan just gave a nod. Responding to the question, Feng Na's feline face looked thoughtful. She muttered, I've never heard of such things being able to get into the city center. Lost in thought, Feng Na didn't notice when Chi-Kan had stood up. By the time she snapped back to reality, he was already right in front of her. He even reached out to affectionately pat her head. Thanks for worrying about me, Huan-Er. Suddenly, getting her head patted, Huan-Er's cheeks. Feng Na's face flushed with heat, and that cute nickname made her flustered. Don't call me Huan-Er. You have to respectfully call me sect leader, Feng Na said seriously, but the words had zero impact on Chi-Kan. He laughed while replying, then held up his phone. All right, sect leader Huan-Er. If sect leader Huan-Er can talk, then how about you explain? What exactly were you doing, Your Highness? The phone recorded the footage of Feng Na seriously using Chi-Kan's computer, caught red-handed. She was incredibly embarrassed and was left speechless for a moment. After a brief internal struggle, Feng Na flicked her tail up. She explained that the gold ring was called a cat tail ring, a type of relic. She had been online trying to research information about it. Chi-Kan sat down very naturally. He reached out and grabbed Feng Na's tail. Before, he had just been playing along, but now that he knew she was a human transformed, this touch made Feng Na blush, wishing she could crawl into a hole. So this is actually a relic? Chi-Kan muttered. 287 years ago, God died. I heard those golden specks of light that radiated back then were relics. I had only heard of them before, and now I've finally seen one. No wonder it could absorb divinity. Just how long do you intend to keep touching my tail? Feng Na, though she didn't want to interrupt Chi-Kan, still had to cut in. That was when he realized he had been a bit inappropriate. He gave a dry cough and let go, returning to his serious demeanor. So, you were trying to figure out how to use it? Not exactly. I want to take it off, Feng Na replied lethargically. Afterward, she began to talk about her faction, saying she was the leader of the Long Jiao sect, the largest faction in the city. Not only do they control entertainment business venues, but they also collaborate with martial arts dojos on deals like pharmaceutical trade. Perhaps it's because their power has grown too immense, making many people green with envy. That's why Ning Feng Na was attacked inside her own villa. Someone attached this thing to her, turning her into a cat. By the time Ning Feng Na managed to escape with great difficulty, the Long sect had already become a target in someone else's hands. Only by removing this collar can she return to her human form. Ning Feng Na swore that when that happens, she will wipe those people out completely. So, what are you planning to do next? If it's not searchable online, then it's probably hard to find in a library too, Qi Kan said. At this, Ning Feng Na crossed her two front paws, looking incredibly smug. Humph. I've had a plan for this for a long time. It's for you to go train in martial arts and become truly strong. Seeing her so confident and bold, Qi Kan thought he misheard. Wait, hold on. How are these two things related? Of course they are, Ning Feng Na explained. Once you become strong, organizations will surely come looking for you. Who knows, maybe one of them will possess a divine relic. You can use that as a lead to investigate, and you'll definitely find a way to remove this cat-tail collar. Qi Kan felt like she had hit the nail on the head, because as of yesterday, he had already been spotted by the White Crow team. Ning Feng Na didn't know that, and full of enthusiasm, she said she had to introduce Qi Kan to the best dojo, called Tang Long. Qi Kan had certainly heard of this name. Back in the day, he had looked up the tuition fees for every dojo in this city, and Tang Long was the most expensive of them all. But it wasn't the high tuition that gave him an impression of it. It was the one-star reviews all over the internet, claiming the dojo was terrible, and the teaching quality was completely unworthy of the price. Every day, they just send out a few girls to supervise. They don't teach. They just stand on the side and curse. When Qi Kan brought this up, Ning Feng Na huffed in disdain. Those losers can't even handle a little hardship. What kind of martial arts are they trying to learn? In the true martial arts world, no one dares to look down on Tang Long Dojo. Then how do I get in? Qi Kan asked. Naturally, by the rules of the martial world, a challenge match. Hearing her say that, he thought he had to go break into their dojo. The moment he voiced that thought, a look of contempt from Feng Nape was thrown his way. She scolded him for being someone who had never seen the world. The challenge match she referred to here is actually an interview, not the act of destruction he had imagined. Usually, disciples in a dojo are divided into ranks. Even if you pay to enroll and work really hard, if you lack talent, it's all for nothing. This type of student who pays for their spot makes up the majority, but they are also ranked at the bottom. A bit higher are the disciples with innate talent, and the highest are the challengers. Those with talent still have to prove their concrete strength. If they don't become skilled by 15 or 16, it's still useless. On the path of martial arts, one's mindset is especially important. Only with an invincible spirit can one unleash an invincible strike. A challenge match is a form of self-nomination, and it's the best way to prove this spirit. Ning Feng Na reeled off this information, leaving Qi Kan unable to process it all at once. Then, she gracefully flicked her tail and hopped onto the windowsill. Remember to go to the dojo tomorrow. I'm going to take care of some business. The next day, Qi Kan, surprisingly and obediently, went to Tang Long Dojo. Hello, classmate. Welcome to Tang Long Dojo. A young man stepped forward to greet Qi Kan. Seeing him extend his hand, Qi Kan politely reached out to shake it. He was originally going to explain why he was there, but it wasn't just a normal handshake. The guy used a lot of force, and then gripped tighter and tighter. Qi Kan immediately understood this was also a test, and since it was a test, he had to face it seriously. Fortunately, he had rested well yesterday, so he was able to gather his energy today. Using what he learned yesterday, Qi Kan quickly turned the tables and squeezed his hand so hard, the guy started crying in pain. He hurriedly shouted, Okay, it hurts, let go. Seeing the noisy scene, other disciples of Tang Long Dojo gathered around, laughing and mocking their friend. Haha, classmate, don't take it to heart. This guy is a genuine martial arts fanatic. He wants to challenge everyone he meets. Who knows how many times he's lost already? You guys shut up! He turned red with rage and yelled. Qi Kan thought this place was something, but it turned out it was just a bunch of amateurs, desperate to show off. Suddenly, someone shouted, Look, the old dojo master and a few inner circle disciples are here. What's going on? Even the old dojo master is here? The old dojo master they were talking about was Li Qi, sitting in a wheelchair pushed by the disciple Ju Shan. followed by 3 other disciples, Meng Bashang, Meng Qingqiao, and Qikun Fu Guang. The main point wasn't the thing sitting on the old dojo master's lap Ningfeng Na? The dojo disciples saw such an intense atmosphere, they couldn't help but feel nervous, and whispered to each other. Even the inner circle disciples who never leave the dojo are all here. What kind of big event is this? Could it be our dojo is going bankrupt? Seeing Ningfeng Na also appearing, sitting so confidently on Li Qi's lap, Qi Kan was very surprised. The wheelchair moved a bit closer, and he gestured for everyone to be quiet, then looked straight at Qi Kan and asked, "Are you the one here to challenge us?" Qi Kan saw Ningfeng Na winking at him from across the room. He didn't know what she had said to the old dojo master, but he got the hint and replied, "That's right." Li Qi's expression was hard to read, not clearly happy or sad, excited or disdainful. It's just been a long time since anyone dared to come here to challenge him. Li Qi asked, "Young man, do you think you have the qualifications for this?" "What do you mean, qualifications? You're asking me like that, and I'm not even sure myself." Qi Kan scratched his head. After all, Li Qi looked quite strong, even if he was older. And although he had a system, his combat-related skills were all quite low. "How about this? I'll ask you a few questions." Li Qi spoke up again. Naturally, Qi Kan didn't refuse, and so, a Q&A session between the two of them took place. The atmosphere was incredibly tense. "What is your name?" "Qi Kan." "How old are you?" 17. "Where do you live? What do your parents do? Are you an only child? Do you have any siblings?" Hearing this, Qi Kan started to feel something was wrong. He came here to challenge, not to go on a blind date. "Why on earth do you need to investigate my whole family?" And Li Qi, you were acting so serious, but the moment Feng Na coughed, you just burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, don't be so impatient. My son-in-law-to-be is about to join the sect, so of course, I have to ask a few questions." Qi Kan looked at Feng Na, completely confused. He whispered to her, asking what was going on. Feng Na snapped like she'd just stepped on a nail, yelling, "How should I know, old man? Whether he's qualified or not depends on a spar." Just then, that girl, Shan Ying, spoke up while cracking her knuckles. She got into a fighting stance. "Don't worry, little brother. I'll go easy on you." Although she didn't look like she was planning to go easy at all, it just so happened that Qi Kan didn't want to go easy either. "Let's see what I'm capable of." He took a defensive stance and taunted her with his fingers. A large crowd of disciples from the training hall gathered around to watch. None of them expected the precious direct disciple to make a move today. It looked like Qi Kan wouldn't be walking away unscathed. Only Feng Na felt a bit conflicted. She muttered under her breath, "I told you this was just a meeting, so why are you still trying to spar? Little brother, be careful," Zhu Shan-Ying reminded him, sounding almost kind. Feng Na was genuinely worried about him, but when the first punch came, Qi Kan dodged it, and he didn't just stop there. He seized the moment, grabbed her wrist, and pulled off a perfectly executed takedown. Shan-Ying hit the floor hard, staring up at a sky full of stars. She didn't even understand what had happened before she was already knocked down. The other direct disciples of Li Qi behind them couldn't help but giggle. They all agreed that Qi Kan's observation skills and timing were incredibly sharp. Li Qi was even more excited than the kids, laughing loudly. "Ha ha ha, that's exactly it. You've found an excellent prodigy for me. Of course. Who do you think I am?" Feng Na puffed out her chest, replying with a tone full of pride. She felt like all her worrying about Qi Kan earlier was wasted effort. Shan Ying was still unconscious on the ground. Qi Kan looked at her, and then back at Li Qi, cautiously asking, "Does my spar today count as a success?" Just then, he had gone through a battle where he overcame a stronger opponent with a weaker one. The system, naturally, was a bit more generous and granted him a huge amount of experience points. Li Qi stared at him for a long time, as if sizing him up. Qi Kan had never practiced martial arts, yet he was able to defeat Zhu Shan-Ying in one move. Don't even talk about just joining the training hall. He was even qualified to be a direct disciple. This old man sure changes his tune quickly. Just a moment ago, he was acting so stern. Now, he's grinning from ear to ear. "So, is it time to change how I address you?" Qi Kan felt a bit awkward for a few seconds because this was all going much smoother than he'd imagined. But he quickly regained his composure, clasped his hands together, and announced loudly, "Greetings, Master. Greetings, seniors." The group, including Qi Kanfu and Guang Qingqiao, seemed very pleased with their new junior brother and couldn't stop smiling. At that moment, Shan Ying finally sat up. It seemed that being defeated by Qi Kan had embarrassed her greatly. But after all, he was greeting his new seniors, so how could she be missing? "Hey, what about me? I'm Zhu Shan Ying, your 6th senior sister. I just underestimated you earlier." Don't get cocky just because you won once. Thank you for the guidance, sixth senior sister, Chi-Kan said, staying humble. He even bowed his head low in response. So, before he arrived, this girl was the youngest direct disciple. No wonder her personality was still a bit childish. Afterward, a girl named Xiao Kui took Chi-Kan to finish the enrollment procedures. She addressed him with a very polite, Chi-Kan. It made him feel a little embarrassed. Li Chi explained that his direct disciples held a different status in the training hall. So naturally, no one could look down on him. From today on, Chi-Kan officially had his internal residency status. Calling him Chi-Kan was only right. But Chi-Kan wasn't used to it, so he hesitantly suggested, "Can we change how you address me? Chi-Kan sounds so weird. How about calling you Chi-Kan?" Xiao Kui suggested, but that sounded even more high pressure. Chi-Kan could only sigh. "Just call me whatever you want." So, he carried Feng Na along and went with Xiao Cui to finish the enrollment. While waiting, they chatted for a bit. "The spar wasn't as hard as you said earlier. Shan Ying went down in one hit. You're the one who lost. Actually, she's much stronger than you," Feng Na lazily explained. "Martial arts aren't just about the numbers. Mindset, state of mind, information, and judgment. Everything can be a deciding factor in victory or defeat." Just like what Shan Ying said earlier. She only underestimated her opponent because she thought Chi-Kan was a blank slate. If she had been more careful and waited for him to strike first before countering, the outcome would have been different. But regardless, the previous battle meant Chi-Kan was the winner and was accepted into the training hall. That was undeniable. Hearing Feng Na say that, Chi-Kan suddenly felt a bit unhappy, because it turned out he only won thanks to luck. But that realization made him even more determined to practice harder from now on. At that moment, Chi-Kan remembered something and asked, "Oh, right. Where did you go last night? You didn't stay at the training hall all night, did you?" "Of course. To get someone in, I had to talk to Mr. Li first. Back in the day, he almost put a hat on my grandfather's head." Hearing Feng Na talk about the complicated love lives of her elders, in such a casual tone, Chi-Kan really didn't know how to respond. By then, Xiao Kui had finished the paperwork and gave him an identity verification card. She told Chi-Kan that tomorrow he just needed to swipe the card to get through the gate. But that day, Chi-Kan didn't go home. The next morning, the disciples, who arrived early, all saw him already practicing. When they heard that Chi-Kan had stayed at the training hall, practicing all night on his first day, everyone looked at him like he was a terrifying monster. Only his master, Li Chi, was extremely strict, even though Chi-Kan was exhausted to the point of gasping for air. But he still didn't allow him to quit. He said if he didn't persevere a little longer, all the effort from last night would be a total waste. At this moment, Chi-Kan was being incredibly stubborn. Sweat was pouring down his face, and his entire body felt drained. But he still refused to give up until the window popped up with a level up notification. He finally let out a long breath and collapsed backward. A radiant smile appeared on Li Chi's face as he remarked that he had taken on many disciples in his lifetime. But Chi-Kan was still the strongest. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before Chi-Kan could cultivate the Tanglong sect's techniques. As soon as he heard that, Chi-Kan, who had been sprawled out on the floor, suddenly bolted upright. "What technique is that? How much do I need to train before I can learn it?" Seeing the headlight's bright look in his eyes, Li Chi felt certain this was the most martial arts-obsessed kid he'd ever met. He reached out a hand, telling Chi-Kan to grab it. Chi-Kan quickly realized this was another test. He grabbed his master's hand, and Li Chi immediately began circulating his inner energy. Chi-Kan felt a massive amount of chi flowing into his body, and he found he couldn't resist it at all. His expression grew increasingly strained until Li Chi finally let go. Li Chi then asked a question that seemed completely unrelated. "What sports do you usually play?" "Just running," Chi-Kan replied. "I don't really do anything else." "Master, is there something wrong with my body?" Chi-Kan couldn't hide his anxiety. Li Chi shook his head and said, "Nothing serious. It's just that I felt like your body was meticulously crafted by a god who suffered from severe obsessive-compulsive disorder. Every muscle, every bone, every organ, everything is balanced and precise to a terrifying degree. Simply put, Chi-Kan is a prodigy born for martial arts." Even though he said that, Chi-Kan knew immediately that his achievement was thanks to the system and his stat board. To be precise, it was only after activating the hand-to-hand combat skill that his body improved so rapidly. In a way, he could truly be considered a genius. Since outsiders obviously didn't know about the system, he asked, "So, can I learn the Tanglong sect's technique now?" Chi-Kan asked seriously, his intense look a bit frightening. "What's the rush? You only just joined the sect yesterday." After a whole night of training, your body is covered in injuries. If you rush into cultivating the technique now, it's no different than seeking your own death. Chi Kan didn't want to admit it, but since his master said so, he agreed. Li Qi advised him to go back to his room and rest first. I'll have someone bring some dragon marrow ointment later. So, he obediently went back to his room. Not long after, a knock sounded at the door. Zhu Shanying, with an excited expression, hopped in with a tube of medicine. Junior brother, let your senior sister help you treat your wounds. Senior sister? Why are you here? Chi Kan looked at the dangerous expression on her face and wondered, is this girl here to take revenge on me? Zhu Shanying waved her hand, signaling for Chi Kan to sit down. Junior brother, take off your clothes. He didn't hesitate to unbutton his shirt, revealing his incredible abs. Zhu Shanying's eyes lit up. Not bad at all, huh? Chi Kan asked bluntly. Senior sister, you're too kind. What now? Zhu Shanying then got straight to the point. Come here, lie down. A notification board appeared. Someone has developed great affection for you. Charm, plus 45. She went to grab something while he lay still on the bed. Right, lie still, and don't move. Then, Zhu Shanying directly applied the medicine to Chi Kan's body, startling him. Wait, hearing that, not only did she not stop, she leaned in even closer. I told you not to move. Chi Kan broke into a cold sweat, helplessly lying still. What on earth is she trying to do? Suddenly, Zhu Shanying flirtatiously pressed her body against his sensitive areas. Junior brother, don't look at me like that. She kept rubbing him while whispering flirtatious words. Actually, I'm quite a competitive person. He blushed, staring at Zhu Shanying's fingers, thinking, she's got a pretty strong grip too. She was practically lying on top of him. Trying to smooth things over, he stammered, it's nothing, senior sister, as long as you're happy. Hearing that, Zhu Shanying started acting pouty. She turned her head away and complained, fine, it was my fault. I was clearly careless, which is why I lost to you. And yet I was still thinking about getting back at you by teasing you on purpose. At this moment, Chi Kan gained another 45 points of charm. Zhu Shanying's face turned red, her voice full of entreaty. Don't be mad at me, okay? Just like that, he easily gained 90 points of charm. Chi Kan lay back, sighed, and replied, I'm not mad, it just hurts a little. Keep going, senior sister, don't mind me. Hearing this, Zhu Shanying immediately sat up and made a request. All right, the upper body is done, take off your pants. Chi Kan was shocked and jumped back. He quickly grabbed her hand. I can handle the lower part myself. I won't trouble you, senior sister. Zhu Shanying burst out laughing at his reaction. I was just teasing you. Look how scared you got. She handed him the tube of medicine and said, then I'll leave the rest to you, junior brother. Saying that, Zhu Shanying skipped away. Chi Kan gained 3 times 98 experience points. Scene change. He walked down the street, feeling exhausted, and couldn't help but complain. That's terrifying. I was almost dismantled by her. At this point, his combat skill leveled up to 3, and his inner energy reached level 4. Seeing this, Chi Kan was overjoyed. Leveled up. Right. Since I don't have anything else to do. Just as he arrived at the library, he looked at the business card for the White Fang Squad in his hand and muttered, the name sounds pretty cheesy, but it's actually the city's special police organization. Chi Kan looked ahead, a bit confused. But why would they want to see me, and meet at the library? Of all places? Scene change. The city library, 7th floor. After walking around for a bit, he thought, it's completely empty. Is someone messing with me? Suddenly, a voice spoke up. Chi Kan, you're here. He turned around by reflex, to see a girl named Ao Tin, approaching. Hello, my name is No Ao Tin. Chi Kan silently analyzed her name. O for naive, Tin for clear sunny sky. Then he spoke up and asked, where's Ao Tin? Chi Kan followed her to a cool table with chairs. He asked, why did you want to meet at the library? Ao Tin replied, she is my mole. She pulled out a chair and explained, quietly introducing herself. I couldn't just come to the Special Task Force headquarters, of course. At first, I was quite skeptical. O Tin sat down, looking at Chi Kan with a friendly gaze. But after meeting you, I became convinced. As soon as she sat down, she got straight to the point. Join us, Ao Tin asked calmly. Chi Kan was a bit surprised to see her take out a book and start reading. Before Chi Kan could even ask, she spoke first. You want to know about divine artifacts, right? Looks like I guessed correctly. O Tin asked suspiciously, how do you even know the concept of a divine artifact? But Chi Kan had no intention of answering. Finding it inconvenient to reply, she politely picked up a bottle of water and poured him a glass. Meanwhile, Ao Tin continued warmly. If you don't want to talk, that's fine. It's my fault for not providing information up front. She pointed to the glass of water she had just poured and said, "Take a sip." Chikan didn't hesitate to drink it all. He set the glass down and asked, "Isn't this just pure water?" Otin didn't explain, but instead poured water into a different kettle, then poured it back from that kettle into his glass. Otin spoke softly. "Try it again." Chikan asked again, "Isn't this just pure water? What exactly are you trying to do?" After that, he drank the glass of water. Once finished, Chikan couldn't help but be amazed. "It's sweet." Otin looked at the kettle in her hand and said, 287 years ago, God died. She slowly recounted its history, or more accurately, God has perished. The light that scattered when God died transformed. Let's call it God's blood. That substance parasitizes humans and even inanimate objects. God's blood falls and clings to objects, living creatures, and can even manifest as a fragment of human dreams. The kettle in my hand is one example. Things parasitized by God's blood are what we call divine artifacts. This sweet water bottle, serial number G1567, is also one of those divine artifacts. Chikan was curious and reached out, wanting to take the bottle. "Could I take a look at it? Who knows if you put sugar in the bottle beforehand?" She didn't hesitate to agree. Of course. The moment he touched it, his divinity kept rising. Chikan felt a spark of hope. It was true. He could absorb divinity through contact with divine artifacts. This time, my active skill might actually be saved. What does it do? Does the water pour out sweet without adding sugar, or can it boil water out of thin air? The longer he held it, the more his divinity soared. Aotin saw Chikan's shocked reaction and couldn't stop laughing. "Almost there, guess again." "This kid looks like he's never seen the outside world. He's quite cute." He held the bottle high, excitedly discovering another cool feature. "It seems the amount of water doesn't decrease. The water in this bottle is infinite," Otin replied. "That's right, you're smart." His divinity continued to increase. Seeing this, Aotin gave a light laugh. "Enough, you can activate the active skill now." She sat back in her chair, smiling, but her words were full of underlying meaning. "As an outstanding student at Tinfu High School, you should understand what this implies, right?" Chikan replied coldly, ignoring all the laws of this world. He tried to analyze it thoroughly, saying, "If that's the case, this sweet water bottle, isn't it a perpetual motion machine? Something that can overturn the fundamental laws of the universe? Does the constant power source in the, inner workings have something to do with this as well?" Otin suddenly snapped her fingers, signaling Chikan not to overthink it. Divine artifacts, in their very existence, represent the absurd. They are things humans cannot replicate. At this moment, he grew suspicious and asked, "Why are you taking the initiative to tell me all these things?" Otin then handed him a business card and said, 3 days ago, as an ordinary person, you defeated a monster. Facing a mysterious and terrifying creature, you weren't afraid in the slightest." Chikan took the card, and Otin continued, "Mentally, you've surpassed the vast majority of people. So," she reached out her hand, her words full of sincere invitation, "I hope you can join our Engo family divine artifact retrieval company." Chikan didn't think twice, and immediately shook her hand vigorously. "Big sister, please let me join your team." His spirit was on fire. Chikan loudly declared, "I will definitely obey your every word, my good big sister. A divine artifact retrieval company. A dream job like this I absolutely have to join." Chikan excitedly thought about the benefits he would receive. A company that retrieves divine artifacts. Just hearing the name told him he would be exposed to many divine artifacts. "I'm going to be rich." He happily imagined himself hugging a pile of artifacts. Currently, his only source of divinity was the divine artifact. Just a passive skill alone was already that strong. If the active skill was even more absurd. Chikan let out a big laugh, as if, with this power, in this world, no one will be able to defeat me. Aotin could only sigh at his naivety. He truly hadn't experienced much of the world. Then, she took a piece of paper out of her bag. Aotin handed it to him and said, "You can look over the contract first. If there are no issues, sign it." Chikan took it and read through it. He thought to himself, it's no different from a normal labor contract, just with an added confidentiality clause. Then Chikan asked, "Is this job very dangerous?" Aotin immediately explained the nature of the work to him. Divine artifacts are categorized into 4 levels, A, B, C, and D, based on their danger level. Since you're a new hire, the company will only give you D-level missions. As long as you follow the steps, there won't be any danger at all. Then she smiled slightly and said, "After today, once you've matured, you'll start being assigned to truly dangerous tasks." Chikan asked further, then what about level A? Otin immediately reassured and explained to him, you don't need to worry about that situation for now. When divine artifacts of that level appear, it's not something an individual or a company can handle. That's when official government agencies will step in. But Chikan still had some doubts. He slammed the contract down on the table and asked, final question, why choose me? Even though I've touched a divine artifact, it doesn't mean I'm qualified, right? In his head, he thought, she doesn't know I have a system, nor does she know I'm practicing martial arts, inviting me just based on the one-sided word of a recruit. And, no matter how I think about it, it doesn't feel right. Otin gently said, you're wrong, on one point. She brushed her hair back, her aura intense as she corrected the situation. It's not that you've been in contact with a divine relic, it's the divine relic that has been in contact with you. Hearing this, he felt a bit uneasy. What do you mean? Otin lowered her head and explained. A divine relic itself must possess some level of consciousness. She recalled her own experiences during her first few days dealing with a relic. They actively approach those who attract them, Otin continued. And among humans, there is a certain type who can naturally attract divine relics. I am one of them. Suddenly, she pointed at Chikan, her face full of confidence. And you happen to possess the exact same constitution as me. Being able to offer this salary is proof enough of my sincerity. Hearing this, Chikan couldn't help but think, so, I'm actually that valuable? No wonder they were in such a hurry to recruit me. Finally, he decided to sign the contract. Honestly, the pay doesn't matter that much. I'm mostly just interested in the divine relics. Chikan put the pen down and stood up happily. I'll be counting on your guidance from now on, big sis. Otin took the contract and smiled brightly. A pleasure doing business with you. Chikan got ready to leave. Since there's nothing else, I'll be going now. Otin politely bid him farewell. Goodbye. As he walked, Chikan mused, the Tanglong dojo and the task of collecting 10 divine relics, these two things alone are enough to keep me busy. I probably won't have time for school lately. He then pulled out his phone and texted Li Ke to ask for leave. Plus, with a monthly salary of 200,000, even after graduating in 15 years, I wouldn't make this much. He secretly planned his future. The most urgent thing is to improve my strength first. Only by becoming stronger will I have hope of returning. Scene shift to the outskirts. While walking, he opened the system interface. First, let's take a close look at what this active skill is. Outskirts. Level A. The full info panel appeared. Twin. Level 1. Divine power needed to upgrade. 502100. Passive. Possesses 2 lives. After death, you can freely choose the resurrection time within 7 days. Cooldown. 3 months. Active. Not yet unlocked. Unlock conditions. Divine Power 502500. Currently can unlock Divine Embodiment. Divine Power not yet unlocked. Unlock conditions. Divine Power 520, 2000. Reach level 10. Do you want to activate the Twin Active Skill? Chikan tapped Yes on the system. The Twin Active Skill, at level 1, allows one to designate a physical ability, and when activated, it doubles the effect. Please select. Chikan finished reading the system prompt and pondered slowly. That means if I choose physical strength, I'll have double the strength when using twin, right? He started calculating carefully. I already have a resurrection armor. Doubling defense seems pointless. Besides, I'm already quite tough. My main attack method is sniping, which doesn't rely on brute strength. After some deliberation, he decided to tap action speed on the screen. In the world of martial arts, only speed is invincible. Let's start with speed. I need a baseline to compare, otherwise, I won't be able to tell how strong this skill really is. Once he received the skill, Chi can immediately wanted to test it. From here to that street lamp is about 100 meters. Let's run it once and see how long it takes. No sooner had he finished speaking than Chikan bolted forward like a flash. The result. Running 100 meters took just over 10 seconds. Chikan was satisfied. Not bad. Then he tapped the skill activation button. After activating the skill, running back should be a bit faster, right? Chikan got into position. Twin activated. His running speed now was no different from a rocket taking off. Because his running time was cut in half, Chikan left a trail of fire along the road. When he stopped, his whole body was shaking violently. Gasping for air, he said, twice as fast. This twin thing is legit. Chikan began to ponder. For a person to improve their performance, in a 100-meter dash from 20 seconds down to 12, that's relatively easy. Just consistent, high-intensity training. But after that, for every 0. 1. Second improvement. The effort required will be hundreds, maybe thousands of times greater. Without enough talent and sufficient resources, it's absolutely impossible. Chi-Kan imagined the worst-case scenarios. Suppose I'm in close-quarters combat and can't afford even the slightest mistake. He mapped out his plan. Once this skill is activated, no one will be able to predict this absurd, counterintuitive surge in speed. Is this my trump card? Chi-Kan looked at his two fists and felt incredibly excited. This is Twin, the rule-breaking divine power skill. It defies the laws of physics and the limits of the body. He then opened the system panel to continue experimenting. While my body is still warmed up, let's try it a few more times. Suddenly, Chi-Kan froze. Wait, why does this have a cooldown time too? Are you okay, system? Slowly, he regained his composure to think it over. From the moment I activated the ability until now, including the full duration, it was only about 20 seconds. Looks like I'll have to use this strategically in the future. He looked at the cooldown on the system panel. Chi-Kan couldn't help but wonder, who knows when it'll be ready again. So, Chi-Kan reluctantly headed back in a gloomy mood. Home first. It was already late. His eyes were closing. Training all day. My whole body is aching. Go home, take a bath, then sleep like a log. With that, Chi-Kan shut his eyes. Tomorrow I still have to go to the dojo. The next morning, his stomach growled uncontrollably. Chi-Kan was so hungry he had to wake up. He immediately opened his phone to check. I slept for 6 hours? He was startled to realize he had been sleeping in the hallway. Why was I sleeping in the hallway? Next, Chi-Kan opened the system to see if the skill had cooled down. First, let's see how much Twin has recovered. Almost done. So, every second of using Twin requires 1,000 seconds to recover. If I use it completely, it'll take 6 hours to recharge. Just then, a furious message from Zhu Shan arrived. Junior Disciple, why haven't you come to train yet? Chi-Kan panicked after receiving it and rushed off immediately. Shoot, I'm gonna be late. Scene shift to the Tanglong dojo. Chi-Kan kicked the door open. Inside, Zhu Shan was adjusting a junior disciple's joints. When she saw him, she became cheerful. Seventh junior disciple. Zhu Shan then walked over to Chi-Kan. You're just in time. She grabbed his arm directly. Let's spar around so we can show them the proper way to use force. Loi Chan spoke up excitedly. Let's see who's going to lose. Tranliet happily replied. That goes without saying. Last time, it was obviously senior sister Truck who was being careless. Our junior brother just started martial arts training. How could he possibly win? Loi Chan said, sounding worried. I hope senior sister Zhu goes easy on him. Don't mess up our junior brother. Chi-Kan understood Shan's intentions immediately. Again, claiming it's just for a demonstration, but it was obvious she was trying to save face after last time. This time, she definitely wouldn't be as careless as before. Yet, Chi-Kan was more than happy to play along. It's fine. Since I was just looking to test my abilities, senior sister, please, show me your best. Shan's eyes narrowed as she struck a palm toward Chi-Kan. Using the split second she was exposed, he moved with lightning speed, catching her completely off guard before she could even defend herself. He grabbed her arm and, without a shred of hesitation or mercy for the flower, threw her to the ground. She only had time to let out a gasp of shock. Stunned, her head spinning, Shan couldn't help but question herself. Why? I put everything I had into that. Why did I still lose? At that moment, his eyes held no pity. He coldly adjusted his jacket and said firmly, I went easy on you, senior sister Zhu. System. Match completed. Combat experience points increased by 97. Amidst the stunned silence and shocked stares of the crowd, he walked away calmly as the system notifications rang out. System. Match completed. Gym experience points increased by 81. System. Match completed. Feeling refreshed. Wellness experience points increased by 49. System. Match completed. System. Aiming experience points increased by 26. Chi-Kan walked steadily toward the sect's main gate, listening to the system's rewards. System. Match completed. Force manipulation experience points increased by 69. Force manipulation leveled up to 2. 9 out of 500. Looking at his status screen, he rubbed his chin and muttered, confused. So, it doesn't count as the weak defeating the strong anymore? Does the control panel think that, after activating twin speed, I'm no longer weaker than Zhu Shan? The more he analyzed his opponent, the more excited he got about what he had gained from their sparring session. Training with senior sister Zhu was great. She had vast combat experience and was on guard against him, yet she still couldn't react in time. Twin speed is more powerful than I ever imagined. It seems my focus moving forward should be on how to make the best use of that contrast. Suddenly, Fu Guang called out to him from afar, "Junior brother, do you want to train in the dragon-subduing art together?" Chi Kan was instantly intrigued. He agreed without hesitation. "That sounds great. I'll be in your care." Fifth senior brother. Suddenly, for some reason, as if realizing something, Fu Guang spoke up. "Wait, hold on." This was the look on his face as he stared at Chi Kan, utterly stunned, then terrified, breaking out into a cold sweat. "Junior brother, I thought you were just bragging about training the dragon-subduing art all night. But look, you're almost manifesting dragon chi." Chen Fu Guang felt a mix of embarrassment and disbelief. Pointing at the spiritual energy swirling around Chi Kan, who had only been training for 30 minutes, he gasped, "That's ridiculous! Dragon chi?" Fu Guang hesitated before continuing. "You know, in the martial arts world, there's a legendary realm of supreme physical perfection." He explained in detail to Chi Kan, calling it the protective body. It meant tempering one's own flesh until it becomes a treasure. In this realm, the body can achieve 5 supreme states. The more he talked, the more excited he became. The first stage is meat dragon statue, meaning your muscles feel as if a water dragon is living within them. In the next stage, the body transforms into nerve iron tendons, where your bones, tendons, and meridians become as tough as the roots of an ancient tree. Then, your body can become glazed glass, meaning your skin becomes flawless and smooth, like polished glass. After that is jade bones, never rotting. This means tempering your bones into indestructible jade bones, incredibly sturdy. Finally, there's molten blood, fused gold. When you use your internal energy, your blood boils, reaching temperatures like volcanic lava. Fu Guang laughed, patting Chi Kan on the shoulder, making him feel a bit awkward. But that's just a myth, because no one has ever achieved it. Deep down, Chi Kan was determined, silently making a vow. "Not necessarily. What others can't do isn't impossible for me. Maybe I should try it. Maybe I can become a martial arts myth." Suddenly, a shocking, shattering sound erupted. It came from the window, caused by Ba Sheng crashing through it. Chi Kan's eyes flashed with a hint of shock, while Fu Guang looked terrified. "Pale as a ghost," he whispered. "Great senior brother." Glass shards were scattered all over the floor from the impact. Ba Sheng stood there, looking incredibly cool. While Fu Guang stammered, Ba Sheng tapped Chi Kan on the shoulder to introduce himself. "Come here, junior brother. Let me introduce you. This is our great senior brother, the strongest person in the Tanglong Martial Arts Hall, Meng Ba Sheng." While introducing him, he took the opportunity to tease him. He's a bit of a weirdo, doesn't like to talk, muscle-obsessed, hates trouble, and has peak-level combat strength. He's a fanatic for training, hates using the front door. Chi Kan walked over to examine the damage while he was rambling on. He prefers crashing through windows. Chi Kan was stunned, his eyes widening as he looked out the window and saw the incredible height. He jumped from up there? Just how much strength does someone need for that? At this moment, Fu Guang quickly got back on track and asked Ba Sheng, "Great senior brother, what did you need?" He gestured wildly, trying to explain something. "I get it." After that, he gave Chi Kan some advice and prepared to leave. "Junior brother, I have some business to take care of, so I'm off. Remember this." The atmosphere suddenly turned serious. It was strange when Fu Guang said, with Ba Sheng's agreement, "The essence of the dragon-subduing art is force manipulation and form." Chi Kan was left confused by his words. The two of them quickly disappeared. Force manipulation, form. He quickly assumed a stance, lost in thought. Right. He focused and sat in meditation. "Lately, all I've been thinking about is, how can I increase my energy output without sacrificing technique? Maybe I should try combining it with my aiming ability after some practice." He took a deep breath, sensing something strange was about to happen. 3 hours later, a thick, golden aura began to gather. The energy surged through Chi Kan's body. His hands began to change, with bulging, distinct veins and sinew appearing on his skin. Suddenly, Chi Kan opened his eyes and took a stance. He unleashed a terrifying blast of power from his hand, shattering the rocks and rubble into a cloud of swirling dust. Chi Kan was thrilled with the results of his training. This is way more powerful than just smashing a roadside rock. Clapping sounds suddenly echoed from the distance. He had no idea who it was. It turned out to be Li Qi and Meng Qing Qiao, who had come to investigate the noise. "Master never expected that, aside from your outstanding physical talent. You also have such a knack for channeling internal energy," he said, visibly excited as he handed Chi Kan a medicinal pill. "Eat this." Chi Kan didn't hesitate. He took it from Li Qi and popped it into his mouth. Suddenly, Li Qi's eyes widened as he activated his heavenly eye. He told the boy to watch him. Look at me, little Qi Can. The moment Qi Can locked eyes with Li Qi, his entire being was left shaken on the spot. He felt incredibly disoriented, wondering to himself, I'm in some other dimension. What's happening? Where is this? What did Master do to me? Suddenly, a pill appeared from the middle of a lake. From inside that pill, a golden dragon emerged. It was covered in wounds, and its majesty seemed a bit dimmed. As it stood before him, the dragon looked at Qi Can with a hint of sorrow. It was as if he and the dragon were linked, sharing the same pain, and his eyes began to change color. Qi Can's body gradually merged with the dragon, and a layer of golden scales spread across his skin. What is this? He gasped, before clutching his head in agony. He felt the energy swirling wildly throughout his body. The power granted by the golden dragon left him shaken. Could this be the effect of the pill? Qi Can took a deep breath, trying his best to stabilize his energy. He took a horse stance, slowly bringing the surging internal flow under control. Stabilize the energy first, then worry about the rest. The dragon technique was becoming harder to endure, his face turning red and twisted in pain. Endure it. Deep in his mental realm, Qi Can sat cross-legged to calm his mind. It felt miraculous. All distractions had completely vanished. A pair of dragon claws appeared in his mind's eye. The golden dragon was no longer wounded now. It sat peacefully, calmly, watching Qi Can. It quickly coiled around him while he meditated. I just need to focus on my training. Gradually, a golden glow emerged from the dragon claws and condensed into a ball of light. Now, Qi Can and the dragon had become one. The system prompt chimed, condition met, activating skill, visualization. Visualization level 1, 0 out of 300. As he opened his eyes again, they had turned red. Qi Can looked around, shocked, and blurted out. Li Qi laughed. Why are you back so soon? If you hadn't come back, your internal energy would have been completely drained. He stroked his beard, highly satisfied. I'm impressed, little Qi Can. To cultivate dragon energy on your first try. You truly are talented. What is dragon energy? Li Qi calmly began to teach him. What we call dragon energy is, simply put, a type of emotional state in your mind. Qi Can automatically imagined what he was told. Think about it. When you're angry and fight someone, don't you hit much harder? And when it comes to survival, don't you feel your whole body becoming exceptionally strong? As he spoke, he demonstrated, his hands glowing with opposing blue and red flames to explain the flowing dragon technique. We call this emotional stimulation technique dynamic qi, and controlling those emotions is called static qi. Qi Can looked at his own hands and hypothesized that if he could combine the dynamic and the static, it would be extremely effective. Excited, he clenched his fists, eager for Li Qi to teach him more. So, how do I train it? Seeing that the boy was beginning to grasp it, Li Qi smiled and stroked his beard, saying, You've probably already grasped the essence of it. Li Qi offered a hint to the confused Qi Can. First, don't ask, think for yourself. You already know the essence of it. Being highly intelligent, the boy had an epiphany. You mean, a state of mind that isn't easily distracted, right? Qi Can closed his eyes and drifted into his inner world, unconsciously getting lost in a place filled with formulas, calculations. It was as if he were remembering everything he had ever learned in his past life. This math problem, I couldn't even solve this back in college. I clearly haven't studied this again, so why does it seem so easy? After solving it, he confidently told Li Qi, I think I've gotten smarter. That's just a small part of it. Qi Can felt calm and collected. Now, even ordinary things can no longer shake my emotions. Your imagination has also become more powerful. In his mind, he envisioned the dragon and said, I can quickly visualize the shape of a giant dragon. Even a single strand of its mane or a golden scale is incredibly clear. Suddenly, Qi Can realized, could this be the essence of visualization? Li Qi agreed with his realization and offered some advice. Meng Qingqiao, who was busy munching on a piece of bread, heard him say, just talking about it won't work. You have to train to truly feel it. Meng Qingqiao, go spar with him. She shyly finished her bread, took a step forward. Amidst the praise of Li Qi and the assessment of Qi Can, Meng Qingqiao's ability to control her strength was the best among all the disciples. Not even her father is as good as her. Can that really be true? Qi Can thought, watching her while preparing his defense. I wonder who's stronger, her or the sixth senior sister. Meng Qingqiao was already in position, waiting for him. Qi Can didn't hesitate and charged like a bolt of lightning at the fourth senior sister. Pardon me. To his surprise, he was sent flying by Meng Qingqiao. Seeing that, Li Qi was clearly amused. Your intentions are way too obvious, Qi Can. He quickly regained his stance, thinking, Is she even more powerful than my own golden finger cheat? Meng Qingqiao brushed off her hands nonchalantly. Now his gaze grew serious. He muttered to himself. Fourth senior sister. Chi Can lunged again while she was off guard, thinking, I'll try again. This time, I'll do whatever it takes to win. Both sides unleashed their moves without holding back. Whether it was playing dirty or being ruthless, in martial arts, the one standing is the winner, and the one lying down is the loser. In a moment of carelessness, he was sent flying by a kick from her. The shock from the impact was so great that dust and smoke filled the air. With a fierce look in his eyes, Chi Can pushed himself up, wiped the blood from his lip, and kept going. He fought with increasing intensity, from dawn until the morning sun finally appeared. Both of them still had plenty of stamina, trading blow for blow. Eventually, a fierce strike landed right on Meng Qingqiao's chest. She was sent reeling, shaking, and in clear pain. He, on the other hand, just stared at his own fist, wondering what that sensation was. Thanks to Li Qi's hand cushioning the blow, Meng Qingqiao held steady. Seeing the results, he quickly announced, Let's call it a day. She looked incredibly annoyed. With her arms crossed and cheeks puffed out, Meng Qingqiao was probably hungry. Continuing wouldn't be effective anyway. Meng Qingqiao, go get some rest. As she left, Qi Can and Li Qi started chatting about her. That reminds me, Master, why didn't fourth senior sister say anything? Meng Qingqiao went through some things when she was little, he sighed, his eyes filled with pity. Her story is too long to tell in one sitting. I'll tell you properly some other time. Understood. Li Qi turned to ask Qi Can for his thoughts. Tell me, how did it feel today? Was the training effective? He answered honestly, while the notifications kept popping up. Physical strength level 5. 827 out of 2000. Tired? 468 out of 800. Running level 5. 699 out of 2000. He had never been this exhausted in his life, but he'd also never been this happy. A system quest appeared just as Qi Can was thinking about it. Meng Qingqiao's attraction level 4. 66 out of 1200. Aiming level 3. 567 out of 800. Fourth senior sister is really something. Just over 4 hours of training, and my experience has gone up this much. Sparring level 3. 520 out of 800. Key manipulation level 4. 217 out of 1200. Martial perception level 1. 251 out of 300. Looks like I'll have to stick close to her from now on. He walked casually along the empty, chilly street. As soon as he stepped inside, Qi Can shouted, Ningfeng Na, I bought you fried chicken. Getting no response, Qi Can grew alert and looked around. Ningfeng Na? It's so late. Where could she be for this long? Hearing a noise coming from one of the rooms, he felt a sudden suspicion. As he approached the bathroom, he saw shoes in the entryway and wondered, Ningfeng Na wouldn't have guests over. There's only one pair of shoes at the door, which means she's inside, alone. Could she be trapped in the bathroom? He muttered, frozen as his imagination ran wild. Ningfeng Na had mentioned she had enemies. Panicking, he yelled and threw the door open. Ningfeng Na! Ningfeng Na! She stared blankly at him and realized she was in the middle of a bath. You pervert! She shrieked, splashing water at him. Don't look! Ignoring her shyness, Qi Can walked over, worried, and grabbed her hand. Stop stalling, or the chicken will get cold. Her eyes lit up at the mention of food fried chicken. Afterward, Qi Can sat in the tub with a flustered Ningfeng Na, scrubbing her hair. All she could think about was the food, and a bit of dizziness. The system popped up again. Fried chicken and helping her bathe. Someone has developed affinity for you. Charm experience plus 89. Suddenly, the ring on Ningfeng Na's tail glowed with a brilliant light. She instinctively touched Qi Can's chest muscles. The sparkling light was so bright it made him wince. When he opened his eyes, he was stunned to find a beautiful hand resting on his chest. Ningfeng Na? He called out, feeling awkward as he looked at her. Ningfeng Na, you. The sight was so blindingly lovely that he blurted out a comment, leaving her dazed. Why did you turn back into a human? Realizing she was being watched, she used her tail to cover his eyes. Embarrassed. Don't look. Blinded, Qi Can stammered an explanation. Ningfeng Na, calm down. I didn't see anything. Ningfeng Na's face turned beet red as she asked, Really? To avoid making the situation even more awkward, he said calmly, I'm not lying to you. No matter what, you should get up first and then we'll figure it out. Suddenly, something made Ningfeng Na moan softly. Hearing that sound, he instinctively cared. You seem flustered. What's wrong? No, nothing, she pouted. Qi Can just tried to coax her gently. Why did you suddenly transform back at a time like this? Maybe I accidentally triggered the transformation condition of the divine artifact. When she heard that, Ning Fengna froze. The transformation condition. She slowly looked down at Qi Can's chest. So, just now, she lost all self-control and drifted toward his abs, dazed as she remembered what just happened. She truly did feel something for him. The more she thought about it, the more embarrassed she became. She didn't know what to do. Just a little bit of feeling, plus fried chicken, and then I turned into a human? What kind of ridiculous trigger condition is this? And these cat ears, these fangs, this tail. Damn it, the artifact left behind nothing but useless things. After a moment of composing herself, Ning Fengna stammered, "Listen, don't you dare get any dirty ideas. This was just an accident." Right then, she felt something indescribable, and her eyes went wide. Looking down into the tub, she stammered even more. You dare." Now, Qi Can was the one trembling in fear. This isn't something I can control. However, if you don't get out, that's not the only thing I won't be able to control. Why didn't you say so sooner? Ning Fengna watched him suspiciously as he kept his eyes closed. Fine, I'm moving my tail away. You keep your eyes shut. Don't you dare open them. She didn't know why, but she tripped, falling with a moan. The sight was enough to make anyone blush and their heart race. Witnessing the whole thing, he looked troubled and hesitant. Ning Feng Na, you. In this awkward situation, Ning Feng Na could only offer a shy, desperate excuse. I didn't mean to. She accidentally glanced down, her expression going blank. But, aren't you? Again? Ning Feng Na couldn't help but let out a moan. Hearing her voice, and with both of them moving, he found it incredibly difficult to hold back. Ning Feng Na, can you be a bit more gentle? If you keep moving around on me like that, I'm going to have a really hard time. Hearing his complaint, Ning Feng Na felt wronged, crying as Qi Can tried to stay calm. I didn't mean to. I know. Just get out of here while I can still hold myself back. After hearing his bold declaration, she was frozen in place. If she didn't hurry, she might not even be able to get out later. She just scrambled out of the bathroom as fast as she could and slammed the door shut loudly. Meanwhile, Qi Can just sighed helplessly and remained perfectly calm. Qi Can approached Ning Feng Na and asked, "How did you turn back?" As she shifted back into her original form, she looked at Qi Can with a hint of wariness. "I don't know. After I calmed down earlier, I turned back into a cat, but now I can't seem to transform into a human again. It's so confusing." Sensing his hand reaching toward her, she didn't hesitate to jump away, completely defensive. Qi Can's arm froze in midair, and he sighed with frustration, thinking to himself, "Right. After what happened earlier, it's normal that she doesn't want me to touch her," Qi Can said seriously, his gaze somewhat indifferent as he spoke to her. "Ning Feng Na, I recently met someone who knows quite a bit about divine artifacts. I'll go find her tomorrow and ask for some specifics. Maybe she can help you turn back into a human." Although Ning Feng Na's mind was only focused on the what if she could transform again, she imagined herself sitting on top of Qi Can, who was begging in fear, "Master, I was wrong. Seeing that Ning Feng Na was beginning to daydream about something inappropriate, Qi Can couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. He let out a long sigh. A restless night passed, and the first rays of dawn crept into the room. The system notification chimed while Qi Can was still groggy. Early to bed, early to rise. Health and wellness experience points plus 38. Health and wellness level up to 33 out of 800. As he gradually woke up, he couldn't help but smile at Ning Feng Na, who was curled up beside him. Qi Can reached for his phone out of habit to check it. A notification on the screen showed a message from Ngo Aotin. "Something's come up. Get here fast." He was incredibly excited and clenched his fist. "Finally, I've got work to do." A while later, at the city library, Qi Can arrived. He looked around blankly, confused, and wondered, "Where is Ngo Aotin? She told me to come in a hurry." But the result was that there was no one in sight. In front of him, at a large table, there was only one girl sitting there. Aside from the girl wearing glasses, he didn't see anyone else. But suddenly, Qi Can realized something was off. He focused and looked again. That's not right. Seeing him looking in her direction, the girl smiled and waved back. Qi Can thought to himself, "Isn't that girl with the glasses Ngo Aotin?" Only then did she gently reach up and take off her glasses. Ngo Aotin smiled and spoke up. "Your consciousness is really strong." Hearing that, Qi Can stood there dumbfounded for a moment, his gaze shifting downward. His eyes landed right on her chest. "Found me here so quickly?" Then, he noticed her pretty face and those full, luscious lips. Feeling his gaze, Ngo Aotin coughed, blushing in embarrassment. Qi Can quickly turned away, pretending not to notice. To avoid wasting any more time, she got straight to the point. This is a divine artifact. Code 128. This pair of glasses looks ordinary, nothing special, but it can dampen a person's presence, making them draw less attention. Taking the glasses, he asked in surprise, "Is that it?" A notification appeared. Divine matter detected. Absorbing divine essence. 6%. Enjo Otin explained. Of course that's not all. Once you take the glasses off, the suppressed sense of presence will burst out in an instant. The longer you wear them, the more brilliant and blinding that burst of presence will be when you take them off. Hearing this, Chi-Kan's face darkened, and he sighed. So, I didn't suddenly become a pervert, it was just the effect of the glasses. Suddenly remembering something, he turned to ask, "Oh, right, didn't you say there was a job?" She cut him off. "Look at this first." With that, she handed him a stack of files. "This mission is very special. It's a C-rank containment mission. Normally, it shouldn't be assigned to you, but this divine artifact, code 1105, the villainess's honorary crown, can continuously amplify the primal desires of the wearer. The current wearer is a girl named Lu Tuiying. Once she sees an attractive man, she can't suppress her urge to possess him." Chi Kan put on the glasses and asked, "So, these glasses are specifically for me?" Ngo Aotin replied calmly, "Of course. Your foundation is naturally excellent. You just need to wear these glasses first, and the moment you take them off, it will definitely cause Lu Tuiying's desires to erupt completely." Her tone carried a hidden meaning. By then, you'll easily be able to remove the villainess's honorary crown and return her to her normal state. For this containment mission, aside from you, no one is more suitable. Understanding her intent, he could only give a helpless, wry smile. "So, after all that talk, you're basically telling me to use my looks to lure her in?" Above, the system notified him. Absorbing divine essence, 41%. Chi Kan calculated. "But honestly, this job actually suits me quite well. Not only can I drain the divine essence of 2 artifacts at once, but I can also grow extremely strong." Suddenly, an unscrupulous smile spread across his face. "Plus, these glasses really suit me. I'll wait until I've worn them for 15.5 hours, then take them off." Visions of brilliant glory kept flashing through his mind. "Won't I be standing on top of the world from now on?" Watching that scene, Ngo Aoting asked, puzzled, "Chi Kan?" Only then did he return to reality, cleared his throat, and replied, "By the way, are these glasses your personal property?" She explained, "Of course not. I borrowed them from another containment company." Chi Kan asked in surprise, "There are other containment companies?" Ngo Aotin startled, "Oh, I didn't mention it?" He continued, "Our company feels quite mysterious and high-end. I thought there was only this one branch in the whole country." She smiled and replied, "You misunderstood. The divine artifact containment business is a bit unique, but if I really had to describe it." Ngo Aotin's next sentence shocked Chi Kan so much his jaw dropped. "In essence, we're no different from street cleaners," he interrupted. "Comparing us to street cleaners sounds pretty pathetic, doesn't it?" But No Aotin didn't feel she was exaggerating. In this world, just the known divine artifacts alone number in the thousands. The people who receive these artifacts are also diverse and numerous. They can appear anywhere, at any time. A single containment company simply couldn't handle it all. Moreover, this job is very dangerous. Not everyone can handle it. Chi Kan asked curiously, "Do we have a cooperative relationship with the other containment companies?" Ngo Aotin replied, "Not exactly. The containment work itself is essentially outsourced to us by the government." Her eyes turned serious as she added, "There are some companies that will stop at nothing just to make money. If you encounter people from other companies, you have to be a bit careful." Hearing that, he nodded in understanding. Just then, he took off his glasses and said, "Right, I want to test the effectiveness a bit." Otin asked curiously, "What effectiveness?" The moment the glasses were removed, a brilliant aura seemed to envelop Chi Kan. The system notified, "Absorbing divinity, 63%. The scene made her freeze instantly, her heart racing uncontrollably. A notification appeared. "Someone has developed feelings for you. Charm points increased by 19. Chi Kan smiled with satisfaction. "Looks like it's working pretty well." A moment later, only a few cars were moving on the main road. Sitting on the bus, Chi Kan intently read the documents Otin had given him. Inside the papers was the information of a person named Lu Tuiying. Age, 44. Gang, Wallflower Gang. Area of operation, South City bars, karaoke halls, nightclubs. He thought to himself, Lu Tuiying, main operating area in South City. Bars, dance halls, nightclubs. In his head, he began to imagine what this woman looked like. A territory range befitting a female mob boss. The file recorded that Lu Tuiying had relied on physical abilities boosted by the crown of the Wicked Lady to establish her own sphere of influence and found a small gang called the Wallflower Gang. Moreover, every day, she drained the essence of countless men in the area, and at the same time, the crown of the Wicked Lady also continuously enhanced her desires. Just thinking about it made Chikan's skin crawl. The stronger her desires, the greater her enhanced physical abilities. If the I doesn't stop it, the crown of the Wicked Lady will keep stacking. Just by taking the crown of the Wicked Lady off, she can be returned to her original state. Therefore, I must think of a way to exploit this. Thinking this far, the bus reached its stop. The notification announced they had arrived in South City. Passengers, please exit at this stop. He stepped out the back door as the system announced. System absorbing divinity. 79% in South City area. A young man was being brutally beaten with a wooden club. The woman looked on with delight, trembling with pleasure as she blurted out, "The feeling of doing whatever I want is simply wonderful." She spread her arms and laughed loudly. "I'll do whatever I please. Who dares to control me? I'll beat anyone who does." Not far away, Chikan witnessed the whole thing and was speechless. This old woman is such a brat. Observing more closely, he discovered she was wearing a shiny crown on her head. "Oh, it's her." A middle-aged man approached timidly and whispered, "Sister Lu, please take it easy." Lu Tuiying smirked and interrupted him. "Who said I wanted to go? Where are your two sons? Why don't I see them today?" He forced a smile and replied, "Sister, which one do you want? I'll go call them right away." As soon as he finished speaking, she revealed a look of extreme thirst, hissing, "Which one? Obviously, I want both." After confirming that it was indeed Lu Tuiying, Chikan sighed dejectedly. "You want me to seduce this old hag? You might as well just kill me now." Suddenly, a group of people appeared from out of nowhere, looking very aggressive. The minions shouted enthusiastically. This time, with Brother Doan making a move, that old hag Lu Tuiying is a goner. Hearing this, Chikan muttered, "Enemies coming for revenge? Let me hide and see how this plays out." The big guy in the lead stepped forward and shouted, "Lu Tuiying, I hear you've been acting pretty cocky lately, huh?" He was the leader of the World Blade Gang, Doan Kai Bin. Hearing these words, Lu Tuiying didn't seem to care much and asked, "Who are you?" She was the leader of the Wallflower Gang, Lu Tuiying. Not far away, several of her minions had been beaten until they were bruised and swollen. They complained, "Sister Lu, he is the one. Doan Kai Bin of the World Blade Gang. He's the one who beat us into this state." Lu Tuiying blurted out, "Doan Kai Bin. Looking closely, your physique is actually pretty decent." She licked her lips greedily and asked, "Do you want to play with me?" Seeing her perverted demeanor, Kai Bin gritted his teeth, his voice trembling. This old hag, he couldn't take it anymore, and lunged forward with powerful punches. "Give back the territory to me." However, Lu Tuiying was no pushover. She easily dodged all those attacks. "You rotten old hag, if you're so good, stop dodging." Listening to their brief conversation, Chikan understood a few things. Basically, this place used to be the territory of the World Blade Gang, later snatched away by Lu Tuiying's Wallflower Gang. The two sides had built up a blood feud because of this. Isn't this just gangs killing each other? Back to the duel. Because he couldn't hit Lu Tuiying, Kai Bin ordered his minions, "Dodge? That's all you can do? Is dodge? Charge for me." On the other side, someone also shouted, "Wallflower Gang, we charge too." A tattooed man lunged forward, using a brick to smash hard into the head of a young man nearby. Witnessing this scene, Lu Tuiying was shocked, mouth agape. "Tu Bao," the uncle behind, cried out in fear, "My son!" Seeing her prey being hit right in front of her eyes, she went crazy, cursing, "You trashy dogs of the World Blade Gang, you are not allowed to ruin my good time." Kai Bin smirked and replied, "Rotten old hag, finally getting serious, huh?" He rushed forward at high speed and struck a powerful blow. "Then I will show you my true skills." That scene caught Chikan off guard, his eyes widening as he watched the powerful blow land. Lu Tuiying couldn't react in time and was sent flying backward, but she was still unfazed, her smile growing even crazier. "Interesting. Let me test my moves against yours." This was so dramatic that Chikan couldn't tear his eyes away. Finishing her sentence, Lu Tuiying stomped her foot on the ground and lunged forward. On the other side, Kai Bin also vanished from his original position. Both sides fought intensely, with dust and smoke obscuring the view. Chikan observed and thought to himself, "This thug Doan Kai Bin is not simple. He uses his hands as blades, palms like sharp swords, cutting through steel like mud. but Lu Tuiying only got a minor scratch. In terms of martial prowess, Don Kai Bin is stronger than Lu Tuiying, but Lu Tuiying has thick skin. The hits don't seem to do much. After trading blows for a while, Kai Bin finally got hit. Chi Can sighed wearily. How long is this going to take? Just then, the system notified. Absorbing divinity complete. 100%. Combat speed now activated. Chi Can smiled in satisfaction, finally done absorbing. The system offered him a few options. Now he could choose physical strength, body, defense, reaction speed, computational ability, concentration, memory. Without a second thought, Chi Can clicked on physical strength. Last time I chose speed, so this time I'll use strength to combine them, he wondered, eagerly anticipating the result. Wonder how much power this'll have after the upgrade. As soon as he finished, his eyes flashed blue. Chi Can then hurled the stone forward with all his might, and the unlucky soul on the receiving end was Doan Kai Bin. A single hit shattered his leg bones. The effect was clearly devastating. Seeing this, Lu Tuiying looked around, bewildered, and asked, "Who is it?" she roared. "Get out here now." Don Kai Bin, trembling all over and unable to stand, cursed, "You bitch, playing dirty with a sneak attack?" His lackeys scrambled to help him away. "Let's go, you old hag, just you wait. We'll be back." As their figures faded into the distance, Lu Tuiying spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn dog. That hurt like hell. As she finished speaking, Chi Can's figure appeared, walking toward her. Startled, she asked, "Kid, was that your doing?" He coldly stuffed his hands into his pockets and replied, "Yeah, it was." Lu Tuiying, suspicious and on guard, asked, "You carrying a gun?" Chi Can casually unzipped his jacket and replied, "Let's say so, but I won't be using it on you." Looking at Lu Tuiying, he noted, "Your fighting style is all over the place. Clearly, you've had no professional training." The more he talked, the more confused she became, her expression one of utter bewilderment. Before she could process anything, Chi Can took his stance. If that was the case, he'd try to take her down head-on, without having to sacrifice his dignity. If things got messy, he could always just take off his glasses and control her. After a moment of steadying his resolve, Lu Tuiying sneered, "Handling me with just that? If this were in bed, maybe it'd be enough." He didn't bother listening to her. Instead, he took a deep breath. Lu Tuiying's face changed in an instant. A surge of energy swirled around Chi Can, forming the phantom of a giant dragon. She wondered, could this kid actually be this powerful? Gone was Lu Tuiying's arrogance. She asked fearfully, Who are you?" Hearing this, he tilted his head, thinking, "Who am I? Huh?" Finally, Chi Can made up a name for himself. "You can call me Chi Can." Deep in his pupils, a powerful golden light flashed. System notification, twin mode, state activated. As soon as the state was activated, he launched himself forward at blinding speed. And then, he unleashed a powerful kick at Lu Tuiying's body. It was a brutal hit that made her cough up blood. Caught off guard, she couldn't react in time, and was sent flying backward, slamming hard into a stone wall. When Lu Tuiying opened her eyes again, the last thing reflected in her pupils was a fist flying toward her. Chi Can didn't hold back at all, his power was immense. He unleashed a barrage of punches, so fast it was dizzying. Trapped beneath him, she could only helplessly take the beating. Clenching her teeth, she took one final, finishing blow, and the entire wall crumbled, shattering into pieces. Lu Tuiying was buried in the pile of rubble. Only then did Chi Can get a chance to rest. He looked at his own arm, which was red and swollen, and sighed, "Damn, that's tough." Watching the whole scene, Lu Tuiying's lackeys were too scared to move. "Are you filming this? Even the wall got smashed. Is Sister Lu actually beaten? Who on earth is that guy?" Even Doan Kai Bin got taken out by Sister Lu, so how is he able to just pin her down and beat her like that? Just as the murmurs died down, a hand poked out from the rubble. Lu Tuiying still hadn't been defeated. Clutching a wooden staff, she grit her teeth in rage and shouted, "You brat!" On her head, the relic, the crown, flickered with an eerie purple light. It granted her 10 times the power she had before. Her eyes turned red like blood. "You've really pissed me off now." Hearing this, Chi Can remained completely calm, not a hint of fear on his face. He smirked to himself. This is what fighting feels like, huh? Without wasting another second, Lu Tuiying charged forward like a wild beast. "I'm going to pound you into meat paste." Seeing her wooden staff coming down, he gracefully leaned to the side to dodge. Then, with lightning speed, Chi Can coiled his leg for momentum. By the time Lu Tuiying realized what was happening, it was too late. She took a knee straight to the face and cried out in pain. She flew backward, blood spraying from her nose. but she let out a twisted, satisfied grin. It turned out that while Chi Kan wasn't paying attention, Lu Tuiying had seized the opportunity to grab his arm. "You're not getting away this time." Before she could follow through, his other hand shot up. Chi Kan's gaze turned murderous, and he flicked his finger with all his might, hurting her so badly she felt like her eyes would pop out. Lu Tuiying stumbled back, dropping her staff and clutching her face in agony. My eyes. My eyes." Seeing her trembling, Chi Kan thought with satisfaction. "My master used to say, it doesn't matter if you're underhanded or cruel. As long as you win, any method works. Only the one standing at the end has the right to speak." Before Lu Tuiying could register what was happening, she took another kick to a vital spot. It wasn't just men, that area is a weakness for women, too. Seeing that she could no longer put up a fight, he slowly approached. This time, Chi Kan clasped both hands together and raised them high. Then, he delivered a lethal blow, knocking the crown right off her head. Lu Tuiying completely lost consciousness, lying motionless in a large crater. The crown fell to the ground and rolled a few times. Behind him, the lackeys were shaking like leaves, their jaws hitting the floor. Chi Kan didn't care about them much. He leaned down to pick up the relic. System notification. Got 1,105. Crown of the Villainous. Divine material detected. Extracting divinity. Mission complete. He took a photo to report it. Inside the phone was a chat with Ngo Aotin, attached with the message, "Got it." Chi Kan stood there, lost in thought. Don't go dying on me now. As for the punishment she'd face after wearing the crown of the villainesses and committing so many atrocities, thinking of that, he used his foot to flip Lu Tuiying over. I'll just leave her for the residents she's been persecuting all this time to deal with. System notification. Absorbing divinity, 33 out of 100. Absorbing divinity, 39 out of 100. Twin mode absorbing divinity, 42 out of 100. He asked in surprise. The absorption rate seems to be getting faster. Chi Kan discovered something else strange. What's that down there? While he wasn't paying attention, a man approached. He called out, "Hey, kid." Hearing that voice, he jolted and looked back. The white-haired man ordered, "Hand over what you're holding. You don't have the authority to touch that." The absorption process was still ongoing. Absorbing divinity, 73 out of 100. Chi Kan gripped the crown tightly, asking himself, in a moment as critical as this, I can't let this guy interrupt me. If I say no, then what? The white-haired guy's expression shifted instantly, his face twisted with murderous intent as he replied, "Kid, you're looking for death." Through his vision, alerts flashed clearly. Estimated physical level, 1.7 to 1.9. Physical catabolism rate, less than 1%. Signs of martial arts cultivation detected. No clear specialized organs. Combat power cannot be calculated. Comprehensive danger level, 2.1 to 2.5. Outwardly, he appears to be about 16 or 17 years old, living out here in the suburbs and still rated at a level over 2. Thinking this, he curled his lip in contempt. Still way too weak. Seeing Chi Kan wasn't a threat, the white-haired guy lunged forward. "Kid, I'll give you one last chance," but before he could even get close, Chi Kan kicked him right in the groin. Yet, the white-haired guy didn't even flinch. He laughed. "You cowardly martial artist, using such dirty, low-life tricks every single day. How could I not be prepared for that?" Hearing this, Chi Kan was left speechless and started running. Who in their right mind prepares for a hit like that? Are you a freak or something? The guy chased after him, shouting, "Get back here! I'm going to kill you!" As he ran, Chi Kan thought, is this guy from the seizure company or something? His body. It's so strange. It's as stiff as if it were made of mechanical parts. Before he could figure it out, the white-haired guy smashed through a solid wall. A savage grin spread across the guy's face as he reached out. Just as he was about to grab Chi Kan, he dodged backward, and while the white-haired guy was caught off guard, Chi Kan kept running. Every passing second made him more anxious. That man was as deep as the ocean. I can't get tangled up with him for too long. The system notification popped up. Divinity absorption, 81 out of 100. Just as he was staring at the screen, Chi Kan suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Instinctively, he threw his hands up to block a surprise attack from the white-haired guy, but because the force was so immense, he was sent flying through several stone walls. Chi Kan gritted his teeth against the pain, thinking, no matter how I run, it feels like he'll just catch me. Just when it seemed like the end, the tide finally turned. Divinity absorption complete. Shadow Flame. Initialize divine skill. Divinity required for activation. 539 out of 500. Conditions met. Activate? Yes or no? Chi Kan didn't hesitate and slammed the yes button. Meanwhile, not far away, the white-haired guy was still slowly advancing, threatening. Hand the item over. I'll only break one of your arms and one leg, and I'll spare your pathetic life. But before he could finish his sentence, a hand reached out and clamped tightly over his mouth. Terror filled his eyes as his body began to tremble. What? What is this? From deep within the rubble, Cheekan spoke up. The reward receiver? Are you talking about me? As soon as the words left his lips, the white-haired guy scrambled backward, breaking free from his grip, and shouted, If it's not you, then who? His eyes darted around, observing the eerie black aura enveloping Cheekan. He thought, this black flame. Not only that, the power he's emitting is absolutely suffocating. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding rubble was completely incinerated by Cheekan, leaving nothing behind. Not a single trace. The white-haired guy gasped in horror. I'm actually facing a reward receiver? The system announced. Shadow Flame, Level 1. Divinity needed to upgrade. 39 out of 10. Effect. Turns shadows into physical flames. Incarnation of Divinity. Locked. Divinity unlock condition. 39 out of 2000. Reach Level 10. Hearing what the guy said earlier, Cheekan looked at himself, stunned. He thought. He saw the black flame, and immediately associated me with a reward receiver. What exactly is the connection between us? What is a reward receiver? While he was still confused, the guy tried to sneak away, but Cheekan spotted him. No way, I can't let him get away. With that thought, the black aura sprang into action, rushing forward at breakneck speed. It was heading straight for the white-haired guy. The man panicked, waving his hands and screaming, No, no, don't come near me, get away. Watching this, even Cheekan couldn't believe it. He wondered, what's going on? I just thought about it, and the shadow flame went straight for him? Is this some kind of automatic attack system? Like a homing missile? As the white-haired guy ran, the shadow flame closed in. Damn it. In that moment, Cheekan's eyes snapped open, his pupils constricted. It was as if the shadow flame could hear his command, diving straight into the guy's nose. And then, a truly horrific scene unfolded. It made Cheekan blurt out, "Oh." At that very moment, the white-haired guy's body began to twist and contort. His eyes turned completely white, and every bone in his body started to crack. Just watching it made Cheekan freeze, unable to say a word. After a moment, the white-haired guy lay still, motionless. The system announced, You have just experienced a battle where you overcame the strong while being weak. Combat experience plus 402. You have just experienced a battle where you overcame the strong while being weak. Combat experience plus 633. You have just experienced a battle where you overcame the strong while being weak. Combat experience plus 422. You have just experienced a battle where you overcame the strong while being weak. Combat experience plus 558. Physical training leveled up to level 6, 28 out of 3000. Health cultivation leveled up to level 4, 25 out of 1200. Marksmanship leveled up to level 4, 102 out of 1200. Combat leveled up to level 4, 85 out of 1200. Kinetic energy manipulation leveled up to level 5, 127 out of 2000. Finally, only 2 words remained on the system screen: Shadow Flame. Having dealt with this dangerous individual, Cheekan approached to examine the guy's bare body. He was genuinely astonished, thinking, this guy is really extravagant. His entire body is made of synthetic skin, and the durability of this skin is incredibly high. It was burned for so long and it only left a single mark. Thinking this, he turned and picked up a stone nearby. If I hadn't destroyed him from the inside, it definitely would have been hard to kill him. Compared to that, the stone looked solid enough, but it was quickly scorched to this state. The damage caused by the black flame must depend on the target's material durability. Moreover, there's no sign of carbonization on the stone's surface. It's still cold to the touch. Such a solid stone, as soon as it rested in Cheekan's palm, evaporated without even a speck of dust left. It seems this black fire doesn't behave like actual fire. Just as the thought crossed his mind, the morning sunlight hit it from above, causing the flames to gradually wither away. He looked up, recalling what the system had said. The prompt noted that this black fire was converted from shadows. With the light intensifying, the shadows were receding. As the shadows faded, the black fire grew weaker too. Perhaps the larger the area of darkness, the more raw power he could convert, and the stronger it would be. Before he could even let Cheekan fully process that surge of power, it had already vanished. He sighed, speechless. Seriously? It's all used up already? He didn't even get a notification, and he had no idea how the cooldown worked. With no other choice, he pulled out his phone. He snapped a photo of the white-haired man's body and sighed. Fine. I'll put this aside for now. I'll leave the body here and let someone else handle the explanation. Scene shift. At a lab in the Southern District, some kind of freakish monstrosity was slowly taking shape. Standing nearby, a man watched it with intense focus. He carefully reached out a hand, gently stroking that horrific creature. He asked, Doan Kai Bin, do you know why I called you here? Kai Bin, covered in injuries and bandages, knelt on the floor and replied, I know, Master. You explicitly told me repeatedly not to cause any trouble lately. But before he could finish his sentence, the man had vanished from where he stood. Just as Kai Bin stood there stunned, unsure of what had happened, a large hand clamped down on his head. No one knew when he had suddenly appeared right there. The man's eyes were filled with rage. You knew, yet you still chose to do it? He gritted his teeth and asked, Are you tired of living? Do you want to die? Seeing this, Kai Bin turned pale with fear, frantically kowtowing and begging, Master, I was wrong. Please, I beg you, forgive me. With no other choice, the man finally relented. Fine, get up. As he spoke, the man walked back to the creature and asked, Any news on the two I sent earlier? Kai Bin replied, It seems they were eliminated. The man's face darkened. All of them? By White Fang? He forced him to explain. I heard one of them was severely wounded by a teenager. As soon as he mentioned that, the man lost his cool. A teenager? Kai Bin, drenched in a cold sweat, bowed his head and continued. They say the boy's name is Chi Kan. His background is nothing special, just an ordinary person. As soon as those words left his mouth, the man exploded in a fit of rage. How could an ordinary person possibly defeat them? He trembled in fear, kowtowing again. Yes, you are absolutely right. The more the man thought about it, the more he loathed it. Even if those test subjects weren't Chi Kan, they shouldn't have been humiliated by a mortal. As he spoke, he stared at the creature, moving, and commanded, Go, capture him. Then I will feed him to the great mother parasite, Thien Tuk Trung. That way, she can birth more offspring, higher quality ones. One day, I will conquer this planet, the Tin Thon Library. Chi Kan stood in the elevator, eyes closed, thinking to himself, causing this much trouble during a mission. I wonder how Ngo Ao Tin is going to handle it. He thought it over and over, not knowing how to explain it, so he decided to leave it to fate. Whatever happens, happens. It's useless to worry now. I'll just deal with it as it comes. Worst case, I'll make up for it with my merits. Soon, the elevator reached the 7th floor. The doors opened. Contrary to what Chi Kan had expected, Ao Tin was not angry at all. Instead, she bowed her head to apologize. I am deeply sorry. I never expected such an unforeseen situation to occur, leaving you to face danger all alone. That was a serious error on my part. Hearing this, he stood there, stunned for a moment, his eyes widening. She continued, I will upgrade this mission to a C+ rank, and I will compensate you accordingly. I hope you will accept it. Of course, there was no reason to refuse. Chi Kan accepted immediately. No problem at all. What's going on? Her reaction was completely different from what he imagined. Ao Tin breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you. The two talked as they walked toward a large table. The man you killed has been identified, she explained. His name is Chu Ung Kon, a C-rank containment agent. He was affiliated with the Tu Thi Containment Company. I've already contacted them, and they claim this was his personal action, having nothing to do with their company. Hearing that, Chi Kan sat down, muttering, Personal action? He tapped his fingers lightly on the table, questioning, why would a man like that want the wicked woman's crown? As he finished, Ao Tin handed him a piece of paper. You can look at this. She pointed to the marked locations and explained, This is exactly what I'm worried about. The Tu Thi Containment Company is in the inner circle. They certainly wouldn't send someone so far out just for a mission in the outer circle. That explanation had no holes in it. Ao Tin collected the files and reminded him, There might be something more behind this. Just leave this matter for me to handle. You shouldn't dig too deep for now. Chi Kan nodded in agreement. Understood. He pulled out the crown and, while he was at it, took off the glasses and handed them to her. Oh, right. I almost forgot to give this back to you. And these glasses too. I should return them to you now. However, Ao Tin waved her hand to refuse. Keep the glasses. You might need them for your next mission. She continued. Compared to that, there are some strange things in the autopsy report of Chu Ung Kon. All of his internal organs vanished without a trace. How did you do that? Hearing that, Chi Kan recalled the scene. This shadow flame is too dangerous. Even I don't fully understand the principles behind it yet. It's best to keep it a secret for now. So, to deflect the question, he tilted his head in his glasses, putting on an innocent expression. Can I not say, big sister? As soon as she saw that look, all her suspicions vanished. Otin's heart skipped a beat. She quickly covered her face and replied, forget it. Don't say anything. Everyone has their secrets. You should keep wearing the glasses for now. He replied, sure, thinking to himself that these glasses really were an artifact. Just as he was about to leave, Chi-Kan remembered one more thing. Oh, right. He held up the black card and asked, what is this that you just gave me? Otin smiled and replied, that's your containment certification. With that, executing containment missions in the future will be much more convenient. He cheered. So, does that mean I'm an official agent now? She snapped her fingers and continued. Of course, aside from the amenities available to official organizations, the documents archived in this library will be completely open to you. There's not much time left, Ngo Aotin said as she stood up to leave. I have some work to take care of. Feel free to look around inside. Hearing this, Chi-Kan waved goodbye. Be careful. As her figure disappeared, his eyes lit up. This is great. Maybe I'll finally find a clue about the cat-tail loop. A short while later, inside the library, he began to survey everything. Looking at the rows of items kept there, Chi-Kan couldn't help but marvel. This place really is another world. Inside the glass cabinets were various artifacts with different designated numbers. Chi-Kan casually picked up a box labeled God 01, 8, Goddess of Death, Unexplained Favor, a divine artifact never seen before. He quickly used the card he had just received and touched it to the box. A notification sounded, insufficient clearance. Access denied. He couldn't believe it and tried another box. How about this God 069? Is it Cinderella? The serial number is buried so deep, surely I can see this one, right? But the same notification appeared. Insufficient clearance. Access denied. Chi-Kan refused to give up, searching frantically in vain. God 227. Insufficient clearance. Access denied. God 580. Insufficient clearance. Access denied. God 666. Insufficient clearance. Access denied. After struggling for a while, he was exhausted. This is ridiculous. Didn't she say everything was open? How can it still require clearance? Don't tell me even the cat-tail loop needs high clearance? Fine, I'll just keep looking. After more time passed, Chi-Kan finally found the item he wanted. God 1391, cat-tail loop. Taking the box out, he didn't open it immediately, but clasped his hands together in prayer. Please. As the card swiped, a notification rang out. God 1391. Cat-tail loop. File accessed. Chi-Kan was moved to tears and exclaimed, it worked. The item's information appeared. Danger level of this divine artifact is B, which does not correspond with the level of a grade C containment officer. Chi can only open the first 2 layers of the document. He was startled and confused, wondering, isn't this thing supposed to just turn people into a harmless little kitten? How is it on the same level as a divine artifact that can destroy an entire city street? Unable to wait any longer, Chi-Kan began to research it. Through the documents on the cat-tail loop, he learned a few things. After wearing it for 1 month, the owner can freely transform between human and cat form. Well, that's actually quite convenient. On the paper it was written, until a certain year. When a doctor saw the cat-tail loop, they immediately started screaming, and founded the heretic god cult. Reading this, he paused, puzzled. Heretic god cult? To get more information, Chi-Kan went searching again. Surely there must be documents on the heretic god cult. The images gradually emerged. After the god of death appeared, cracks in the earth and vast boundary zones emerged from those fissures. Through exploring deep into these cracks, they found tools that could communicate with the heretic god. Groups of people gathered out of a desire for power, begging the heretic god for strength, known as the heretic god cult. Those who received gifts from the heretic god were called blessed ones. Finally, Chi-Kan understood the meaning of the term. So that's what blessed one means. His hands flipped quickly through the next few pages. 200 years ago, a heretic god sect called the Holy Master Cult sought to establish contact with the goddess Bastet, but the deity did not respond. Then, a man put the loop on his finger until one follower obtained God 1391 and turned into a cat. Finally, they received the goddess's blessing. However, the one who received it wasn't the follower, but God 1391, the cat-tail loop itself. Since then, the cat-tail loop has possessed more mysterious power. As the integration progress deepens, the wearer will begin to possess Bastet's power, until they become the true Bastet. The deeper he delved into these matters, the more Chikan realized a cruel truth. So, the Holy Master, cult, is willing to do whatever it takes to kill the person currently possessing the cattail loop and seize it back? This means, his face darkened. His hands trembled with every beat. They will kill Huanair. Chikan recalled his previous conversation with Huanair. That was to take me to train and become stronger. No wonder Huanair insisted that I go to the training ground back then. If I can't get strong in a short time, I'm afraid both of us will die. While lost in these chaotic thoughts, he suddenly discovered something, a second book. This was exactly what Chikan needed. God, 1391. Fusion conditions for the cattail loop. He carefully read every line. First-time fusion requires a strong emotional trigger. Subsequent times require the wearer to continuously evoke the same emotion to increase the fusion progress. He tried to recall the last strong emotional trigger. Chikan remembered the time in the bathroom that day. I remember that at that time. He was picturing the scene of Huanair growing cat ears and finally turning into a cute girl with a wagging tail. Thinking of this, Chikan shyly shook his head repeatedly. I can't think about this anymore. The images from his imagination were just too vivid, but that also hit him like a bolt of lightning. If I really have to be like last time to turn her human, that means Huanair and I will have to often. The more he thought, the more helpless Chikan felt. How am I supposed to explain this condition to Huanair? Suddenly, he noticed a few lines of text above. It wrote, God, 1391. Side effects of the cattail loop. None. This divine artifact only provides strength and divine power to the wearer. There are absolutely no side effects. The only thing to worry about is the Holy Master cult. He breathed a sigh of relief. You scared me to death. No side effects is good news. Thinking of this, Chikan was startled and blurted out, Is that all? After all, what power does Bastet actually have after wearing it? How do I take it off? Don't these key questions have answers? Is the Grade C containment officer's clearance really that low? Before he could even finish his sentence, his phone received a notification. When he opened the phone, Chikan saw that he had received a sum of money. Chikangchang Bank. Hello, Mr. Chikan. Your savings card ending in 3,166 has received 231,511.31 yuan. Your current balance is 230,512.25 yuan. He asked in astonishment. They pay the salary this fast? That can't be right. Is this the compensation No Outin gave? Why is there so much? At the thought of delicious food, Chikan's mouth started watering. From now on, I won't have to pinch pennies for every meal anymore. With that, I'll have more time to train and get stronger. Without a moment's hesitation, he headed home, fired up with determination. Tonight, I'll first buy some expensive ingredients to cook a great meal for Hoani. Later, I'll find an opportunity to tell her the conditions for becoming human. 5 days later, at Chikan's house. The table was filled with delicacies. Hoani couldn't hold back and dove in, eating ravenously. While nibbling on a chicken leg, she asked curiously, Now that I think about it, why are you being so extravagant lately? Did you earn some money? Chikan, who was just about to eat, froze for a moment. Let's just say I used to be wealthy, he recounted. For the past few days, I've been learning a cultivation technique from my master called Do Jiagong armor piercing skill. The technique itself isn't particularly special, but during the training process, you have to go through a lot of steps. You have to take medicinal pills, practice, and then take medicinal baths. Finishing one set costs up to 40,000 yuan. Chikan tiredly squeezed his hand, crushing a lobster claw. I've practiced a total of 5 sets in the last few days. I never expected that 20 prescriptions would already be used up. Hoani interrupted, puzzled. Doesn't that still leave over 30,000? Why is there so little left? Immediately, Chikan pointed to the spread of food on the table in front of her. She understood and didn't ask any more questions. Although your act of filial piety toward the great sect leader is commendable, I still have to warn you, you must spend your money sparingly. She slowly leaned in and continued. Aside from the medicine you mentioned, later on, you'll also need to buy weapons and hidden projectiles. Besides that, formal wear for entering high-end places is also indispensable. A single, decent set costs over 100,000. Chikan paled inside. It's that expensive? Hoani patted the lobster next to her. Luxury food like this is enough once a month. Chikan nodded in agreement. But he couldn't help thinking about his empty pockets. He never expected that there would be so many things that required money. It's still a long time until payday. In the short term, it's hard for No Outin to arrange work for me. If I don't find a way to earn more money, I might have to go back to living on thin air. With no other choice, Qi Kan pulled up the chat log. He messaged senior brother Chen Fu Guang. I'm a bit strapped for cash lately. Do you know of any places hiring? Bodyguard work or manual labor is fine. Chen Fu Guang replied. You're asking the right person. Meet me at the Tonglong Dojo tomorrow afternoon. I'll come by to check on how much you've progressed. While he was busy messaging, suddenly, Qi Kan heard the sound of chewing at the table. By the time he realized the food had been wiped out by Hoan Ni, he slammed the table and shouted, Hey, you have to save some for me. Very quickly, time passed until the next morning. On the street, at the Tonglong Dojo, Qi Kan arrived to train just like any other day. With his eyes closed, suddenly he snapped them open, full of intensity. Right after that, he threw a palm strike straight ahead. The system announced, New skill unlocked. Soft power, level 1. Standing to the side, Chen Fu Guang observed everything. He thought to himself, this little disciple is not simple. Only 5 days and he's reached this level of Dao Jia Gong already? Meanwhile, a girl ran over to Qi Kan. With a shy expression, she asked, little senior brother, we're holding a strength test. Could you demonstrate a few moves for everyone to see? Before he could answer, Chen Fu Guang had already quickly run over and chimed in. Go ahead, Qi Kan stammered. But Chen Fu Guang's expression darkened as he whispered, use this opportunity to test your training results and open everyone's eyes. With no other choice, Qi Kan had to agree and step up. He brought his hands together and said, then I'll give it a try. However, hearing this, the people in the dojo all looked at him with contempt. They criticized him. The little senior brother just joined. He probably hasn't mastered his strength yet. Don't force it. That's right, don't break your hand. And then blame us when that happens. They were Van Xiu Vin with a punching power of 201.3 kilograms and Dichung No with 212.2 kilograms. The blonde girl couldn't stand it and shouted loudly, don't talk nonsense. My little senior brother is truly very good. She was Nin Man Man with a punching power of 203.2 kilograms. Not wasting any more time, Qi Kan started to perform. He threw a punch toward the target. After waiting a while, nothing happened. The crowd laughed even more gleefully. Little senior brother, why didn't you gather your strength? Why was the sound so quiet? Didn't you use your full strength? Are you afraid of losing face? So you're acting lazy? But before they could finish their sentence, all the stitches on the target burst, and the padding spilled out. The machine also showed the absolute score of 9,999. The others, who had been disdainful just a moment ago, were all rendered speechless. They gasped, little senior brother, this is... Qi Kan kept a smile on his face and explained, soft power. Strength isn't always about being as powerful as possible. The move I just used is called soft power, an upgrade to raw force. First, you concentrate all your power into one point, transfer it into the target's body, and then let it explode. Everyone might want to try and grasp the concept. Hearing this, Manhwa became even more admiring, her eyes sparkling as she replied, thank you, little senior brother, for the guidance. Qi Kan turned toward Ung Nok. Little junior brother, could you please go to the storage room and get a new padding to cover the strength testing machine? He hurriedly replied, yes. Chen Fu Guang walked over and asked, with your level of skill, I don't have to worry about you anymore. Recently, a big shot is looking for a bodyguard. It's just a bit complicated. Do you want to try it? Without hesitation, Qi Kan took the paper containing the information and scanned it. On the photo was a giant hotel along with the address, Tui Chao Hotel, number 617, Kim High Street, Dongthon District. Salary, 800,000 VND. That number burned into his vision and lit up. Qi Kan couldn't think about anything else. He grabbed his senior brother's shoulder and agreed immediately. This job definitely has to be mine. In front of the Thu Chao Hotel, a luxury car was rolling up. From the car, Qi Kan stepped out, looking dapper in his attire. As soon as he walked into the lobby, a series of eyes turned toward him, whispering to each other. Who is that? Looking at his outfit, he seems to be a martial artist. Maybe he's a descendant of some family here for the banquet? He must have been invited to handle security. He's a martial artist, but he's so young. Seeing everyone talking positively about him, Qi Kan smiled satisfactorily and thought to himself, just as his senior sisters had said, people really do judge a book by its cover. He recalled the moment before he arrived here, when Zhu Shunying had stopped him and asked, are you planning to wear that? He replied, what's wrong with these clothes? They're very comfortable. She was speechless and explained, people judge you by your clothes. If you dress too cheaply, you'll be looked down upon. No sooner had she finished speaking than Zhu Shunying quickly pulled out a bright red suit. She smiled and said, "It's all right. Your senior sister has already prepared this for you. This suit is from a famous designer." He took a look at the outfit. Chikan recoiled, refusing. "But this is way too flashy. It's not like I'm going on a blind date." Just then, a finger from somewhere gently tapped his shoulder. Meng Qingqiao appeared out of nowhere, holding a black outfit with bamboo leaf patterns. Seeing this, Zhu Shan-ying was very annoyed. "You crafty sister. I was clearly here first." In the end, Chikan decided to choose that outfit. When it came to aesthetic taste, he still felt that his senior sister had a better eye. All around where he stood, beautiful young girls were excitedly complimenting him. "He's so handsome. Can I get his number?" Two men following behind looked annoyed and gossiped. "Is that really a top disciple from the Tanglong dojo? No way. I've met all 6 of their inner circle disciples, even the youngest one." "I don't know." The guy wearing the red hat smirked. "Are we not allowed to recruit new disciples?" The man in the white suit turned his head and replied, "I didn't say that." Li Qi had long declared he would take 7 disciples, but the 7th disciple must be a prodigy with exceptional bone structure and talent. Otherwise, it's better to take none. As he spoke, he showed a look of disdain. "This kid just looks like a pale scholar. How strong could he possibly be? He absolutely cannot be a top student of Li Qi." The guy in the red hat patted his shoulder and interrupted, "Don't judge a book by its cover." He observed every move Chiken made and explained, "Look at that. His gait is extremely steady. Every step he takes has the exact same distance. Not an inch more, not an inch less. Even his upper body doesn't sway. Clearly, he has tremendous control over his body. His internal energy techniques have reached a high level." However, the man in the white suit still didn't care. So what? Even if he can use one part of his strength to create 10 parts of effect, he's still going to lose against 100 people, right? Seeing his stubborn attitude, the other guy didn't feel like talking anymore and turned to leave. "I'm speechless with you." At the reception desk, an employee asked, "Excuse me, are you the martial artist in charge of security?" Chikan smiled and introduced himself. "Tanglong Dojo, Chikan." "A pleasure." Without hesitation, the staff member began to lay out a diagram. "A pleasure, a pleasure. First, let me brief you on this job. We have invited 6 masters, each responsible for one area. Mr. Chikan, you are in charge of the stage area. The lighting there isn't great, so please pay extra attention." He happily took it and replied, "You can rest easy on that. Besides, there are so many martial artists here, so I doubt anyone would dare to come here and cause trouble. Right?" The employee looked worried and forced a smile. "I wouldn't be so sure. In any case, it's better to call more people for precaution. I won't say more to you. I have work to do." Watching him scurry away, Chikan also partially guessed that things were not looking good. Calling for more people is one thing, but calling 6 whole martial artists is a big deal. His eyes darted to the people nearby to observe. Furthermore, it wasn't just them. They had also hired a large number of bodyguards. Looking at their gear, they were definitely professionals. And these surveillance devices, the quantity far exceeded that of a normal hotel. Unusual events must have something strange behind them. The more Chikan thought about it, the more confused he felt. What on earth happened here that required such a massive mobilization? Just as he thought of this, the man in the white suit strutted over and asked, "Are you the new inner circle disciple? Recruited by the Tanglong dojo?" Hearing this, he turned his head in surprise and replied, "And you are?" He pointed at himself and introduced, "Amber Dojo, Li Che, Tuan. Don't worry, I don't want to cause you any trouble. But as colleagues, checking each other's skill level shouldn't be too much to ask, right?" Chikan had never been afraid of anyone, so he agreed immediately. "What else can we do?" Xiao Tan rolled up one of his sleeves and explained, "Let's engage." The so-called engagement was a way for martial artists to test each other's level. Through how he came to greet him, Chikan could tell what his intentions were. Perhaps this guy saw how young he was and didn't believe in his strength. That's fine. I could use the chance to see how strong I really am. Not far away, Hu Kuang was also present and realized what was happening, feeling shocked. Brother Chikan, why is he here?" A girl walked up and asked Bui Hu Kuang, "You know that handsome young man? Who do you think will win?" He stuttered, "This." I haven't even had a chance to let him speak. Another man with purple hair walked over. "I'll put my vote on that young man," they exclaimed. "Big brother Bui." The girl smiled and continued, "But Li Chie Toan is very strong, isn't he? Last time Bui Hu Kuang engaged with him, he got twisted until he cried out in pain." Hu Kuang awkwardly barked, "Don't poke at my sore spot." Returning to the fight, someone noticed a problem and wondered. The handsome guy's side isn't moving at all. Could it be that he's about to lose? The man with purple hair smirked and replied, "It's not that there's no movement. It's just that ordinary people can't see it. That young man's body looks thin, but in reality, it has been tempered 100,000 times and is as hard as steel. His aura is pure and clear, not the kind of person Li Xiaotan can compare to." Saying this, he glanced at Hu Kuang and urged, "Hu Kuang, after the match is over, you must introduce me to this talented young man." He replied, "Sure." Seeing Qi Kan so powerful, he couldn't help but marvel. "How long has it been? Brother Qi Kan has become this strong already. This can't be real, right, Xiao Toan? Let me introduce you to this young hero," he replied. Yes, seeing such a powerful display, he couldn't help but marvel. "How long has it even been? You've become this strong already? There's no way!" He remained oblivious to the looming danger, smirking to himself, thinking, this kid doesn't even have a shred of energy on him. He really is just a total amateur. "Kid, you'd better pack your things and go home." Based on his intuition, he judged that this person actually possessed quite a high level of energy. "You must have been training hard for a long time," he thought, a cryptic smile playing on his lips. Still, he was completely confident that he could crush his opponent. "You're still a bit lacking compared to me," he said. Suddenly, Li Qiutuan felt a wave of intense pain wash over him, panicking as he wondered what on earth was happening. Qi Kan's grip strength was steadily increasing, as if he intended to pulverize his hand. How? How is his grip suddenly this powerful? Sweat poured from Li Qiutuan's palm, his hand trembling violently. "This is bad. I can't hold on anymore." Yet, Li Qiutuan refused to admit defeat. He strained with all his might, but in that very moment, all the bones in his wrist and fingers were shattered. Hearing the cry, Qi Kan stopped in his tracks, startled. "Oh no!" He released his hand and asked, "That sound just now, was that a bone breaking?" It's nothing. Are you okay?" Li Qiutuan tried to act tough, let out a loud laugh, and replied, "Of course I'm fine. But hey kid, you really are something else. You truly are a top-tier disciple of the Tanglong Dojo. I'm impressed." Before Qi Kan could say another word, Li Xiaotuan had already turned and headed out. "I'm in a bit of a rush. I need to hit the restroom first. Brother, let's grab some tea when you have time." He looked incredibly flustered. He sprinted straight into the emergency exit. Once he was sure no one was around, Li Xiaotuan clutched his swollen arm, tears and snot streaming down his face as he let out a wail. "It hurts like hell." He slumped down to the floor, shivering and cursing. Damn it, that kid is a total monster. Outside, in the main hall, Qi Kan was still standing there, bewildered, thinking to himself, was he really okay? That was definitely the sound of bones breaking, right? Just then, Hu Kuang walked up and called out, "Brother Qi Kan." Hearing this, he turned around, startled. Hu Kuang greeted him with a bright, welcoming smile and continued, "Brother Qi Kan, it's been a while." Qi Kan exclaimed, "Bui Hu Kuang?" A while later, near the stage, through their conversation, Qi Kan finally learned why Hu Kuang was there. "So, you really are a young master? I thought you were just bluffing." Hu Kuang shyly scratched his head. "You're teasing me, Brother Qi Kan. In reality, I'm the son of my father and his mistress. If my big brother didn't value me, I wouldn't be able to live this comfortably." Not wanting to waste any more time, he went straight to the point. "So, why did you come looking for me?" Hu Kuang replied, "Earlier, you gave Li Qiutuan a real run for his money. My big brother said he wants to get to know you. He's also very talented. He actually passed the martial arts exam for the Inner Circle University." From atop the stage, a man with purple hair stood there, raising a glass to greet him. "It's him." Seeing Qi Kan, several girls also waved at him. Hu Kuang asked, "There are also some socialites and wealthy ladies who want to meet you. When do you think you'll be free?" He sighed and replied, "Today is definitely not a good time. I have work to attend to later. Besides, if they just want to get to know me, I don't have a problem with that." As he said this, he patted the other man's shoulder. "But if they really want to be friends with me, then tell them to come find me themselves. If you want something, you have to go get it yourself, not sit around waiting for others to bring it to your doorstep." With that final word, Qi Kan turned and coolly walked away. "I have things to do. I'm heading out," he said, leaving. Hu Kuang standing there with wide, admiring eyes. Qi Kan is so cool. But before he could take more than a few steps, the girls rushed over, speaking in unison. "The handsome boy is right. If you want something, you have to seize it yourself." A blonde girl plucked up the courage, held out her phone, and asked, "Handsome, let's exchange contact info." The others also started clamoring, "I want to add you too." "Me too." While they were all fighting, to get his contact information, Chikan noticed something unusual. Add me, come on. You won't lose anything. The manager didn't tell me anyone was bringing items in. Without hesitation, he moved to intervene, but was suddenly grabbed by the blonde girl. Hey, add me, big sister, she said coquettishly. I'll tell you so many things. With no other choice, Chikan helplessly gave in. You're really something, aren't you? What's your number? That's more like it. I want to add you too. Meanwhile, a strange man in a hat had slipped inside. He pressed a button on a remote, and an electronic device was instantly activated. Chikan sensed a pulse of electromagnetic energy. Is the phone shorting out? He turned his head, startled, and peered back, muttering, That's not right. Just as he thought this, everything plunged into total darkness. Nothing could be seen anymore. The guests present asked each other anxiously, Did the power go out? Wait a second, let me turn on my phone's flashlight. What is going on? My phone won't turn on either. The atmosphere grew strange. Why won't any phones light up? Is it out of battery? No way. Chikan was certain. I am positive my phone was fully charged. He calculated. Furthermore, in a pitch-black situation like this, there are dozens of people here, yet not a single person has been able to use their phone as a light. Clearly, everyone's phone is not working. Combined with all the lights going out, perhaps every electronic device has suffered a failure. An electromagnetic pulse is a high-tech measure that can destroy electronic devices in an instant. But why would the opponent need to use such a device? If it were just to kill one person, isn't that overkill? While Chikan was still deep in thought, a loud sound rang out. A series of windows shattered all at once. The blonde girl from earlier shrank back in fear and huddled against him, screaming, Something is definitely wrong. The banquet hall was swallowed by darkness, so people couldn't see what was happening. What was that sound just now? Did a glass break? Don't scare yourself. It's probably just the wind. Or someone knocked over some furniture. Does anyone have a phone with battery left? Mine is completely useless. That's not right. Where is Vuong? He was standing right next to me a second ago. Luckily, Hu Kuang still had a lighter, creating the only small source of light. His brother looked around and clapped his hands to signal everyone. The situation here is not right. Everyone, don't move around randomly. Back to back. Everyone gather together. Let's all follow his lead. Everyone did as the young Master Bui said. But before they could calm down, a blood-curdling scream erupted nearby. There's something over there. In the moment they weren't paying attention, the man standing at the very back was dragged away, his body covered in blood. What just happened? Where did Zhang go? By the flickering firelight, they finally spotted blood splattered across the floor. Blood. It was actually blood. Without a word, everyone panicked and started scrambling to escape. Seeing the chaos, young Master Bui shouted, It's dangerous. Don't just run around. But before he could even finish his sentence, a lightning-fast strike slashed through the air. A cut appeared on his cheek, blood beginning to ooze out. It didn't stop there. That creature lunged forward again with terrifying speed. Terrified, young Master Bui clenched his fists and threw a punch right at it. He made contact, sending the creature flying backward. I hit it, he thought, but instead of running away, it turned right back around. Thankfully, at the most critical moment, Hu Kuang shoved his brother aside and yelled, Big brother. The poor man behind them wasn't as lucky he got hit, and half his upper body was sliced clean off. Young Master Bui turned pale, unable to believe what was unfolding. Only now did they finally see the monster clearly. It looked like a giant insect. He screamed in terror, Run! Hurry! But the monster was closing the distance so fast that no ordinary person could possibly react in time. It's too late. Damn it. At that very second, a familiar figure lunged forward. Without a moment's hesitation, Chikan swung his leg back and delivered a powerful kick, sending the monster flying. Splat! It hit the wall. He stared at the monster, wondering, what on earth is that thing? After taking a direct hit from Chikan, the monster couldn't even fight back. It slammed into the wall, leaving a massive dent. A mouthful of green blood gushed from its maw. Seeing this, he immediately recognized it. This thing again, he muttered. Looks like all my hard training hasn't gone to waste. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to knock it back so easily. Standing behind him, the others couldn't help but marvel. That's insane. With just one casual kick, he pinned that monster straight to the wall. And where did the martial arts masters and bodyguards from the other dojos go? Damn it, they just ran away. Hu Kuang hurried over, saying, Brother Chikan, thank you for saving me and my brother. Before he could even finish, Chikan raised a hand to stop him. Don't come any closer. It's not dead yet. And just as he suspected, the monster had recovered. It charged like a moth to a flame, its eyes glowing crimson. Chi-Kan quickly sidestepped to dodge, noting, "Its life force is even stronger than last time. Is this evolution? Let's see. If I can't take it down, I'll have to retreat." Chi-Kan raised his arms, thinking it wasn't worth throwing his life away for a bit of pocket change. Just as that thought crossed his mind, he channeled his energy into a devastating Thonkin inch power strike, hammering the back of the monster's neck before it could react. Once again, it went flying. Chi-Kan's eyes glinted with killing intent, and he lunged forward. "You beast! Thinking you can just do whatever you want in the dark? I'm not the only one who can see in the shadows." As soon as he landed that strike, the scene before his eyes suddenly became crystal clear. A notification popped up. Dark vision activated. Thanks to this, the darkness was no longer a hindrance. So this skill actually grants night vision? The skill menu didn't even make that clear. I would have used it way sooner. The two traded blow after blow, leaping from one spot to another. Watching the display, Chia-Toan couldn't believe his eyes. Chi-Kan is actually going toe-to-toe with that monster. Young Master Bui interrupted. "No, look closely," he continued. "On the surface, it looks like he's just dodging perfectly, but if you look at his feet, he hasn't taken a single step back from the very beginning. His hands tightened into fists. He's protecting us." Without another thought, Xiao-Town pointed toward the fire exit and urged, "Let's go. Staying here will only distract Chi-Kan and make him worry about us." "You're right. We can also call the police and get help." Seeing everyone safely exit, Chi-Kan finally felt at ease. "Finally, I can go all out." He beckoned the monster with his finger, taunting, "Looks like you guys were having a lot of fun earlier, right? My turn to play." The monster went berserk, flapping its wings to hover in the air. Before Chi-Kan could even react, it zipped past him. When he looked down at his chest, a deep gash had appeared, blood trickling out. This beast actually had a trump card, and it's way faster now. After hitting its mark, the monster stopped, rotated its head a full 180 degrees, and let out a creepy grin. The next second, Chi-Kan felt a powerful force dragging him, downward. He couldn't move a muscle. He wondered in shock. What's going on? Am I dying? Die at the hands of a creature as pathetic as a cockroach? No way. I've spent so much money on martial arts training. How could I lose to something like this? There must be something wrong. As his body slumped, he suddenly brushed against a giant hand with sharp claws. Chi-Kan jolted awake, his eyes snapping open. He looked up to see a golden dragon with an overwhelming aura. This dragon. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. At the same time, outside, seeing him unresponsive, Thogaz. The monster took the opportunity to lunge for the kill, but before it could strike, its eyes rolled back, and it froze. From right in the center of Chi-Kan's chest, a massive wave of golden energy burst outward. Then, his eyes fully regained their focus. He felt lighter than ever. He waved his hand behind him, muttering, "An eye for an eye. Seems fair, right? Hidden dragon killing strike." He didn't stop there. Chi-Kan followed up with another move right to the monster's head, wind and cloud tail. Finally, the battle ended. The monster's head was crushed into fragments, its body standing there for a moment before swaying, about to collapse. Even Chi-Kan was surprised by the power of his own technique. He whispered, "I think I just realized something. Something really powerful." No sooner had he spoken than he heard a rustling sound below. It turned out the monster was slowly regenerating. The head? Why isn't it dead yet? Then he realized, right, even if it's mutated, it's still a cockroach at its core. Chi-Kan's face turned grim. Even without their heads, they can still survive for another 8 or 9 days. Not wanting that to happen again, he destroyed its lower torso. I guess the true weakness of a cockroach is the nerve ganglion located beneath its esophagus. Its guts were spilled out. This is it. Are the nerve ganglia of a cockroach usually this big? The others, who had been hiding under the tables, saw no more movement and crawled out to listen. It's over. It's dead, they screamed with joy. That guy killed the monster. Which dojo is he a disciple of? I want to sponsor 1 million. No, I'll sponsor 2 million. Bui Hu Kwang, hurry and take us over there to introduce us to him. The guy in the red cap smirked. Old Lee, I'm really impressed. You dare to mess with someone like that? Chia Tuan, drenched in cold sweat, snapped back. Stop mocking me. He recalled the moment just before. When this kid fought me, I bet he hadn't even used 1% of his true strength. Thank God he showed mercy and didn't take me out on the spot. Chi-Kan urged everyone, take this chance to get out of here now. I have a bad feeling about this. It's not as simple as it looks, Hu Kwang said anxiously. Brother Sam, you're hurt. A man approached them and asked, Young man, what do you mean by that? Chi-Kan replied, Are you the one? I'm the host of this party, Diep Thua Lam. Are you saying this incident wasn't an accident? He took the business card and answered, based on my observation, this wasn't just a simple power outage. It was an electromagnetic pulse. It's highly likely man-made. That monster was probably unleashed on purpose, and the goal was likely to wipe out everyone here. Thua Lam, hearing this, dodged his gaze and shouted, this must be a planned, organized assassination attempt targeting us. I will definitely have my father investigate this until the truth comes out. Chi Kan thought to himself suspiciously. Installing so many cameras, inviting so many martial artists. They clearly knew something would happen. Yet they still insisted on holding it here. The one with the problem here is you, isn't it? Everyone invited to this party is someone of status. Why would they want them dead? And this Diep Thua Lam guy, he's definitely hiding something. He looked at the crowd and said, the monster is dead, but the danger hasn't passed. We should really get out of here as soon as possible. There's no other way. Everyone move out now. Slowly, don't push. Whoever has a lighter, bring it out to light the way. Once everyone had left, Thua Lam crept over and asked, hey kid, do you happen to know what that monster actually was? Chi Kan replied, I'm just a bodyguard. My only job is to do my best to ensure everyone's safety. As for anything else, I have no idea. His face darkened as he stared at him. So, you're already probing me? It seems the situation here is much deeper than I thought. Outside the hotel lobby, things were in total chaos. Hurry and call home. Tell them to come pick us up. I want to go home now. I don't ever want to step foot in this hotel again. Sitting on a chair nearby, Chi Kan thought, what did I gain? The system notified him. You have survived a life or death battle. Body potential has been stimulated. Body conditioning XP plus 1072. You have survived a life or death battle. Tasted the sweetness of victory. Mood is extremely relaxed. Vitality XP plus 829. You have survived a life or death battle. Gained new insights into your training. Sprinting XP plus 538. You have survived a life or death battle. Aura has a stronger attraction to the opposite sex. Charm XP plus 551. You have survived a life or death battle. Precision improved. Marksmanship XP plus 518. You have survived a life or death battle. Gained a massive realization regarding combat. Combat XP plus 1539. You have survived a life or death battle. Successfully learned a new killer move. Energy manipulation. XP plus 1347. Specialization condition met. You have survived a life or death battle. Contemplated the dragon seals the sea of clouds. Visualization XP plus 1211. Not only that, all of Chi Kan's stats increased significantly. Body conditioning raised to level 7, 354,500. Vitality raised to level 5, 982,000. Sprinting raised to level 6, 593,000. Combat raised to level 6, 243,000. Visualization raised to level 4, 481,200. He happily thought, 4-digit XP and I even met the condition for specialization. Suddenly, the wound on his chest began to heal slowly. The bleeding stopped, and after a moment, it was completely gone as if nothing had ever happened. The wound is completely healed. Chi Kan felt refreshed, stood up, and stretched, wondering, what was that? Did my stats fully restore after leveling up? The system notified. Condition met. Would you like to convert basic energy manipulation into special energy manipulation? Specialize? He didn't answer right away, calculating, is this the dragon seals the sea of clouds I realized? Does this special energy have a connection to the hidden dragon style? Thinking that, he tapped accept. Look at that. Special energy. Sounds way more powerful than basic energy, right? Immediately, the upgrade was completed. Specialization successful. Energy manipulation, level 6, 2,083,000. Total XP, 6,880. Converted to hidden dragon energy, level 4, 1,884,000. Chi Kan felt his body truly changing. It was like rusted parts being lubricated. The flow of energy in his body was smoother than ever before. Not wanting to waste any more time, he quickly sat down. What a rare opportunity. Ignoring everyone running around outside, he just sat cross-legged to meditate, taking advantage of the lingering heat to practice the move one more time. Outside, the medical team had arrived. Where are the injured? Bui pointed inside and replied, the 17th floor banquet hall. Before he could finish his sentence, the scene before him froze him in his tracks. Surrounding Chi Kan's body, a golden dragon phantom had manifested, enveloping him. Time passed until that evening at the martial arts hall. Inside the room, Zhu Shangying looked worried as she applied medicine to Qi Can's wounds. He whispered, "Thank you, senior sister, for dressing my wounds personally." She interrupted, "How could this happen? It was clearly just a routine security job, and then that kind of monster pops out. Little junior brother, you're so unlucky." Li Qi also came over and added, "Security contracts for the hall are inherently dangerous. Accidents are hard to avoid." Hearing that, he asked, "Master, you are knowledgeable. Do you know the origins of that monster?" He replied, "Seriously, I'm not exactly sure myself. I only know that thing is highly likely related to the Borderlands." Qi Can thought, "The Borderlands. Are those the rifts that formed after the gods died, mentioned in the documents? What exactly is inside those rifts?" He looked tense. Li Qi laughed and waved his hand. "Don't overthink it. Surviving is a blessing enough. Plus, you turned misfortune into a gift by realizing the Dragon Seal's the Sea of Clouds killer move. For a martial artist, life or death training is truly the best teacher." Qi Can spoke up, "Master, it's not just that. I think I've finally grasped the essence of the hidden dragon style." No sooner had he spoken than he bolted upright from his wheelchair, lunging forward with incredible speed. Curious to see what was going on, Qi Can reached out to lightly touch the master's arm. But before he could even process what was happening, a surge of force sent him tumbling backward. Li Qi asked in disbelief, "Little Qi Can, have you already nurtured the dragon?" Confused, he scratched his head and replied, "What kind of riddle are you two talking about?" Ignoring his question, the master threw his head back and laughed. "Nurturing the dragon, unfurling the clouds, touching the heavens. The dragon is taking root within the young disciple's body. I've nurtured a dragon?" Qi Can helped his master up and asked, "Master, ever since this dragon appeared, I've felt my internal energy flowing much more smoothly. Is there any other effect?" Li Qi explained, "This dragon isn't just some vague illusion, it's a dragon force that possesses its own consciousness. In this way, martial arts training is no longer just training, it's like raising a dragon within your own body. This," he glanced over and said, "is the true essence of the hidden dragon style. Little Qi Can, you've obtained the key to breaking through your limits." His eyes widening, Qi Can repeated, "The key to breaking through limits?" He didn't even know what that phrase meant. "Master, what does breaking limits actually mean?" Li Qi taught him seriously. "The human body has an extreme point. Once your skin, flesh, bones, and blood are all refined to perfection, you cannot advance any further. That is when you need to break the limit. It's essentially the sublimation of your life level, recreating the body as its most fundamental component. Though you may still look human, the very essence of your life is no longer that of an ordinary person." He slapped his thigh hard and added, "Those who complete the sublimation of their life level are called Earth Immortals in Taoism, or Arhats in Buddhism. As long as there are no accidents, you can live for at least 150 years and maintain your peak physical state until you die." Qi Can worriedly thought to himself, "It seems my master's legs were the result of an accident." Li Qi reassured him, "Little Qi Can, don't worry. You've already achieved the most crucial step." He patted his shoulder and advised, "The risk of failure has been minimized. The rest is just a matter of putting in the hard work." Qi Can replied, "I understand. Thank you, Master." Sitting to the side, Shan Ying asked, "But Master, I heard from my senior brother that you were once a powerhouse who leaped over the Dragon Gate. So why did you end up like this?" The Master's face showed clear hatred, his hands trembling as he replied, "Because the dragon I nurtured was killed by someone else." This stunned them both, leaving them speechless. Li Qi didn't hide anything and recounted the story. "Back then, I lived in the North City district. I thought my martial arts were superior to everyone else's. I was arrogant and reckless, completely ignorant of the vastness of the world. Every day, Meng Bashang and I would challenge others to duels, and because of that, I offended many people. Those enemies couldn't defeat me, so they went after Meng Bashang's wife and children. I was blinded by rage and obsessed with revenge. It was a brutal battle, and countless people tried to stop me. I was fearless, killing anyone who stood in my way. For a month, I was under the illusion that I was invincible, but the retribution came soon enough. On that fated day, I was cut down by a powerhouse who severed my legs and killed the dragon inside me. My internal energy was destroyed, and I became half-crippled. At that time, there were many who kicked me while I was down. Only Meng Bashang was willing to follow me. Thinking back, he could only sigh. Later, to escape our enemies and protect Meng Qingchao, we left the North City district just like that. Having arrived here to start the Hidden Dragon Martial Arts School, Qi Can asked bluntly, "Master, don't you want revenge?" Li Qi replied, If you're asking if I think about revenge, then yes, of course I do. But my enemies are major figures in the North City district, not small fry. Here, even one of them is hard to deal with, let alone the whole lot. In short, don't worry about these things. That's all ancient history. If one day you can rightfully enter the inner circle, then we can talk about this again. When the moon was high in the sky, in the neighborhood where Chi-Kan lived, he finally returned home after a long, exhausting day. Suddenly, his phone pinged with a notification. Ting Chung Bank. Dear customer Chi-Kan, a deposit of 800,000 yuan has been made to your bank account ending in 3166. Your current balance is 800,000, 11 yuan and 3 cents. Surprised, he wondered. It hit the account that fast? That hotel is pretty efficient. As soon as he entered the house, Chi-Kan kicked off his shoes and called out, Huan-er, I'm home. But the house was pitch black. There was no sign of her. Huan-er isn't home? She couldn't be taking a bath again, could she? With no other choice, he used perception. With this skill, Chi-Kan saw Huan-er happily jumping and playing at home. Having fun, are you? After that, she climbed out the window. Is she trying to go outside? Chi-Kan rushed over to peek outside and observed a few shadowy figures not far away. He spotted Huan-er there, being attacked by two strangers. Chi-Kan exclaimed in alarm, Oh no, Huan-er is in danger. Perched on a broken wall, Huan-er raised her sharp claws and asked, Didn't you already run away? Why are you back looking for me? A masked man standing below replied, Because the infinite dragon has answered us. She asked, The infinite dragon? Ananda? Hearing this, she couldn't believe it, her eyes widening. The man stepped forward and continued, Sect leader, your natural talent is excellent. You are destined to be the one who receives the blessing. By then, we can borrow the power of the main sect to rebuild. Before he could finish his sentence, a hand reached out to stop him. Don't you see she doesn't want this? Seeing that the person who just appeared was Chi-Kan, Huan-er was startled. Chi-Kan, why are you here? He replied, I'd like to ask you the same thing. He had heard their conversation earlier. They are followers of your sect, aren't they? The man looked at Huan-er with a clear look of annoyance and warned, Sect leader, aren't you afraid that the Kangdae company will find out about this young man's existence? Of course, she was very worried about that. Breaking into a cold sweat, she thought, Kangdae company. Chi-Kan's face darkened as he stepped forward and said, I can't just pretend I didn't hear that. Seeing this scene, the man hurriedly waved his hands to explain. What I meant was, if the sect leader continues to stay at this young man's house, and it gets discovered by the Kangdae company, it will definitely implicate him. Only then did Huan-er start to stammer. But seeing her hesitant expression, wanting to speak but holding back, he felt a sense of unease and wondered to himself, is it possible that Ningfeng Na really wants to leave? But that Kangdae security company is no joke. Ever since the gods died, the world fell into chaos for a while. The government couldn't manage everything, so they handed some law enforcement power over to private security firms. They allowed them to organize and develop their own armed forces. Kangdae security is one of them, but unlike the others, it grew at an insane speed. It quickly became a giant, deeply rooted institution. Now, they don't even listen to the authorities. That makes me even more worried about Ningfeng Na's safety. Ningfeng Na turning into a cat and hiding here was already risky enough, but now the people from the Dragon Sect have tracked us down. The chances of her identity being exposed have skyrocketed. But even if Kangdae security really does come for us, I'm not afraid. After thinking it over, I made up my mind. I told her, You aren't going anywhere. Those words clearly touched her. She looked at me with those sparkling, watery eyes. Suddenly, that guy slammed his foot onto the ground and barked, Hey, kid, do you really think you can protect their sect master? I answered calmly, Things haven't happened yet. How do you know unless you try? He pointed his finger right at my face and warned me, You have no idea how terrifying Kangdae security is. People like you. A single squad would wipe you out. Before he could even finish, Ningfeng Na snapped, That's enough. If you guys hadn't shown up, everything would be fine. I never wanted to be some dragon sect master. It was all that old geezer's idea. He decided on his own to make me his successor, and now he wants me to go suffer for some cause? If you want to suffer, do it yourselves. Don't come looking for me. The girl standing behind them heard the yelling and jumped, looking back and forth with a confused expression. Ningfeng Na blushed and added, Besides, no matter what happens, Chi-Kan will protect me, right? I smiled and nodded slightly. Yeah. Not wanting to waste any more time outside, we both turned to head home, leaving those two standing there, completely stunned. At the same time, inside a room containing mutated creatures, a voice rang out. Number 1 was taken out by a 17-year-old high school student. The white-haired old man looked surprised. Even Li Changxian at 17 would have struggled to beat number 1. Is there a genius in the city even stronger than him? Doan Kai Bin, standing behind him, smiled and added, maybe. The junior apprentice brother is 17 and hasn't been practicing martial arts for very long, but this guy might be from a hidden dojo, secretly training for a long time before this shocking debut. Before he could finish, the old man threw his phone at him and walked away. Doesn't matter. It didn't go exactly as planned, but at least a few people died. Consider it a wake-up call for the governing council. As soon as the phone rang, the white-haired old man's face darkened. What's the situation with number 9? Zhuan Kaibin replied. It ate number 7 last night. It's only been 10 days since it hatched. The growth rate is too fast. The old man nodded, satisfied. It looks like number 9 is the one, with the most potential. From now on, prioritize all resources for number 9. As he spoke, he stroked his mutated beast and smiled. Also, find a time for number 9 to make its debut. That high school student. He's at the provincial high school, right? That's the best school in the province. If something happens there, it should boost support for that policy. Don Kai Bin bowed immediately. Understood. Time flew by until the next morning. Back at school, I was already there, training hard. I'll practice, get stronger, and one day, I'll be able to solve every problem. Even if I can't solve the problem itself, I can definitely solve the person causing it. I activated my mental projection, summoning the golden dragon silhouette. I thought to myself, no matter what the company is, I'll crush them all with one punch. The system notification popped up. Training session complete. Combat points gained. Body conditioning plus 331 training session complete. Combat points gained. Hidden Dragon Force plus 367 mental projection activated. Training efficiency increased. I panted, looking at my own fist. This is the Spirit Fire Fist, one of the 5 deadliest techniques of the Hidden Dragon style. It's a defense-breaking technique that infuses kinetic energy directly into the enemy's body. No matter how tough they are, it can shatter them. I have to master this. Just then, Fu Guang poked his head in and yelled, Junior brother! Junior brother! You're rich! I was confused. What are you talking about? He hugged me and said, Yesterday, didn't you kill that monster at the Shuizhou Hotel and save a bunch of rich heirs? I answered, Yeah? So? Fu Guang held up his phone screen. He had received a ton of transfers and was beaming. Our Hidden Dragon Dojo just received so many donations. It's all from those rich kids. Master said, this money is your reward, so it's all going to your account. In total, 22 million. My eyes lit up. Wow, these rich and powerful people actually know how to behave. He didn't stop there. He handed me a small notebook. Master said, since you have so much money, you won't be as stingy with your training as before. This is a plan he made for you. It says, daily, 10 big tonics, 1 kidney-nourishing soup, 1 spirit-nourishing soup, 1 heart-strengthening soup, 1 mind-clearing soup, 1 medicinal inhalants 4, body-soaking medicine 2, essence fluid 8, 28 million. I smiled and replied, that's not too bad. I've got 20 million in my hand. It's a small matter. Fu Guang interrupted. Keep flipping to the next page. I kept reading. Weekly, 1 spirit condensing pill, 800,000, high-pressure steam bath 230,000. The more I read, the more my voice trembled, and my face turned dark. Every 2 weeks, tendon loosening massage 1.8 million. Once a month. High-pressure stone room training 2 million. I couldn't even speak. They really meant it when they said, literature for the poor, martial arts for the rich. Fu Guang patted my shoulder to console me. Get ready to say goodbye to your 20 million. He grabbed his phone and said, oh, and check this out, junior brother. He showed me a trending post with a picture of me. 17-year-old high schooler kills monster with bare hands. Martial arts genius of the province. Fu Guang explained. Someone leaked the footage of you killing that monster yesterday to the reporters. Junior brother, you've become the hero of the city now. No sooner had he finished speaking than his phone rang. I was startled. You've got a call? Chi Kan asked curiously. It was a strange number calling, so he wasn't sure who it was. With no other choice, he answered the call. But as soon as he heard the voice on the other end, his expression changed completely. Before Chi Kan could even process what was happening, a loud voice boomed out. Chi Kan, do you even know how long it's been since you showed up to class? You've got some nerve, skipping school to do odd jobs and play the hero. Don't you want to graduate anymore? He cautiously replied, Why? Why would you say that? I've had some family issues lately. The teacher continued. The school sports festival starts in a few days. First off, I'm signing you up for the 100-meter dash. And you'll definitely be doing the 2 to 100, 4 to 100, 8 to 100, and 2,000 meter races as well. And there's more. Hearing this, Chi Kan understood the situation and gave a helpless smile. It seemed he had to go and bring honor to his class. Just then, Zhu Shangying waved her hand to get his attention. Seeing that, he said, "Teacher, something came up on my end. I have to hang up now." On the other side, the teacher replied, "Fine, but make sure you show up then." After hanging up, he asked, "Sixth senior sister, what did you need me for?" She stepped closer and replied, "There's a commission for you. The reward is huge." Just hearing the word "warward" made Chi Kan's eyes light up. What kind of commission? Zhu Shangying shrugged and explained, "Sparring. The client is a martial artist. They said they were curious about you after seeing the news and want to spar with you. The reward is 500,000. He couldn't believe it and blurted out, 500,000 just for sparring? A moment later, in the northern part of the inner ring, the northern zone is home to most of the high-ranking government officials and has long been known as the Noble North. They say the income of anyone living here for just a few minutes is equivalent to the annual earnings of a family in the outer ring. Looking at that luxurious hall, Chi Kan couldn't help but be overwhelmed. It was truly extravagant. The driver announced, "We've arrived." Not wanting to waste any more time, he took a breath, stepped out, and thought to himself, 500,000 just for sparring? That's way too much. But the wealthy have different spending habits than ordinary people, so to the client, this money was probably pocket change. This house is huge. It's almost half the size of a school. But when he looked closer, Chi Kan was startled, and his eyes widened. Wait, the people standing there are the two Huguang brothers? What are they doing here? He walked over and asked, "Are you two the ones who commissioned me?" Bui Huguang replied, "No, you misunderstood. Someone wanted to arrange a meeting with you through us." As soon as he heard that, Chi Kan's expression darkened, and he glanced at the other guy. "Is that so?" He quickly explained. "Chi Kan, don't misunderstand. This has nothing to do with me. My dad made me do it. I didn't dare refuse." He leaned in close and asked again, "So your dad invited me here?" Huguang waved his hands. No. Someone else asked my dad for help. I can't really explain it." Before he could finish, Bui Huguang pointed inside, urging, "Let me explain it. We can talk as we walk." He led the way for Chi Kan, saying that the person came from a government organization. "But I don't know exactly which organization. My dad even gave us extra instructions to try and satisfy your requests." Bui Huguang asked, "During dinner last night, he said he wanted me to arrange a meeting with you. Do you really not know anything?" Chi Kan replied blankly, "They didn't look for me? Could it be someone from the Kangda security company?" After talking for a while, they reached a large room. He turned around and warned Chi Kan, "Even though you're very strong, I still have to say, don't let your guard down. The man sitting inside who's already waiting might be stronger than anyone you've ever met." That person was a burly man with dark skin and an arrogant, cocky expression. "You're here, huh?" He smirked. "Chi Kan, it's nice to meet you. You can call me Son Tiu." Just by looking, Chi Kan knew something was off. This guy wasn't normal. "Hello." Based on my observations, he noticed thick scars on Son Tiu's hands. Not only that, his biceps had scars that looked like bullet wounds. The scar on his tiger's mouth and the bullet mark on his shoulder were things ordinary people wouldn't have. From all that, Chi Kan concluded that he was like someone who had served in the military and was used to killing. Sun Tio suddenly stood up slowly and said, "Well then, no time to waste. Let's start our exchange immediately." Before Chi Kan could process what was happening, a wooden chair was shattered by a powerful force. He lunged forward quickly, continuing with a smile. "And the best way to interact is to have a fight." Without a moment's hesitation, he countered with a punch swung from behind. If this guy really was from that security company, then he'd take him down. Their fists clashed hard, a direct hit. A powerful shockwave erupted all around them. Sun Tiu sneered, thinking to himself, "This kid's hand is probably shattered now." But contrary to his expectations, Chi Kan was completely unharmed. "My turn now." Hearing that, he was terrified, his eyes wide as he blurted out, "How is this possible?" While Sun Tiu was still stunned, Chi Kan launched a powerful strike into his back, a painful blow. The shockwave of the attack sent his whole body flying, head first into a large mound of dirt. Witnessing this scene, the two Bu brothers turned pale with fear. That punch from Sun Tiu. If it had hit us, our arms would definitely have been crushed. This guy Chi Kan, not only is his arm fine, but how much more hidden strength does he have? Looking at Sun Tiu twitching in the pile of dirt, Chi Kan calmly brushed off his hands, wondering, at this level, he's probably just an ordinary spoiled rich kid, right? After a moment, he finally crawled up, his whole body trembling. This punch, he said as he stood up, shouting. That felt good. Then, Son Tue looked at Chi Kan and urged him, What are you standing there for? He smiled and continued, Come on, keep hitting me. Seeing that, Chi Kan was speechless. Chi Kan could clearly see that the hit had left the back of his neck bruised red, yet he was completely fine. Weird. Feng Yun Wei could crush a mutant. But hitting this guy has no effect. This feeling. Why does it feel like that guy? Chu Ung Kun. Thinking of that, he asked, Are you a mutant? Sun Tio exclaimed in surprise. I didn't expect someone living in the outskirts like you to have that kind of knowledge. He openly admitted. My skin is equipped with a grade B defensive biological layer, a military-grade exotic substance for beginners. It has an incredible ability to absorb shock, especially when it comes to defending against the internal force of martial artists. After he finished explaining, he asked, What's the matter? Interested? Want to get one equipped? Chi Kan interrupted. Not necessary. I'm not interested. Sun Tio scratched his head and sighed. Everyone I talk to gives me the same answer. That's why you martial artists. Why can't you just face reality? No sooner had he finished speaking than he lunged forward like a rocket, shouting, Wake up, the times have changed. He clapped his hands together with a deafening bang. Just catching that sound wave was enough to make Chi Kan's ears ring. Sun Tio explained, My hands have been modified. By clapping, I can generate special sound waves that cause dizziness. So, your ears are basically useless. Plus, the closer you are to me, the stronger the sound wave's power becomes. Taking advantage of the moment, he pressed the attack with a punch. The winner of this match is me. Suddenly, a hand reached out and touched Sun Tu's chest, stopping him. He felt a body as hard as rock. He couldn't move an inch. How is this possible? With just one strike from Chi Kan, Sun Tio went flying, his chest bearing the brunt of the impact. Chi Kan said calmly, Your skin is tough, huh? Then I'll just channel my internal force directly into your body. Sure enough, this attack worked. He couldn't keep acting tough like before. His eyes rolled back, and he fell heavily to the ground. Chi Kan stepped back and sighed. Knocking someone out really shouldn't take this much effort. As he spoke, he sat down and looked at Sun Tio, who was foaming at the mouth. A light tap is all it should have taken. Upon closer inspection, Chi Kan discovered something new. The part of his chest exposed wasn't human flesh, but a metal plate. A voice transmitted from within. Sun Tu's consciousness has been interrupted. It seems he is not your match. Chi Kan was startled and thought to himself, Is there a communication device installed in your bodies? Who are you? And what do you want with me? The other person replied, Wait for me a moment. I'm coming right now. Chi Kan urged impatiently, Hurry up, I'm busy. The other side responded, I won't keep you waiting long. No sooner had the words been spoken than the two Bowie brothers ran over and asked, What on earth do they want with you? Could it be some kind of recruitment test for a mysterious organization? Chi Kan tiredly cut him off. Your imagination is way too wild. They still felt the reason was quite logical. I think it seems just like that. Noticing that Sun Tue had come to, Chi Kan looked down and said, Hey, if you're awake, get up. He couldn't pretend anymore and had to sit up abruptly. That hurt like hell. Now that I think about it, how did you break that move? Chi Kan explained. The essence of that move is using sound waves to shock the brain. I realized that I just needed to use more force to create a counterpulse and cancel it out. He asked in astonishment. More force? Only then did Sun Tu realize he had been beaten from the very start. It seemed this kid hadn't even used his full strength yet. Thinking that, he glanced to the side and ordered, You two, go play somewhere else. The Hu Kuang brothers were startled and replied, Huh? All right. Waiting for them to leave, he stood up and said, The Bui brothers aren't wrong. I am indeed a member of an official organization. Furthermore, I want to invite you to join us. Chi Kan flatly refused. I was never interested in joining any so-called official secret organization, especially not after meeting you. He continued, If it's an upstanding organization, why not just invite me properly? Why all the roundabout tricks? Honestly, I'm very unhappy with your organization's conduct. I have no intention of joining. Even if you invited me properly, I still wouldn't join. I'm very satisfied with my current life, training martial arts peacefully and improving gradually, occasionally taking on some collection missions to level up my divine skills. How comfortable is that? Sun Tue anxiously waved his hand. Hey, don't be so quick to refuse. I admit my working style is a bit unconventional, but joining us has only benefits and no downsides. As he spoke, he showed off his body. Look at this grade B protective membrane. Money can't even buy this. Once you join, You can get one for free. Chi-Kan interrupted. But you still got hurt, didn't you? Son Tio wouldn't give up, leaning in to whisper. My friend, I admit you're a genius, but you'll soon realize that the human body has limits. That feeling of not being able to take another step forward will drive you completely insane. Yet Chi-Kan still refused to listen. You're right, but I refuse. I'd rather use my pure, natural body to smash. You modified people to pieces. I find that much more interesting. Seeing him foaming at the mouth and still refusing to budge, he was so mad he saw stars and shouted, Why won't this guy listen to reason? Another voice rang out. Shut up, Sun Tio. Your recruitment skills are terrible. He was startled. Captain, the other voice ordered, look up. Just as they both looked at the sky, a figure appeared, descending from above. Looking closely, Chi-Kan recognized her immediately and blurted out, It's Ba Ya. As soon as the words left his mouth, she landed successfully, kicking up a cloud of dust. Ba Ya stood there, smiling. We meet again, Chi-Kan. You probably still remember me. Captain of the 838 Squad of the White Fang. The gorilla standing next to you is my subordinate. Sun Tio angrily interrupted. I am not a gorilla. Without hesitation, Chi-Kan rushed over and whispered, Didn't you already introduce me to Ngo Aotin earlier? Why are you trying to recruit me again now? She coughed and explained, This time, it's the higher-up's decision. Looking at the glowing object on her wrist, Ba Ya continued, Aside from recruiting you, I have a second mission. This is the monster you killed a few days ago. Do you know its origin? Chi-Kan asked seriously. A creature from the border region? She replied, Not entirely. Ba Ya explained. It does indeed have the characteristics of a border creature, for example, this core. The core is the power source for these creatures, but it doesn't necessarily have to exist in the heart. It can also be in the limbs, nails, or even the skin. As long as the core isn't removed, they can regenerate infinitely. Hearing this, Chi-Kan inwardly felt lucky. Good thing I accidentally hit it and got the core out. Suddenly realizing something was wrong, he asked, Since you already have the core organ, so why did you say it's not completely destroyed? Because I'm pointing out another grotesque creature. It's called a thousand-legged broodmother, a being from the rotting flesh pool in the borderlands. It's designated as an F056 hazard. The highest danger rating is 6.2. But hearing all that, Chi-Kan still didn't quite understand. Wait, what's a danger rating? What does the .6 mean? She asked, stunned. Don't they even teach this at the Outer Circle dojos? They don't teach that either? She turned to Sun Tio and said, Sun Tio, send him our recent combat data. He was annoyed but still followed orders, replying, It's not Sun Tio. He looked at the device on his wrist. Ba Ya blurted out, Oh, your current danger rating has already reached about 2.9 to 3.1. Chi-Kan stared blankly, not understanding, so she explained. An average adult male has a danger rating of only 1.1. Your rating of 2.9 is equivalent to 1,280 average adult males, but a thousand-legged broodmother is equivalent to 65,000 plus. Chi-Kan added nervously. Then that really is dangerous, she continued. But that's only in an extreme scenario. If the thousand-legged broodmother hasn't awakened, its danger rating is only about 1.8. Furthermore, its primary function is reproduction. The broodmother can ingest other creatures to absorb their genetic information and then give birth to corresponding insect variants. It can even eat different creatures and mix their genes together. A month ago, a smuggling group caught a thousand-legged broodmother from the rotting flesh pool and brought it out. Once we got word, we tracked them all the way until we lost their trail in the southern district of the city. At this point, Ba Ya looked at Chi-Kan, and now, through you, we've finally found a clue. He was startled and asked, You mean the cockroach monster I killed was something produced by the thousand-legged broodmother? She replied, Exactly. Hearing all this talk about cockroaches, Chi-Kan became even more annoyed. Cockroach man. Cockroach man. He suddenly remembered something. His eyes widened, and his hands trembled uncontrollably. This thing. Was it formed by fusing cockroaches and humans? Ba Ya spoke up. You must have realized it. The strength of those cockroach men is constantly increasing. I'm afraid whoever holds the broodmother is constantly improving it, and you've ruined their plans multiple times. As she spoke, she pointed right at Chi-Kan. You've become their target. Hearing this, he asked curiously, You're inviting me to join, not just to protect me, are you? Ba Ya replied, Of course not. Chi-Kan, you're only 17. You not only have outstanding talent but also the courage to face a creature from the borderlands head-on. Our White Fang Special Operations Team is backed by the agency, possessing the most professional and advanced training systems. In the entire city, we can definitely tap into your potential comprehensively, leaving no stone unturned. Chi Kan didn't answer immediately but thought to himself, joining White Fang, backed by the agency. What she's saying sounds great, but it's a pity. The system I have is superior to everything else anyway. Thinking this, he flatly refused. Sorry, I decline. Bai Ya wasn't forceful upon hearing this, just let out a sigh. No problem. I can roughly understand your mindset, she said. How about this? I will use my authority as captain of Team 88 to grant you the status of an external personnel member for the White Fang Special Operations Team. When necessary, I'll ask you to work on a commission basis. Of course, you'll receive corresponding rewards. Santio broke into a cold sweat and blurted out, Are you kidding? Chi Kan started to waver at this offer. These terms are too good, he asked. Does your agency have any divine relics? Although slightly surprised, Bai Ya quickly regained her composure and replied, Of course, one of the scientific research departments under the agency is the Divine Relic Research Institute. It houses many divine relics. If you accumulate enough merit, it won't be hard for you to own one. Hearing that, Chi Kan's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, he changed his mind. I won't hide it from you. I've been a die-hard fan of White Fang for 15 years. My dream is to become an external member of White Fang. Bai Ya shook his hand, smiling satisfactorily, and added, Pleasure doing business with you. After the conversation, Chi Kan got into a car and left. Santio asked, Captain, was that really necessary? He's just a martial arts genius. Rare, yes, but not that rare, is he? She replied, This person isn't that simple. She explained seriously, Yesterday, I had another contact with that young lady of the Wu family. Her level of regard for Chi Kan far exceeds imagination. He was startled. Wu Yutian? That God-blessed one? Still trying to find a way to remove that blessed status? She even once said that only a god can oppose a god. Bai Ya continued. Aside from divine relics, Chi Kan is the only thing she cares about. So, he must have some special quality that we haven't discovered yet. Even if it's unclear what that is, we have to keep him close. That evening, sitting in the car, Chi Kan looked at everything. He thought to himself, the city is truly, even the busiest area isn't worth a strand of hair in the northern district. Just then, his phone pinged. Yutian, come find me at the library when you're free. He immediately replied, On my way. Driver, please take me to the city library. A while later, on the 7th floor of the city library, Chi Kan arrived. Seeing him, Yutian urged him, Sit. As soon as he sat down, he drained a whole glass of water. But Chi Kan's face darkened as he asked, Boss, can't we drink something better? Just how much does this woman love soda? She smiled and replied, You don't like it? This is tea brewed from water created by that divine relic you like most. He cut her off. I choose cola. Thanks. While he was opening the can of cola he'd just received, Yutian asked, White Fang must have contacted you already, right? Chi Kan didn't intend to hide it and recounted. They invited me to join White Fang, but I didn't agree. She said satisfactorily, You did the right thing. He wondered, Why do you say that? Ngo Autin explained that crows are typically seen as an ill-omened creatures that bring disaster and death. The white crow, however, is considered a symbol of rebirth, a gentle spirit bringing good fortune, carrying with it heartfelt wishes for peace. The reason for this name is that the death rate in the White Crow unit is incredibly high. The 36th Squad of the White Crow Special Task Force has been active for over 65 years since its inception. Only 3 people have ever safely made it to retirement. Hearing this, Chi Kan froze, his face stiffening as he said in a shaky voice, That's truly dangerous. It seems like I really need to think twice about working for White Crow, Chi Kan thought, noting that his resurrection ability can only be triggered once in a short period. Suddenly remembering something, he blurted out, Oh, right. Boss, what exactly is the background of that organization? She replied, The full name of the agency is the Special Agency for Emergency Response to Anomalous Disasters. After the new era began, in order to cope with various anomalous disasters, the central government established this special organization. It operates on an independent system, outside the jurisdiction of the 5 major agencies, which is why it's also known as the 6th Agency. Let me put it this way. If you join White Crow, even if you go on a killing spree in the city, or even if you went crazy and detonated a nuclear bomb, there isn't a single soul who could arrest you. Chi Kan asked in confusion. The authority of the 6th Agency is that high. Doesn't the government worry that it might spiral out of control? Ngo Autin reassured him. No need to worry. The high-level leadership of the agency consists of 13 people, nearly all of whom live in the upper court. That really forces you to look at things differently. In that case, the sixth agency is practically the state itself. The upper court, the 5 major agencies. This background is just too intense. There's nothing more to be said. Engo Otin took her phone back from Chi-kan. All right, that's enough. The main reason I called you over today was to give you a heads up about the issues with White Crow. You can go now, he asked in surprise. No mission for me? She replied. None. He asked again. You don't want me to look at any divine artifacts either? No, Outin shook her head. No. Chi-kan remained stubborn. That's it? She said helplessly. If you're really that bored, with nothing to do, you can go clean the library. As soon as he heard he had to clean, Chi-kan jumped up like a spring. Sorry, I've got some things to do. I'll head off first. Suddenly, his phone rang. The screen displayed the caller. Do the Vi. Damn it, I completely forgot about this. He hurried off. Teacher Doe, don't worry, I'm coming right now. Scene shift to the South City District. In a stairwell fire exit, an old man with white hair sat motionless. Standing before him was a bizarrely dressed man. Master, the test subjects have all been relocated. The old man's face darkened as he replied, I didn't expect the White Crow lot to be this sharp. They actually tracked us here. How are things on the side of the plane? The man smiled and answered. Following your instructions, he has already taken number 9 to the city district-affiliated high school. We should have news very soon. As he stood up, the master reminded him, use number 9 to draw the White Crow's attention so we can continue moving the heavenly foot insect mother. He added, otherwise the target is too large. It's too easy to get exposed. The man with purple hair chimed in. The Kangduk company isn't helping at all. We have to rely entirely on ourselves. Hearing this, the old man frowned in annoyance. These big corporations are smart. They just sit back and reap the rewards. If there's a failure, they don't lose a thing. But precisely because of that, jobs like this fall to us. The man clasped his hands and asked, Master, if this is done, won't Kangduk just cast us aside like a squeezed lemon? The master replied, do you think I haven't considered such a trivial matter? A contingency plan is already in place. If we run into trouble, Kangduk won't be enjoying any peace either. At the stadium, many girls and boys were gathered, laughing and chatting, unaware that they were being watched by an unseen gaze. So much fresh, tender meat. If I could catch them all and offer them to the mother, it would be a great achievement. Suddenly, the cheering of the girls on the bleachers caught his attention. Chi-kan? Chi-kan? His gaze shifted to the opposite side, where the running race was taking place. Is that the senior? It's Senior Chi-kan. It's Chi-kan. A normal teenager like him. How could he beat the test subject? Truly astonished, the mysterious man pulled his hat down and smirked. But that's fine. You guys will be having much more fun soon. Sensing something was wrong, Lee Ka turned his head to look behind him, thinking, this janitor has a pretty fit physique, doesn't he? Is he new? Back at the competition, as expected, Chi-kan took first place. Chi-kan, Senior Chi-kan, Senior Chi-kan. I want to have your babies. Second and third place were announced. A person handed him a water bottle, calling Chi-kan. Lee Ka smiled and teased. Still interested in the girls? Chi-kan replied without emotion. Not at all. There are still a few events left. He replied. Today? There's also the 400-meter, the 2,000-meter, and the relay race. Hearing this, he stopped and asked, Relay? Lee Ka scratched his head and explained, the relay is part of the running events. So the teacher registered you for everything. Don't worry, we won't hold you back. Just as he was about to speak, a sinister feeling flashed through Chi-kan's mind. And the place emitting that deadly aura was the classroom. It smelled of blood. He used his ability to investigate what exactly had happened. How is there something like that here? Just then, inside the school, a half-human, half-cockroach creature appeared from nowhere, attacking the unfortunate students. A man-eating monster. Run! Run away, Chi-kan thought. This is way beyond anything I imagined. This is like throwing a tiger into a sheep pen, he urged Lee Ka. Call the police right now. Tell them a cockroach monster appeared at the school. He replied, Okay. There was no more time to stand around. He decided to take action, throwing the water bottle down. Run far away. Don't look back. At the entrance to the lecture hall, body parts were scattered everywhere. Blending with the dark, viscous blood, the cockroach monster hadn't stopped. It continued to move toward a girl cowering in the corner. Fresh meat. Its throat emitted a hoarse, greedy sound as it lunged before the girl could even scream. The cockroach monster lunged forward, But at that exact moment, a figure moved with lightning speed. And it was none other than Chi Kan. He slammed his foot into the ground, and with a single, sudden strike, he sent the monster flying back. The girl cried out, "Senior Chi Kan!" The cockroach monster recovered in a flash. He urged her, "Get out of here, now!" She ran off, calling back, "Thank you, Senior Chi Kan." Chi Kan braced himself, thinking, fight the monster, land the first blow, and wear its health down. The system notification chimed. Twin strength, twin speed. In the blink of an eye, he was beside the cockroach monster with a destructive punch. Focusing all his power into one point, Chi Kan unleashed his Storm Thunder technique. Once again, it was sent flying without a chance to retaliate, crashing through several walls. Just then, a figure stumbled toward them, trembling. It was Doan Kai Bin, covered in blood and looking absolutely wretched. "Save me. It's completely out of control." Looking closely, Chi Kan immediately recognized him. "Doan Kai Bin, why are you here?" Doan Kai Bin reached out, gasping, I'm from the Golden Wind Dojo. Please, help me find my master, just tell." Before Doan Kai Bin could finish, the cockroach monster shot toward them. With his agile reflexes, Chi Kan dodged to the side, but Doan Kai Bin wasn't as lucky. The monster changed direction and went straight for him. His body was torn apart in a gruesome display. Watching this, Chi Kan thought to himself, "So fast. If it weren't for twin strength, that would have been my end." The previous lethal strike hadn't even been able to kill it. After finishing off Doan Kai Bin, the monster turned toward Chi Kan again. He noticed the wound on its chest had already recovered. Incredible. It healed that fast? Before he could finish his thought, the cockroach monster lunged again. Chi Kan frantically dodged to the side. It lost its momentum and braked hard. Looking down, he realized he had still been grazed by a slash, blood oozing out a deep crimson. "I got hit by its claws while dodging, huh? This cockroach man. This isn't right. Compared to the one I met at the Shuizhou Hotel, this one seems bigger and tougher." Not only were the spikes on its arms and legs longer, but even the antennae on its head had turned into weapons. Could it be that this one has been optimized? Having no other choice, Chi Kan decided to use his surroundings, throwing a fire extinguisher at it. Looks like this is going to be a long fight. However, this object didn't faze it at all. The cockroach monster sliced it in two with a single swipe. But, because of that, the smoke inside the fire extinguisher leaked out, spraying everywhere. Seizing the opportunity while the monster's vision was obscured, he moved in, striking its body repeatedly. Chi Kan grabbed a steel plate protruding from the broken wall and shouted, "Perfect chance." Without a second thought, he launched the steel rod into the monster's head, catching it off guard. Its entire body flipped backward from the impact, green blood splattering from the wound. Just as he thought he had finished it off, its wings suddenly started moving again. Chi Kan was startled. How was it still standing? As soon as the words left his mouth, the cockroach monster vanished from its spot, buzzing rapidly around him. It forced him into a state of high alert. "It seems like it's using high-speed movement to try and distract me, looking for an opening to strike. Unexpected. This thing actually knows how to think this carefully." He used his intuition. If I can't tell which direction the attack is coming from, then it's better not to look. Using his intuition to track its movement path, after a moment of observation, Chi Kan finally discovered the direction it was aiming for behind his back. "Found you." His arm swung backward, power surging with tremendous intensity. "This feeling," Chi Kan exclaimed. "It's like when I first comprehended Wind and Cloudtail." His arm sprouted golden dragon scales, and he used his ultimate technique, Dragon-Hidden Gold Scale Shift. And yet, this cockroach monster had reached a whole new level. This attack still didn't do much. It's so tough. With such a commotion in the school, the White Crow Squad will surely arrive. Either way, I have to stall for time until they get here. The glass windows outside shattered, and cracks appeared on the walls before entire sections collapsed. Dust filled the air. Anti-gravity anomaly. Long wrong device. Baya had estimated that in less than 5 minutes, the school had been destroyed to this extent. It looks like Chi Kan is in a bad spot. A helicopter hovered low over the rooftop. She immediately shouted an order, "Move out of the way." A massive whirlwind shot up from below. The people inside the helicopter asked anxiously, "Captain, the lecture building has collapsed. Do we still go down?" Baya's expression was stern as she raised her index finger, activating her vision. The target was locked on, and the image became sharper. Baya commanded, "Go. The data has been synced to you all." She dived down before the rest of them. I'll go rescue Chi-Kan first. You guys are in charge of catching the 1,000-foot mother's offspring. Capture it alive. Sun Tu thought to himself. Is this really an anomaly made from dragon bones? Why did the captain bring such powerful equipment out? Bai Ya landed in the debris below, thinking. That energy vortex earlier was caused by the cockroach monster. The device on her back gradually shrunk. Bai Ya walked over and tapped Chi-Kan on the shoulder. He turned around. His eyes bloodshot, having lost all reason, ready to throw a punch. She grabbed his arm tightly. Chi-Kan, it's me. It's Bai Ya. The red tint in his eyes faded. You guys finally made it. With that, Chi-Kan began to sway and collapsed backward. Bai Ya quickly caught him and sat him down. Then she put medicine to his lips. This is a painkiller. It works fast. Chi-Kan, bruised and battered, warned her. Whatever you do, don't let your guard down. The red vein on its neck is spreading like a web. That cockroach man is very strong. Bai Ya reassured him. Don't worry, I didn't come alone this time. Sun Tu and Qing Wu appeared, surrounding the cockroach man on both sides. Bai Ya was very confident with them. There it was, the entire White Crow squad. Sun Tu teased. See? This is the foundation Chi-Kan laid for us. Qing Wu warned him seriously. Stop talking nonsense. Be careful, its attack is coming. The cockroach man flapped its wings and flew toward them. A low hissing sound echoed as Sun Tu swung his sword straight at it. Thanks for the heads up. The green fluid was oozing out of the creature's body. Qing Wu slashed her blade across its back. High above, Bai Ya shouted. You idiot! How many times do I have to tell you? When you strike, you have to nail the angle. Watch closely. I'll show you how it's done. She rained down a barrage of small daggers. Just like this. They pinned down the weak points on the target's body. See those glowing veins? That's where the roach man's body reveals. Its cracks. With a slash, it shattered into pieces, blood and gore splattering everywhere. Bai Ya landed on the ground, finishing her demonstration. Chi-Kan sat in a corner and spoke up. So professional, he thought to himself. Every one of her blades hit a vital weak point with pinpoint accuracy. With just one light strike, she can make the roach monster explode. A master butcher couldn't do it any better. Bai Ya really is something else. A screech came from the main body of the roach man. Bai Ya ordered, Qing Wu, stop the bleeding. Don't let it die. Feed it this. Maybe we can find the queen parasite. She delegated tasks to the others. Meng Qing Qiao, write up the mission report. While you're at it, ask the higher-ups for a tracking device. Understood. At your command, Meng Qing Qiao replied. Sun Tu came over to tease him. Hey genius, why do you look so disheveled? Chi-Kan replied. Lucky you guys got here fast. He patted his chest and revealed. Of course. As soon as the captain got the call, we jumped on a chopper from the South District and flew straight here. The captain doesn't usually care this much about anyone, you know, Chi-Kan asked. By the way, did you guys find anything in the South District? Sun Tu answered. We've only searched less than 1/3 of the location so far. Nothing yet. Chi-Kan revealed. I've got a new lead. Bai Ya was intrigued. Oh? Let's hear it. After listening to Chi-Kan's story, her brow furrowed. You suspect the roach man was brought into the school by a guy named Doan Kai Bin? Chi-Kan continued. He's the leader of a gang. His presence at the school was already strange enough. Plus, he was disguised as a janitor. It's hard not to think there's a conspiracy here. Bai Ya made a mental note. This information you provided is very valuable. I'll have Meng Qing Qiao report it to the higher-ups. She turned to call for Meng Qing Qiao, but then screamed in horror. Meng Qing Qiao, Qing Wu, get out of there. That roach man's body is regenerating. Qing Wu was the first one it attacked. Meng Qing Qiao quickly grabbed her laptop and dodged just in time. A completely intact roach man had reappeared. This left Sun Tu shocked. Rapid regeneration? Bai Ya denied it. No. It's molting. Seeing it fly away, a team member worried. Captain, it's trying to run. Bai Ya replied. It's not getting away. Chi-Kan pulled a dagger off his leg gear. Captain Bai Ya, lend me that knife. He watched Chi-Kan spin the blade. She was curious. What are you trying to do? Chi-Kan activated his twin power, twin speed, took aim, and launched the knife forward. The blade sank right into the center of the roach's chest. Green fluid sprayed out violently. Bai Ya saw this and felt itchy. Sun Tu saw the roach man about to fall and asked, Bro, you didn't just throw an armor-piercing bullet with your bare hands, did you? He said modestly. It's all thanks to the captain's high-quality knife, Bai Ya. She was seething with rage, trying to keep her cool. That knife costs over 10 million, Chi-Kan thought to himself. I used the twin power the same way before, but it couldn't do a thing to this monster. Weapon quality really does make a huge difference. Bai Ya turned and looked back at him. Noticing the bruise on Chi-Kan's arm, she realized, it seems using that technique comes with a price. Baya patted his shoulder. Let's go. Get on the chopper. I'll take you back to Tanglong Dojo first. We'll deal with everything else later. Chi-Kan agreed. All right. He sighed, looking at his arm turning deep purple. Just relying on internal energy won't heal these wounds. I'll still need the senior brother and sister to help, although I'm sure I won't escape a good scolding. The helicopter took off, leaving the place behind. Chi-Kan sat and listened to Son Teo reporting. Boss, we lost another team member. Captain, should we report to the higher-ups and request more personnel? No, she refused. There's no need. If a few more people die, our casualty rate will be too high. My year-end evaluation will drop. He thought to himself. This indifferent attitude toward death. Even if I live another life, I'll never be able to learn that. A series of notifications appeared. You have experienced a fierce battle. Body potential activated. Physical training experience points plus 1,367. You have experienced a fierce battle. Delivered the final blow. Mood is extremely relaxed. Vitality experience points plus 939. You have experienced a fierce battle. Launched an attack. Chi-Kan demonstrated maximum accuracy. Aiming experience points plus 1,211. You have experienced a fierce battle. Aiming leveled up to level 6. 198 out of 3,000. Tang Long Force leveled up to level 5. 232 out of 5,500. Observation and Imagination leveled up to level 5. 121 out of 2,000. Chi-Kan felt comforted. This experience was truly a mix of pain and pleasure. The helicopter was flying toward the modern metropolis. He activated Aiming level 6. Aiming is upgraded too. This time, I should be able to see things more clearly, right? From the helicopter, Chi-Kan could clearly see the traffic situation. Down there, I can even clearly see the people eating in the restaurant. This is just too much. My eyesight is better than a telescope. If I coordinate this with Tang Long Force, hitting a target kilometers away isn't just a dream anymore. Next time I meet a monster like that roach man, I won't even need to get close. Safety coefficient increased. While he was rejoicing, Bai Ya called out to Chi-Kan. She brought news that the South District investigation had results. So, the reconnaissance team used scanning equipment and discovered the contamination rate there exceeded 10%. Chi-Kan listened, confused. What is a contamination rate? Bai Ya was speechless and retorted, You really don't know anything. What did the Outer Rim even teach you? She had to explain it simply. For example, my left hand represents the world we are currently living in. My right hand represents the other world. When two worlds collide or intersect, contamination is created. The more serious the intersection, the higher the contamination rate. If it's just a slight collision, a one-time otherworld reality shock will occur. The contamination rate is usually between 1% and 5%. Otherworld reality. But once an intersection occurs, the contamination rate not only rapidly increases to between 10% and 30%, but the physical laws of that area will also undergo changes. There might even be otherworld creatures coming into the real world. Chi-Kan asked curiously. This is how the intersection zones were born. She denied it, saying that the intersection zones are merely byproducts created once the pollution level reaches 100%. It's not the real world, nor is it another dimension. People have struggled to define it, so they've given it a new name, the subworld. In short, a zone intersection could occur in the South District at any time. Don't go wandering near there. Understood. I'm well aware of the situation. No sooner had he returned than he was scolded by Zhu Shangying. Little junior brother, you really don't let us have a moment's peace. You come back covered in wounds every single time. Meng Qingqiao also helped him massage his injuries. However, her expression was grim. Zhu Shangying warned him, Look, even senior sister Mon is angry now. She applied the medicine to his body. If you do this again, we're really going to stop caring about you. Chi-Kan felt a stinging sensation. No, that's not what I meant. It was just an unavoidable situation. Zhu Shangying began rubbing in the medicine and scolded him as she did so. Unavoidable. My foot. Chi-Kan had to cry out. Senior sister, please, go easy. Zhu Shangying remained stern. You need to remember this pain. Look at you. Your entire arm is bruised. Who knows how long it will take to recover? He felt too embarrassed to say. I didn't want to get hurt like this either, but I had no choice. At that moment, I was the only one who could stand up and fight that monster. Zhu Shangying put pressure on her elbows and rubbed them into Chi-Kan's back. He groaned, Senior sister, please, easy. As she rubbed, she pressed her body down onto him. She was incredibly focused on the treatment. Just bear with it for a moment. This is the only way to use my internal energy to push the medicinal effects into your body. After being accidentally pressed against by that, Chikan pursed his lips and fell silent. He turned his head and thought to himself, compared to Truck, Senior Sister Mon's control over her energy is much more meticulous. The medicine quietly seeped into his skin. Not only did it not hurt, it was actually quite comfortable. Suddenly, he felt something unusual. Could this feeling be? Li Chi opened the door and peeked in, calling out, "Little Chikan?" Chikan greeted him. "Master." The two ladies immediately stopped what they were doing, their faces turning bright red. He walked into the room. Li Chi took his hand to examine him. "I heard you actually mastered the golden scales? Good heavens, you've been hurt quite badly. How strong must that monster have been?" Chikan replied, "That's right, master. Do you know of the Golden Peak Dojo?" He was surprised. The head of the Golden Peak Dojo, Jiao Hong Nguyen, and I used to exchange techniques when we were young. Back then, the martial arts of the Golden Peak Dojo claimed that one could train their limbs to be as sharp as blades. They said that fighting barehanded was the same as wielding a weapon. I was truly curious, and wanted to find an opportunity to spar with them. Chikan asked suspiciously, "You fought more than just one person, right?" Li Chi admitted, "That's right." His disciples saw their master taking a beating, and they definitely had to come to his rescue. But their power wasn't enough to break through my golden scales. On the contrary, I knocked them all down with a single punch. But in truth, their school has some real skills. If you ever truly encounter them, even if they are empty-handed, you must treat them as if they are holding blades. However, for you right now, it doesn't matter. The golden scales of our hidden dragon style happens to counter their golden peak white rainbow sword. If the opponent is at the same level, they simply cannot break your defenses. But if the opponent's cultivation level far exceeds yours, then no amount of attention will help. Chi Kan blurted out. "Is that so?" he thought to himself. Back then, after Lao Tuan used a divine artifact to increase her defense, Doan Kai Bin couldn't harm her. "I wonder what level he is at the Golden Peak Dojo." Zhu Shunying called out softly, breaking his train of thought. "Little junior brother, turn around. Your back is done, now for the front." Li Chi quickly left. "I didn't realize it before, but using energy to heal really drains your stamina. I'm out of here. I'm out of here." Chi Kan forced a laugh and asked, "Can I just do it myself?" Zhu Shunying poked his chest. "Little junior brother, what are you saying? Right now, the thing you need most is to relax. Just leave it to your senior sisters." He inwardly felt that something was wrong. Although he had no interest in women, he was, after all, a young man at the peak of his puberty. This is going too far. Chi Kan closed his eyes and asked, "The first step of the small dragon technique?" Zhu Shunying covered her mouth, teasing him. "Senior sister, look." Is he blushing? As their hands rubbed the medicine onto his body, he grew shy and flushed. It feels so cool, so soft, so comfortable. As her fingers gradually touched near his waistband, he felt uneasy. "Wait a minute. I don't think medicine is needed there, right?" Meng Qingqiao put force into her hands and rubbed her arms against Chi Kan's chest. She pressed her chest directly onto his face. Chi Kan's heart panicked. "Hey, stop using that as a testing ground." Zhu Shunying blushed and warned him. "Little junior brother." Meng Qingqiao, busy with her work, also had to look up. After seeing it, her face burned so hot, it felt like it was going to smoke. Chi Kan awkwardly said, Senior sister, this isn't something I can control. It's an involuntary bodily reaction." I'm sorry. Senior sister man." Zhu Shunying pointed at that thing. "If it's like this, we can't continue applying the medicine. You'll have to apply the rest yourself." He turned around, his face bright red. "The rest are all easy spots to reach." Zhu Shunying pulled her away. "So, apply it yourself. Senior Sister Mon and I are leaving first." Chikan sat up and sighed. To be honest, he wondered if these women were doing it on purpose. After an hour, Chikan's body felt much better. After exerting energy for so long, his skin still felt numb and sore. It seemed he had truly been severely injured this time. But, ultimately, it was because he didn't fully understand the technique. The reason for the transferring golden scales was to use internal pressure to knit the skin of his entire body together, dispersing and neutralizing the opponent's attack. He imagined that his whole body was bearing the blow together. The larger the surface area, the smaller the pressure. So that's how it is. This is the secret to the unmatched defense of the golden scales. "No wonder," Master said, "the golden scales perfectly countered the golden peak white rainbow sword. They relied on concentrated force and a small surface area to attack. Once they met the golden scales, which could disperse the pressure, their attacks naturally became useless. It was truly worthy of being one of the hidden dragon style's lethal techniques. None of the techniques were simple. He still hadn't grasped the rest, the fire essence of the blood refining and the grain flow of the tendon refining. No rush. Chi-Kan decided to recover from his injuries first. He returned home and was surprised to see someone sitting in the living room. Hoan Ni? Hearing the noise, she turned around to look. She stood up and greeted him. "Why are you back so late? Did you bring anything delicious for me?" Chi-Kan's jaw dropped in shock. "Hoan, can you turn into a human now?" He secretly found it strange. Previously, the materials in the library said that to turn into a human. "Isn't it because of that?" Ningfeng Na replied. "At noon, I suddenly discovered I could turn back on my own. But I have to leave soon." Today, feeling merciful, he decided to keep her company. Chi-Kan sat down on the chair next to her and asked, "Why do you have to leave? Isn't it comfortable here?" Ningfeng Na blushed and answered, "You know perfectly well that just being by your side is bringing danger upon you. The Kang DeLong sect security company. There are probably many things I still don't know." She took his hand and confessed, "The days I've spent by your side, I've been so happy every single day. It's like I've truly become a cat without a care in the world. Every day I just need to eat, play, and sleep. I don't need to think about any other trivial matters. But I am the sect leader of the Long sect. It's time to go." Tears welled up in the corners of Ningfeng Na's eyes. Chi-Kan pulled her into his arms and said firmly, "If I were to abandon you just because you might bring danger to me, wouldn't I be a total loser? Stay. No matter what the danger is, I will face it with you." Ningfeng Na looked up and asked, "Really? Is it really okay for me to stay?" He smiled gently and replied, "Of course." Hearing this, she was as happy as a child and threw herself into Chi-Kan's arms. A series of notifications appeared. A certain someone has generated a large amount of favorability toward you. Charm technique experience plus 668. A certain someone has generated a large amount of favorability toward you. Charm technique experience plus 784. A certain someone has generated a large amount of favorability toward you. Charm technique experience plus 851. Charm technique upgraded to level 7. Progress 131 out of 4,500. This is such a huge boost. Usually, when those girls look at me, it only goes up by a few dozen at most. Chi-Kan looked at her, acting spoiled on his lap. He had to make her sit up properly. "Ningfeng Na, I have something I need to discuss with you." Ningfeng Na didn't understand why, but she blushed. After they talked, it clicked. "So, whenever my emotions are stirred, it increases the fusion progress with the cattail ring. Until I transform into Ballader." He cleared his throat and said, "Yeah, but it's not just any random emotion. It has to be the kind that we both experienced for the first time in the bathtub when you fused." Thinking of this, Ningfeng Na was startled. "What?" She fearfully backed away from him. "What are you trying to do?" Chi-Kan said awkwardly, "It's not that I want to do anything. It's about whether you want to or not." As he reached out his hand, he saw Ningfeng Na switch into defensive mode. He felt even more awkward. "That's not what I meant. I'm asking if you want to try actively embracing this power." Ningfeng Na calmed down and asked, "What do you mean?" He replied, "So far, those who have transformed into Ballader haven't shown any abnormalities. They simply gain power. If we want to go up against a huge corporation like Bao and Kang Day, we obviously need to ensure we have as many cards in our hand as possible." Ningfeng Na was surprised and thought, "Are you actually being serious about this plan?" She continued, "Then is the source of the information about the cattail ring reliable?" Chi-Kan confirmed, "Yeah. I feel like that person has no reason to lie to me." Ningfeng Na immediately grabbed the collar of his shirt, then she pushed Chi-Kan down. "So, shall we try it now?" He panicked. Wait a second," she said shyly. "Don't get the wrong idea. I just feel that with more power, we have a better chance of winning. It's not because of anything else." Chi-Kan interrupted her. "No need to explain. I understand." Ningfeng Na blushed. "But how?" He hesitated and suggested, "How about we recreate the scene from that day?" She accepted the request and whispered a soft, They filled up a bathtub with water. Ningfeng Na trembled and let out a few soft moans. Chi-Kan's hand caught her wrist. He gritted his teeth, his face twisted in strain. Ningfeng Na leaned against Chi-Kan's chest, panting, thinking, "Is this the end?" The ring on her tail radiated energy. His eyes lit up instantly. Chi-Kan grabbed it. A notification appeared. Detected divine matter. Absorbing divinity. Cat tribe totem fusing with cattail ring. He was surprised and thought, "It has divinity that can be absorbed?" Thinking about it, that makes sense. Strengthening the fusion is essentially claiming the power that belongs to the alien god Beliter. Within the cat tail ring, absorbing divinity 33 out of 500. An alien god is also a god. So they have divinity too. Ningfeng Na happily reported, "Qi Can, I think I'm a bit stronger now." He knew that full well. I can feel it. With my current physique, even a normal person using a blade might not be able to leave a mark. Just a moment ago, she had only lightly scratched his arm, and it was already blooming with blood. She stammered, "Sorry." Qi Can suddenly remembered, "That's right. Are you just simply strengthening your physical intensity? Try feeling carefully if there's any other power." Notification updated. Absorbing divinity 100, 2 out of 200. Qi Can urged internally. Absorb a bit faster. She suddenly remembered, there's also this, in our terms. This move is called the Serpent Slaughtering Thorn. The wild cat girl warrior Ballader. One of her titles is the Serpent Slayer. She kills chaotic snakes. Therefore, I gain the ability to restrain things related to snakes. Qi Can was curious. Things related to snakes? Ningfeng Na explained. Well, dragons and snakes look pretty similar, right? So, your hidden dragon flow is also within my range of restraint. My little Qi Can. When she touched his skin, a small trace of ice appeared. Qi Can was surprised. What is this? I practice martial arts related to dragons. And you're countered me? He held Ningfeng Na's wrist. That's not right, is it? I'm just practicing a martial art called Hidden Dragon Flow. It's not like I'm a real dragon, yet I'm still countered? She said proudly, the power of a god is just that unreasonable. Ningfeng Na's finger lightly touched his chest again. Even having the word dragon in the name is within my range of restraint. Qi Can exclaimed, this is too much. An idea struck him. Wait a second, he speculated. Then, couldn't you just do whatever you want to the Long Sect? Ningfeng Na seemed to wake up, eagerly replying, That's right. I don't have to listen to them anymore. If they ever come looking for us again, I'll make sure they learn their lesson. A dangerous smirk crept across her face. Qi Can immediately pinched her cheek, forcing her to stop. Let's save that for later. Hoan En-hee nodded obediently. That night, he lay in bed, cuddling Hoan En-hee, who had transformed back into her cat form as he rested. He was busy checking his divinity status, 309. Just one step forward. And by absorbing the cat's tail, I've gained this much divinity. It's almost equivalent to a divine relic. But, what actually is divinity? If divinity is the power source of divine relics, then if I absorb the relic, the divinity should logically lose its power. Yet, in reality, the divine relics I've absorbed haven't changed at all. Forget it, I'll stop overthinking it. Time to upgrade my skills first. He spoke to the system. Switch to notification. Twin Flame. Level 3. Divinity required for upgrade. 9 out of 500. Passive ability. 2 extra lives. After death, you can freely choose the resurrection time within 7 days. Waiting period, reduced from 80 to 70 days. Qi Can realized. Just as I thought. Every level up reduces the waiting time by 10 days. Maybe by the time I hit level 10, I can truly achieve infinite resurrection. A series of new notifications updated. Active ability. 1 per level. You can designate one personal ability to have double the effect when used. Currently activated. Physical defense. Speed of action. Current choice. Physical defense. Reaction speed. Calculation ability. Concentration. Memory. Qi Can was hesitant. But how do I choose these passive effects? 3 days later, at the Tonglong Dojo. He was training. Qi Can channeled his qi until veins popped on his face, his arm muscles bulging and tightening. A notification pinged. Physical defense. Qi Can threw a powerful punch. A surge of energy erupted from the strike. He thought to himself, I didn't choose wrong. 3 days ago, I boosted my physical defense. Although reaction speed was another candidate, the 5 ultimate killing moves of the Tanglong style almost all rely on physical durability. He activated the Tanglong style combined with his strength multiplier. Let's test this out, Qi Can mused. If martial arts is mathematics, then combining techniques and force is just a different equation. With wind and thunder roll, 30 plus 30, plus 20 from physical defense. And the twin effect acts as a final multiplier, directly doubling the physical defense. Twin enhanced, the punch shattered the ground, leaving a deep crater. Looking at the devastation, Qi Can was very satisfied. The wind and thunder roll is already a technique that can double its power. After buffing my physical defense, and adding the twin effect, I'm practically invincible. Zhu Shanying arrived and called out, Junior brother, Someone is looking for you. Chi-Chi-Kan was surprised to see who it was. Hu Ren? She came here directly? She got straight to the point. I have something to tell you. Zhu Shunying irritably asked. Who is she? He replied, strictly confidential. Sorry. Sixth senior sister. I can't tell you. Hu Ren grew impatient, reminding them, Are you two done yet? My time is very valuable. Zhu Shunying flared up and scolded her. If you have something to say, just say it. What's with all the mystery? Hu Ren placed a finger to her lips. Sorry, little sister. Only Chi-Chi-Kan could hear her. Zhu Shunying pursed her lips, shaking with anger. Hu Ren turned away. Let's go. Find a place where no one else is around. Seeing her so annoyed, Chi-Chi-Kan sighed internally. I'm in trouble now. He followed Hu Ren into a private room. What's the matter? Why was it so urgent that we had to come here to talk? She answered calmly. Don't be so tense. Actually, I'm just here to deliver a message for someone else. In his mind, Chi-Chi-Kan immediately thought of one person, delivering a message for Otin? Hu Ren pressed her watch. Guessed right. Beep. An image of that person appeared. She introduced, This person is one of the 6 major tycoons, Kuk Dong, the 3rd heir of the Engu family, the Engu family's spirit blade. The sword in his hand is a divine relic, code 519, the indestructible edge. Its ability is very simple. It's called eternal durability. He was stunned. Eternal durability? The strongest weapon? The strongest shield? This concept is a bit metaphysical. Hu Ren replied, I know what you're thinking. Among the divine relics that exist right now, there's nothing like an unbreakable shield that can suppress it. Moreover, someone once used a special method on code 519, exposing it to temperatures over 10 million degrees. The result? The sword didn't have a single scratch. Chi-Chi-Kan understood the implication. So, is this a new containment mission? She shook her head slightly. 519 is not in an out-of-control state. No containment needed. He couldn't figure it out. Then what does she need me to do? Hu Ren laid it out. Otin said, It's not about what she needs you to do, but whether you're willing to do it yourself. Chi-Chi-Kan could already confirm it. Otin wants me to get it. Hu Ren smiled. The Ngu family's spirit clan will participate in the Under-19 Unlimited Fighting Tournament. If it were any other day, attacking him would lead to a serious diplomatic incident. But now, it's different. 519 has a characteristic. It chooses its master. When the person holding 519 loses to someone else, ownership transfers to the winner. Don't you like divine relics? Then go get it yourself. Defeat him in the tournament, and 519 is yours. At the same time, at the Southport district, Tatkin reported the news. Master, junior brother is extremely famous in Fong City. He won all 12 qualifying matches with overwhelming force. The reputation of our Kim Fong dojo is spreading, Hong Nguyen criticized. Winning a few matches and already getting cocky? He doesn't have a mature bone in his body. People are going to make a joke out of him. Tatkin believed that junior brother is a rare genius. Being a little arrogant isn't a bad thing. He changed the subject. Is the Boknya situation still that tight? Tatkin replied, I've silenced everyone who knew about it. Boknya couldn't get any more information out of them. It's just a pity about senior brother Kai Bin. Hong Nguyen patted his disciple's shoulder, comforting him. Tatkin, I regret Kai Bin's death deeply, but this is just a minor obstacle. On the road to success, you must look ahead. He asked about him. What about our junior brother? He replied, the path he walks is different from ours. Besides, don't let anything we've done leak to Li Thuahien. He's about to participate in a duel. Don't let him get distracted. Tatkin obeyed. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi-Kan was speechless. The fact that he was participating in the Under-19 Unlimited Fighting Tournament was clearly only discussed with his master. Because this trip included both senior sisters, they had come to Fong City. He was curious why everyone had followed him. Zhu Shunying replied, It's dangerous for a boy to be out on his own. As your seniors, of course, we have to protect our little junior brother properly, right? Chi-Kan found it a bit ridiculous. In the end, was the AI really that dangerous? You asked Ho-Ni, who was sitting on your shoulder. What about you? Are you here to protect me too? She blushed, saying that increasing the fusion level with the 3 leaders needed to be a long-term goal. Chi-Kan was surprised. Don't tell me you're addicted? Ho-Ni frantically denied it. Absolutely not. Zhu Shunying leaned down to observe her. Little junior brother, your relationship with this cat is surprisingly good. You even brought Hoan and He along when going out for the tournament. Hoan and He showed her attitude. Meow. I just want to be with Ki-Kan. What does that have to do with you? Zhu Shunying suggested. It's very difficult to train him while you're around, isn't it? Why don't we just leave her at the hotel? Hoan Ni immediately protested. If you dare leave me at the hotel, I'll run away from home. Chi Kan looked at the two of them. Not knowing how to balance things, he hung his head and replied, "Fine, fine. Are you both happy now?" On the bustling city streets, they walked inside a building. Zhu Shunying used a small stick to tap hard on the table. "Get ready for a lecture. Listen closely. Based on your current level, you absolutely cannot defeat the Engu Jia Lin tribe." Chi Kan sat below and asked, "May I ask, sixth senior sister, what is my current level?" She roughly estimated, "About level 3. He asked further, "Then, is this level special to Feng Than?" Zhu Shunying replied proudly, "How could it be? This is something I invented myself." Chi Kan's jaw dropped in shock. "Oh?" She analyzed it further. "My judgment is well-founded. The Engu Jia Lin tribe members start their training at age 10 and become chief disciples in just 5 short years, entering the sect at 10, becoming a chief disciple at 15, receiving the title at 18, and 3 years later receiving a title under martial arts. His strength is on par with our first senior brother. Do you think you could defeat our first senior brother right now? Even though you haven't been in the sect for long, there is still a significant gap compared to him. If we fought now, you would suffer a crushing defeat," Zhu Shunying continued. "I suppose you know your place. But the main point I want to make isn't actually that. The Infinite Regulation Combat Tournament. The U-19 is the only global combat tournament that allows the use of weapons. The intensity of the weapons will affect the outcome of the competition, to a very large extent. The participants' strength is also related to their own proficiency with the weapon. Junior brother, if you wanted to choose a weapon that fits you, which one would you choose?" Chi Kan answered confidently, "I'm not choosing anything. I only believe in my own fists." She raised an issue. "If I said the Engu Jia Lin tribe members wield weapons as powerful as our 9 first senior brothers, would you still stick to your opinion?" He was stunned. The 9 people looked at the words Zhu Shunying had just written on the board. Chi Kan was shocked. Sword-wielding, 9-section slash. He silently imagined it. Although he had never fought the first senior brother, he has long since mastered all the killing moves of the Tanglong school. Even if I trained the Kim Lan technique to the extreme, I'm afraid it would be difficult to defend against one of his full power blows. If 9 people like him attacked simultaneously, there would only be one outcome. Chi Kan glanced at his fists. "I would definitely lose." Zhu Shunying addressed this problem. "Ring, ring, ring. The savior has arrived. Little junior brother, take a look at this." He received the item wrapped in black cloth. Chi Kan weighed it and praised, "A fine blade." She was surprised. "How did you know it was a blade?" He unwrapped the cover. "It told me itself. I don't know how to describe the feeling. It's like it's calling to me, saying it wants me to use it." Zhu Shunying was delighted. "That's wonderful. You've been in the sect for so long, and I've never given you anything. Take this blade and use it to participate in the U-19. He asked hesitantly, "Senior sister, can I ask approximately how much this blade is worth?" Zhu Shunying calculated. The main material of the blade is dragon bone iron. Other materials include refined stone, moonlight silk, and tiger blood amber. Plus, it was forged by Master Haku Tich." She smiled and gave a number. "Around 20 million. This figure left him stunned. A light gesture was already his entire fortune. "I really don't understand the world of the rich," he replied. "Thank you, Senior Sister Truk. I'll accept the blade then." Chi Kan tried using the blade, although he had a weapon. He felt a bit uncomfortable. It wasn't like in a game where you could just pick it up and use it directly. Suddenly, danger struck. He easily detected it. Chi Kan raised the blade to block the spraying water. Li Chi shouted, "Pathetic." He was surprised. "Master?" He clasped his hands and asked, "Master, may I ask, within the martial arts of the Tanglong school, do we have any connection to the use of weapons?" He lifted a teacup on his wheelchair and poured the water inside out. "The techniques of top-tier martial arts are basically interconnected. Moves that can be done with fists and kicks can definitely be done with weapons as well." Chi Kan was astonished. Just by using the tea, he had pierced a hole in the floor. Li Chi continued, "The tournament is extremely urgent. You really need to learn a powerful killing move." He stared blankly at the scene before him. Li Chi swung the blade, and a powerful intent slashed out. Chi Kan felt as if he were on a battlefield. He looked blankly at his own hand. Chi Kan's hand had been severed. He panicked. "Is this?" Chi Kan looked down and saw himself standing on a small mountain piled high with his own remains. Thick, coagulated blood covered the space. Returning to the present, Chi Kan's face was pale, and his breathing became heavy. Li Chi asked with a smile, "How do you feel?" Chi Kan had vaguely guessed that this was killing intent. Li Chi revealed, This Asura blade intent is the result of applying chi to the extreme. It can rely on mental consciousness to influence others. Chi-Kan asked, confused. Is this science? He asked with a smile. Our Tang Long school doesn't move a muscle, yet we can call forth a dragon. That's not scientific either, is it? If you want to learn weapons, then I will teach you the Asura blade intent. Even without a specific body technique or killing move, wielding a blade based on blade intent is no small feat. Come on, let's begin now. Chi-Kan hesitated. Master, are you perhaps overestimating me by sparring with me? Li Chi turned his wheelchair to make way for her. What are you thinking? Obviously, Meng Qingqiao will be sparring with you. You don't need to think about any moves. You just need to put your absolute killing intent into attacking Meng Qingqiao. Chi-Kan immediately rushed forward. His opponent was his senior sister. When you're strong, there's really no need to go easy. A blade of pure killing intent slashed toward Meng Qingqiao. She quickly raised her hand, brought it down hard on the back of his neck, and stopped. A clean victory. Chi-Kan gripped his sword hilt, demanding that Meng Qingqiao go again. Watching Chi-Kan begin to master the blade, Li Chi silently praised the kid. Even so, you have quite a natural talent for using weapons, don't you? At this rate, within at most 4 days, you might just be able to grasp the basic principles. Outside, someone is calling for Li Chi, claiming to be from the Kim Fong dojo. They've stormed in. Looks like they're here to cause trouble. The person who just reported the news was pushed away by a hand. Thua Hien walked in and challenged Chi-Kan to a fight to the death. You don't even know who they are. Who are you? He introduced himself. I am Li Thua Hien, a senior disciple of Kim Fong dojo. If I win against you, you have to answer me one question. Chi-Kan remembered Li Thua Hien. He recalled that name was on the list of contestants that Outin gave him number 58, Li Thua Hien. He's actually related to that cockroach-linked dojo? Li Chi ordered Chi-Kan to spar with him. You hesitated, but your master calmly reassured you, don't worry, this is my turf. Chi-Kan immediately agreed. Then, I'd appreciate your guidance. Actually, Chi-Kan had already read the news about him. Today's headline. Than Than City News, a 17-year-old mid-level martial artist has defeated a human monster. He thought to himself, this is the teenager who defeated number 1 and number 9. He warned Thua Hien, he's very strong, you must be careful. Thua Hien arrogantly replied, senior brother, don't worry. I've met plenty of kids who are all bark and no bite. He walked over to confront you. Kid, I'm only 1 year older than you. If you don't mind, you can call me Brother Lai. Don't worry, as your elder, I'll hold back a bit. After all, this is your turf. It wouldn't be good if you lost face. Chi-Kan threw his sword aside. You sure talk a lot. Your figure began to shift. Thua Hien was stunned. Did he disappear? Chi-Kan had moved behind him. Where are you looking? The corner of your mouth curled up. Thua Hien dodged it. He had already expected it. Rings of energy wrapped around Chi-Kan's arms. Their fists collided, the force rippling outward. After one round of exchanging blows, both retreated. Thua Hien's footsteps slid long across the ground. Seeing an opponent with real strength, he was thrilled. Kid, you're not simple. Chi-Kan had witnessed the Kim Fong white rainbow sword technique. It truly lived up to its reputation. Thua Hien began to get serious. This is truly amazing. It's my first time sparring with a martial artist. Previously, my opponents were either robots or cockroach monsters. He charged at you again. Finally, meeting a decent opponent, Thua Hien was unusually excited. Chi-Kan used his arms to block that heavy strike. Golden scales covered your hands to protect your skin. Thua Hien was shocked. Golden scales? You're only 17. How could you have cultivated this? Chi-Kan threw a punch, saying, enough talking. To teach him a lesson. You unleashed a series of rapid-fire punches. Li Chi cheered. Little Chi-Kan, keep it up. Zhu Shanying was surprised. The little junior brother's progress is just too great. You were secretly evaluating your opponent. Could it be that practicing the Kim Fong white rainbow sword enhances the physical strength of the practitioner? If it were anyone else, taking 2 or 3 hits would be their limit. Li Thua Hien had taken at least 10 hits, but he didn't seem to budge, like a human block of steel. Chi-Kan noticed an opening at his abdomen, so you activated Twin Souls, making your fists even more powerful. Just then, someone ordered you to stop, and Chi-Kan immediately backflipped away. Hong Nguyen stepped out to protect his disciple. Little brother, this is just a spar. Is there a need to kill him? You asked coldly. Are you people from Kim Fong dojo insane? One guy storms in, mumbling about wanting a fight to the death, and another says it's just a spar. You tell me not to kill him? Why don't you guys go back, discuss it properly, and then come back? Hong Nguyen was left speechless, his eyes staring at you like knives. Li Chi laughed gleefully. No wonder he's my apprentice. He changed his expression, glaring at the uninvited guest. But really, Hong Nguyen, my disciple isn't wrong. You're the ones making a fuss, and you're the ones talking about peace. This is a bit uncalled for, isn't it? The two masters glared at each other. Thua Hien bowed his head in shame. He sighed, feeling utterly miserable. Hong Nguyen, thick-skinned, continued. I heard your disciple will also participate in the U-19 free martial arts tournament. How about I spar with him? Zhu Shangying, with a short fuse, retorted. What do you mean? You people from the dojo were rude first, and now you want to attack my junior brother? Li Qi stopped her, then asked you. Little Qi Can, what do you think? You pondered. Sparring with this old guy might help me grasp the essence of the Kim Fong White Rainbow Sword, but what if he has ulterior motives? Earlier, Li Qi had guaranteed, don't worry, this is my turf. You felt more at ease. That's right, Master is here. There's really nothing to worry about. Qi Can made his decision. You grabbed the hilt of your sword and took a stance. Then, Senior, please guide me. You stood on your tiptoes, used your momentum, and leaped high. Hong Nguyen kept his hands behind his back, tilting his body to dodge the strike. His eyes narrowed, evaluating his opponent. Hong Nguyen watched you reveal a weak point. This kid is still too young. He intended to strike your shoulder. Qi Can rotated your wrist, raised the sword, and slashed at him. Hong Nguyen blocked the move. Qi Can's sword strikes came in quick succession, and you successfully left a scratch on his face. Hong Nguyen was stunned. This kid actually has talent in using weapons. I must find a way to take him and make him a specimen. The system announced. New skill updated. Can now unlock weapon skills. Level 1. 128 out of 300. Qi Can realized. It really takes a professional to unlock a new skill in one move. You invited Hong Nguyen. Senior, let's go again? He waved his hand, refusing. No. I should just take this useless disciple of mine back to treat his injuries first. You turned to him. Fine, Li Thua Hien. We'll meet on the arena floor. When that time comes, don't underestimate me. He gritted his teeth in anger. Fine, let's go. Seeing Qi Can return, Truk Zhu Shanying scolded him. Little junior brother, you're too good. You even made him back down. You replied, I was just telling the truth. At that time, Li Thua Hien's chi hadn't fully converged yet. He seemed to have blocked my attack, but in reality, he was heavily injured, which meant he could only defend afterward. His true strength is no less than mine. Li Qi, hearing this, praised him satisfactorily. Meng Qing Qiao, get me my sword. This little kid, Qi Can, has a better eye for things every day. He stood up from his chair. Then, let's push him a little further. Meng Qing Qiao handed the sword to Li Qi. He grabbed his sword hilt, and countless streaks of lethal intent slashed out. Qi Can pursed his lips, thinking, so, this is the Asura blade intent. His hand, gripping the sword, was trembling. Beads of sweat rolled down his face. If I want to comprehend the Asura blade intent, Qi Can's blade intent manifested as a fierce, raging dragon. Then I have to be ready to face death. Their two blades clashed, sparks flying. They held that standoff position. Zhu Shanying, curious, asked, It's been 3 minutes already. Master and junior brother, what exactly are they doing? Chen Fuguang appeared out of nowhere. They're sparring in the mental realm. Where the hell did he pop out from? If you want to counter killing intent, the only way is to unleash a stronger, purer killing intent. With the resolve to annihilate your opponent, the blade you strike with is naturally unstoppable. The power was terrifying. They were locked in an intense blade duel. His eyes turned blood red. Chen Fuguang saw it and knew the little junior brother had already learned the Asura blade intent. A series of notifications popped up. You are engaged in combat training. Weapon skill EXP plus 88. You are engaged in combat training. EXP. Visualization plus 38. You are engaged in combat training. Physical conditioning plus 73. You are engaged in combat training. Hidden Dragon Force EXP plus 66. Visualization. Level 5. 688. 2000. Asura Blade. Intent. Level 1. He muttered. Truly promising. A genius like that. Just how far can he really go? Over on the other side, Thua Hien was kneeling, listening to Hong Nguyen's scolding. Tell me, why did you go cause trouble before the tournament? Li Qi, even I have to give him a bit of respect, and you dared to go wreck his training ground? He was scolded to the point of tears. Master, I already know what happened to senior brother Kai Bin. Senior brother Kai Bin treated me very well. He died for no reason. I can't just pretend nothing happened. Why did he die at Qi Can's training ground? What exactly happened between them? I just want to find him and ask clearly. Hong Nguyen promised. Good child. If you win the championship at the free martial arts tournament, I will tell you the whole truth, plain and clear. Getting this assurance, Thua Hien finally replied obediently. Yes. Chi Kan went to the bamboo forest to practice his blade. In his mind, he relived every opponent he had fought. Chi Kan kept his eyes closed. When he opened them, they burned with resolve. The first strike slashed through the phantom of the first opponent. The second was for Thua Hien. The third was for the last guy. Chi Kan sliced every falling leaf in two. Notifications kept popping up during his training. You have comprehended the Asura battle intent. Weapon skill EXP plus 667. During blade practice, you have comprehended the Asura battle intent. Weapon skill EXP plus 689. Weapon skill increased to level 3, 290800. He thought to himself, is it really that easy to gain EXP without actual combat? Epiphany is truly powerful. If I could have an epiphany like this a few times a day, why would I even need to go out and cause trouble? I'd be invincible. Just lock myself away and grind for a few years, and I'd be the strongest, right? It's just that the state of mind for the Asura blade is extreme. The Asura is all about slaughter and wielding power to wipe out everything, but it lacks the autonomy to stop itself. I don't want a day to come in the future where I point my blade at the people I love. With visualization, I can modify the Asura blade intent later. While he was deep in thought, his phone buzzed in his pocket. Chi Kan answered, wondering who would be looking for him so early. He said, hello? Hearing the other side, Chi Kan was surprised a contract. He arrived at the pre-arranged meeting spot. A professional manager, Jiang Tu V, was there to greet him. Hello. I am Jiang Tu V. From today on, I will be in charge of all matters and arrangements regarding your participation in the Under-19 martial arts tournament. She led him inside. I'm taking you to handle the paperwork now. He asked curiously. Excuse me, what is that on the wall? Tu V revealed. This is where we post the list of champions for all previous Under-19 martial arts tournaments. Chi Kan looked up at the items on the wall. His eyes caught a photo of the 19th Under-19 champion, Suzuka Otogi. Chi Kan's face darkened. That's Suzuka Otogi, he asked. Miss Vi, how much do you know about this guy? Jiang Tu V said, a little. His name is Suzuka Otogi. He was last year's champion, so he gets a direct pass to the finals this year. His poster is here too. Suzuka Otogi is the third successor to the Otogi Zaibatsu conglomerate and the legitimate heir to the Sosorio school. Chi Kan was surprised. Sosorio? She confirmed. That's right. This is the war god of the Far East, Sakano Tamaramaro. The Otogi family are his descendants. He used the name of his sword, Sosorio, to found the Sosorio Martial Arts School. Sosorio is famous for its lightning-fast strikes. At the highest level, you can strike 1,000 times in a single second. Chi Kan latched onto that. 1,000 strikes in a second? He activated visualization, secretly wondering if that kind of speed really existed. Otogi's sword techniques played out in his mind. Chi Kan was stunned it was fast, but he used twin speed to swing his sword and block it. Chi Kan felt more confident. Based on his dynamic vision and twin speed, he could actually keep up with his rhythm. Tu V saw him standing still, staring at nothing, and wondered, is this kid already figuring out how to beat Suzuka Otogi? He's so young, yet he's already set such a genius as his target. It's both pitiful and passionate. She offered some encouragement. Little brother, even though Suzuka Otogi is a genius, as long as you train hard, you can absolutely become his successor in the future. Keep it up. Chi Kan gave a forced smile. Thanks. Jiang Tu V's look made him realize immediately this lady must have misunderstood something. Jiang Tu V went back to her desk. She handed the form to Chi Kan. Since he joined the club through special channels, once he signed the contract, he would become an official athlete. Inside, the terms stated that official athletes would receive a monthly salary of 180,000, currency unit implied, along with the benefits package for contract employees participating in the unlimited martial arts tournament for the under-19 age group. This contract is valid for 1 year. With a monthly salary of 180,000, excluding bonuses, during the tournament, participants will be considered employees of the U19 company and receive the same benefits. All prize money earned in the competition belongs to the athletes. While the U19 company will be responsible for taxes, he signed his name and thought to himself, the organizers are quite generous with the compensation for the contestants, right? When handing the form back to her, Tu V suddenly remembered, that's right. The rules for the under-19 category are a bit different from other contact sports, so you should probably get familiar with them before the match. You're wondering what's so different. CV explains. If your next match is against an opponent so strong, they're nearly impossible to beat a real powerhouse, you're actually allowed to withdraw from the competition at this stage. But withdrawing doesn't mean you're eliminated. We have a revival round. If you can just survive until the very end, in the revival zone, you earn the right to challenge the champion. Chi-Kan thinks to himself, if I decide to quit, right at the start, and head straight to the revival zone, wouldn't I be able to reach the finals without even breaking a sweat? Nah, forget it. Even if that's a clever strategy, what if someone else is thinking the same thing? Wouldn't I just run into trouble sooner than expected? Sivi is secretly determined. He's so handsome. I am going to train him to become the greatest dark horse in history. You report back to Sister V. That's all for today. Jiang2 V advises, if you have any questions at all, don't hesitate to reach out to me. By now, Chi-Kan has reached the bathhouse area. He thinks, Otogi is much stronger than I imagined. Beyond his speed, his weapon skills are top tier too. If I want to take him down, I've got to work way harder. Something over there catches Chi-Kan's attention. Two guys are hitting on a girl. Hey, come hang out with us. We're dark horse contenders in the under-19 martial arts tournament. If you come with us, you can buy whatever you want later. Once we win the championship, you'll be the champion's wife. By then, you'll be a huge celebrity in Fengthan. Chi-Kan realizes, is this the quality of an average contestant? No wonder Ao Tin didn't let me join the preliminary round. Looking at the energy radiating from the girl's neck, he's shocked. Wait, that girl is. Chi-Kan recognizes her. She is the older cousin of the original body owner, Teet Van. Teet Van is outgoing and pretty. Ever since they were kids, she's always been the school beauty. And on top of that, she gets top grades. But she's not the person Chi-Kan sees on the surface. She often sleeps in, plays games, and pulls little tricks. Her character is actually quite poor. She even uses his name to scam people. Teet Van used to tell other girls, whoever treats me to lunch today, I'll introduce you to my younger cousin. The scary part is, whenever she faces a crisis, she always has an unexpected way to solve it. To deal with these two annoying guys, Teet Van summons a plant. Tentacles erupt from the ground, wrapping around one guy's wrist. The other guy gets his neck squeezed tight. The tentacles pull the two of them together, face to face. Teet Van tells them, come on, give me a smile. She happily watches this scene. How loving, right? This is the most important moment in your lives. Don't make those faces. The two guys are so ashamed they want to die. Teet Van finds it even more hilarious and can't stop laughing. Chi-Kan can't help his curiosity and calls out, sister, what is that plant? It immediately burrows back underground. Teet Van is delighted to see him. Oh my, isn't that little Chi-Kan? Why are you in Fengthan? It's been a year, and you've grown even taller. And what's with your face? Did you get some work done? She even pokes his pectoral muscles. These muscles, he gestures to the side. Enough already, sister. I just wanted to ask you, what was that thing that went into the ground just now? Teet Van dodges the question. What? What are you talking about? I have no idea. Chi-Kan's face darkens, thinking, this girl. She's so shameless about denying it. Teet Van is curious, but keeps talking. Anyway, little Chi-Kan, what are you doing in Fengthan? It's his turn to stammer. Crap. Before, he was afraid his cousin would worry, so he didn't tell her about his martial arts training or joining the competition. Teet Van sees this and changes her attitude. Oh, little boy, you've grown some feathers, haven't you? You didn't even discuss such a big thing as martial arts training with your sister. Chi-Kan sits silently as she scolds him. She continues, but honestly, I never thought you'd take the path of a martial artist. From now on, are you going to throw hands with people at the slightest provocation? This makes me very uneasy. He proudly boasts, sister, since I've chosen this path, sooner or later I'll have to face these things. Plus, I'm actually really strong now. Teet Van immediately demands, words are easy. I don't know what your real skills are. How about I test you myself? Chi-Kan is stunned. How are you going to test me? She points ahead. See that lighthouse? Let's race to see who gets there first. If you beat me, I won't say another word about you practicing martial arts. Chi-Kan, being reckless, thinks, it's just a run. What could be hard about that? He agrees. Fine. Don't go back on your word then. They get into position. Teet Van shouts, ready. And as her hand drops, she yells, go. Chi-Kan immediately activates his twin speed, bolting forward. Meanwhile, Teet Van is behind him, plotting. A sharp branch sprouts from the ground, blocking his path. Chi-Kan dodges. I knew she'd pull a dirty trick. He grins. It's only just begun. He starts to struggle as they attack in waves. Can these weird plants just stop? A branch seizes the chance to strike at Chi-Kan's arm. Tiet Van jogs past him casually. Keep it up, little brother. He activates his inspection eye. Among the branches surging up, Chi Kan spots a gap. There's an opening. Tiet Van sees him heading that way and secretly rejoices. He fell for it, she says smugly. It's over. A giant tree branch erupts, blocking his path. Chi Kan is startled. This is a bit too theatrical, isn't it? Looks like I have to show some real skill. He instantly accelerates, breaking through the perimeter. His strength takes the form of a giant dragon, attacking those tentacles. Tiet Van's jaw drops, stunned to see such power. By the time he reaches the finish line, he's exhausted, and his clothes are shredded. His breathing is ragged. Tiet Van praises him. That last move was actually not bad, little brother. He can't figure it out. What kind of magic did she use? She smiles and answers, Magic? If I really knew that, it'd be great. I am in existence, chosen by the Lord of the Myriad Flowers. Little Chi Kan, if one day I was no longer me, would you still call me sister? Chi Kan is suspicious. What are you talking about? He thinks to himself, the Lord of the Myriad Flowers? Why does that name sound like a god-level entity? Does she have a connection to a divine relic? If so, that would explain her strange abilities. Seeing him look worried, Tiet Van pats his shoulder hard. What are you thinking about? I'm just messing with you. Besides, you came to Fong Thon and didn't even treat me to a meal. Let's not be picky, let's just grab something to eat at the hotel you're staying at. Wait, didn't you invite me to dinner? Ning Fengna grumbled to herself, waiting at Chi Kan's place until late at night, yet he still hadn't returned. Could he be out on a date with some pretty girl? She wondered, ears perking up when she finally heard him arrive. As she opened the door, she snapped, What time do you think it is? Huh? Even if you brought me fried chicken today, don't think I'll let you off the hook. Standing outside the door, Tiet Van was leaning against him, completely wasted. Is this your room? The woman asked. Chi Kan chuckled. Yeah, stay the night. Seeing this, Ning Fengna erupted in a fiery rage. Chi Kan! That shout snapped the two of them out of their drunken haze. Chi Kan hurriedly pleaded. Ning Fengna, listen to me. It's not what you think. Actually, Tiet Van just smirked. She draped her arm around him. Chi Kan, who is she? Why is she in your place? Chi Kan felt a cold chill. What was this woman trying to pull now? Ning Fengna, you've got it all wrong. Chi Kan. What? What exactly is the relationship between you two? Tiet Van ran her hand over his body, purring. Do you even have to ask? Chi Kan, honey, how much longer are we going to wait out here? Chi Kan realized this sister of his was only out for her own fun, not caring if she got him killed. She dragged him inside. Come on, let's go in. Chi Kan tried to explain. Ning Fengna, seriously, she's my sister. Tiet Van put her index finger to his lips, leaving Chi Kan stunned with her next words. Sister? What sister? I told you to call me Tiet Van, didn't I? Oh, this is bad. She's really taking this too far, Chi Kan thought with a forced laugh. Ning Fengna, it's really not like that. She is genuinely my sister. Tiet Van was still having too much fun teasing him. Yeah, call me whatever you want. Now, can we go inside already? Ning Fengna immediately grabbed him by the collar. She threatened. Chi Kan, if you dare take one more step in with her, don't you ever come looking for me again. Tiet Van sensed trouble. Oh crap, did I go a bit too far? Chi Kan's face darkened, and he demanded. Sister, if you don't explain this clearly today, don't even think about going back to school. That attitude actually made Tiet Van nervous. She laughed awkwardly and pointed toward the room. Let me just use your bathroom for a second. Once Ning Fengna learned the truth, she was surprised. She hadn't expected the woman to actually be his sister. Earlier, Tiet Van had draped an arm around her affectionately, saying, Don't worry, I really am his sister. I'll tell you all about how he used to wet the bed when he was 10. Chi Kan thought helplessly. In this whole world, she's the only one who can spread rumors like that without even blushing. She asked further, I heard your sister is studying in Fong Thon. Which school is she at? He asked back, confused. Why do you want to know that? Ning Fengna replied, It's nothing. I just noticed she has a really strange scent on her. Chi Kan misunderstood her meaning. She's just very obsessed with her appearance, so there's no way she wouldn't bathe. Ning Fengna snapped impatiently. That's not what I mean. Anyway, I feel like I've smelled that scent somewhere before. He remembered that strange item. Could it be related to plants? Suddenly, it clicked for her. Ah, I remember now. An image of a woman appeared in her mind. Ning Fengna revealed, It was the Hoa Than sect. When I was the leader of the Long sect, the Than Hoa sect sent someone to discuss an alliance. Chi Kan was puzzled. Your beliefs aren't the same, so how would you form an alliance? Wouldn't you just end up fighting? She replied, I thought the same thing back then. After I refused her, she pulled out a potted plant. It looked ordinary, but the strange thing was what she did next. She recited a chant, and it wasn't a normal plant anymore. She gave it to others to inspect, and the detection glass showed it had divine properties. Ningfeng Na continued. It had turned into a divine object. Qi Kan was just as shocked as Ningfeng Na was at the time. How is that even possible? She sighed and admitted, but it really happened. After that, the person from the Hoathen sect saw we didn't want to ally and took the plant away. We never had any contact after that. And the scent on your sister is exactly the same as that person's. Qi Kan wondered, could it be related to the master of Non-Hong Van Diem, Tin? Perhaps she knew about all this. He heard a noise someone was coming. Heavy, aggressive footsteps. It didn't look like a friendly visit. Qi Kan instructed Ningfeng Na. She's in the shower. Go call her so we can get out of here. She shifted back into a cat. The transformation time must have been up. He sighed helplessly. Guess I'll have to do it. Qi Kan had a plan. He originally intended to fuse more deeply with Ningfeng Na tonight, but this guy ruined everything. He knocked on the bathroom door. Sister, something's happening outside. Get out here, fast. Qi Kan heard the person coming up the stairs. He knocked more frantically. The footsteps were getting closer. Tiet Van opened the door. Are you deaf? He thought about her being in the shower. Would he really have to barge in? Sister Tiet Van seemed careless, but in reality, she was very attentive to these kinds of things. Qi Kan reached for the doorknob. After this, I'm definitely going to get a beating. Fine, let them hit me. Better than getting attacked while naked. The doorknob clicked as he turned it. Qi Kan shouted, Sister, we're in danger. You and Ningfeng Na need to. But the room was empty. He was stunned. Where did she go? Qi Kan activated his focus and saw Tiet Van escaping through the window. He realized, this person must have run off as soon as she got into the bathroom. The front door was kicked open by the intruder. Qi Kan turned back with a cold face. Transition to Fengthan University, where Tiet Van returned. Lam He seemed to be waiting for her to ask, So, that was your family? Tiet Van was on guard. Why do you ask? Oh, I'm just holding you accountable. You were chosen by the master of Thien Hong Van Diem. Human family ties mean nothing to you. Why haven't you let go of it yet? Tiet Van argued. Why bring this up again? Teacher, we are just vessels, not actual gods. I am still just a normal person, and my younger brother has recently started practicing martial arts too. His potential is, well, he might be a martial arts genius. Lam Ni found this ridiculous. Martial arts? Just a mortal aspiring to use such means to become a god? Human lifespans are limited. If you truly want to be with that mortal brother of yours and can't let go, then why not offer him up to the master of Thien Hong? With the 1,000 red, 10,000 flowered, you might receive the grace of a true god and ascend to godhood alongside me. Tiet Van warned her with a cold tone. Don't be naive. Just in case things go south, as a student, I need to remind you of something. Disrespectfully. Vines began to sprout from behind Tiet Van, forming a protective barrier. Don't you dare lay a hand on my younger brother, she threatened. Lam Ni looked surprised. Wow, that's unexpected. This is the first time I've seen you like this. It's honestly cuter than your usual cheerful self. Though, you're showing your killer intent a bit late. Outside, Qi Kan was rushing toward the living room. Ningfeng Na. His eyes flashed with a faint red light. Qi Kan immediately leaned to the side, dodging a sneak attack, and his hand snatched the object that had just been launched at him. Notification. Divine material detected. Currently absorbing divinity. He was stunned. Divine material? And it's a plant? Qi Kan yanked the vine he was holding. He exposed her. So you're with the Flower God Society. Notification. Currently absorbing divinity, 57300. The opponent was Lu TT, one of the blessed ones from the Flower God Society. I see you already know. Come, join the Flower God Society. Accept Lord Thien Hong Van Diem and receive the warmth of a loving mother. Qi Kan found it ridiculous. Her invitation came with such aggressive force. Is that all this is about? Notification. Current divinity absorption, 157300. He understood, but he couldn't just refuse outright right now. Qi Kan decided to stall for time. He needed to delay her a bit more, so he provoked her. Ha, is something wrong with your brain? Lu TT said arrogantly. Only the great being who possesses the Thien Hong Van Diem can lead humanity down the right path. You have no choice but to join us. Notification. Current divinity absorption, 239300. Qi Kan noticed Thien Hong Van Diem, his sister, had mentioned this before. Curious, he asked, Oh really? And what's the benefit of joining you guys? A few wisps of black energy appeared on Qi Kan's fingertips. He first used the shadow flame to restrain her, then asked about his sister. Liu Tt was startled to see the black energy flying toward her. You're a blessed one too? She was shocked. He was surprised as well. She recognized he was a blessed one just by looking at his shadow flame. Is this thing really that famous? Notification. Current divinity absorption. 279300. Liu Tt went on a long rant. If you are a blessed one, then you should understand how incredibly difficult it is to receive such grace. Join us, and you will gain the ability to control plants. You can even undergo the blessing ritual to take on whatever form you imagine. Chi Can Master. The success rate of your blessing ritual probably isn't very high, right? She was left speechless and shouted in anger. The earpiece she was wearing blared a command. Liu Tt, focus on the mission. Notification. Just in time, divinity absorption complete. Liu Tt spoke up. You're right. My blessing ritual isn't complete yet. I only received the power, but I couldn't receive the physical transformations. Notification. Shadow Flame Level 2 upgrade requires 300300 divinity. Do you wish to upgrade? He immediately tapped the yes button. Success. Chi Can spoke up. You don't need to say anything else. I refuse to join you. A series of notifications appeared. Shadow Flame Level 2. Control range increased by 20%. Passive effect. Can freely adhere to any material surface. Deceleration effect plus 10%. Adhesion rate más 100%. Chi Can's eyes lit up. This Shadow Flame upgrade significantly boosted his control. If that's the case, he could play it that way too. Couldn't I just use it like that? Liu Tt's face darkened. Why? He replied. I'm young, and I was born with a rebellious spirit. Chi Can sat down to play with Ning Feng Na. The thing I love doing most is going against others. If you guys have enough patience and are willing to wait 15 years for me, then sure, he thought to himself. The fact that the Flower God Society could find me so quickly must have something to do with my sister. But why did she run off? But I can't stay here any longer. Green energy flared around TT, and tentacles erupted from the floor. Sorry, my mission is to bring you back. If you truly won't cooperate, then I'll have to use this. Chi Can hugged Ning Feng Na and backed away. Dragging me into their cult wasn't a spur-of-the-moment decision. It was calculated. He walked to the window. Ning Feng Na hugged him tightly, and Chi Can glanced behind him. He smashed the window, preparing to escape. Liu Tt saw this and lunged forward, shouting, "This is the 32nd floor. Are you trying to kill yourself?" Chi Can activated his mental focus. Using the shadow flame to grip the wall, a streak of black energy clung to the window frame below. He grabbed onto it, successfully anchoring himself to the glass. That's impressive. This wall is so slippery, yet it hasn't budged at all. It's just a bit hard to control. Chi can slowly climb down, needing to focus all his energy. Finally, he landed safely. Otherwise, his grip might have slipped. As soon as he touched down, Chi Can met an acquaintance, senior sister Zhu Shan Ying. How did you get down from up there? Her gaze hardened when she sensed danger. Zhu Shan Ying grabbed his hand. Follow me. Liu Tt chased after them. Don't run, the person on the other end ordered. Forget it, come back. She was so exhausted she could barely breathe. Understood. The footage of them had been tracked via surveillance. Tiet Van saw he was safe and breathed a sigh of relief. Lam He approached with a dark expression. Interesting. So that younger brother of yours is also a blessed one. I blame myself for not investigating more thoroughly beforehand. I'm so curious which strange god your brother is actually worshipping. Tiet Van's eyes showed coldness mixed with anger. She reassured her, don't worry, follow me. From what I've observed, that God has no intention of harming your brother. She asked, what if one day he becomes a threat to my brother? Lam He's hand wrapped around Tiet Van's waist. Of course, at that point, I and the entire Flower God Society will follow your lead without a second's hesitation, to launch a punitive expedition against that great lord of the Thien Hong Van Diem. On Chi Can's side, they got into a car and drove away. Inside the car, Zhu Shan Ying asked about the little junior brother. What on earth happened? Can you explain a bit? Who was that person chasing you? He recounted. I was resting in my room, when suddenly someone smashed the wall and attacked me without saying a word. He was worried they would damage the hotel, while Ning Feng Na, lying beside him, thought, keep on lying. She smacked Chi Can. So you jumped down from a place that high? Do you know how dangerous that was? He clutched his head and yelled, ow, senior sister, I was wrong. Sun, seeing Meng Qing Chao handing him something, asked in surprise, is this? Looking at the leaf in her hand, she asked, the person chasing after you just now, could they be from the Flower Deity Association? Yeah, he admitted. They want me to become a grace bearer for the Flower Deity Association. Sun's face darkened. The Flower Deity Association. So, it's finally happened. He vaguely guessed that the two seniors had known all along that the Flower Deity Association was coming for him. Sun denied it. What makes you think we're omniscient? Actually, way back, Master, and we have mentioned it before, Master said, as you get more and more powerful, more organizations will try to recruit you, so she told us to keep a close eye on you. She corrected herself. Oh, but it's not like we were intentionally stalking you, Chi-Kan guessed. So, that's how it is. Especially since they're so eager to recruit me this quickly. He probed further. Did Master say anything else? It seems like this Flower Deity Association isn't going to give up easily. Sun cleared her throat. Ahem. She blushed and revealed. Master said, I should have you move in with me. Chi-Kan was stunned. Your place? He thought to himself. I only knew my sixth senior was wealthy, but I had no idea her home was actually in Fong City. He expressed his concern. Sixth senior. But the opponent is the Flower Deity Association. What if they drag your whole family into this? Sun replied haughtily. Them? Opposing my family? They don't even have the guts. The car came to a stop. She led them inside. Welcome to my home. He stared in awe at the massive ancient manor in front of him. Sixth senior, you're actually a legendary sugar mommy? Chi-Kan thought to himself. My sixth senior claims to be a super rich lady and even casually gave me a $20 million broadsword. I thought she was just bragging, but it turns out to be real. Chi-Kan followed her and asked, Sixth senior, with this much money, why go to Tin City? Don't tell me it's to go back to your roots and experience life? Sun replied, pretty much, but the way you put it sounds weird. Before my father died, he said Tin City was the dragon's rise for our family. He even made all my siblings stay in Tin City for a while. It's strange. Ever since we arrived in Tin City, every one of my siblings has met a benefactor. Bak Thon, Tuong Din, Duong Duke, Andragon, and I became a disciple of Li Qi. You could say there's some truth to it being a dragon's rise land. Chi-Kan felt that if her ancestors dared to use the term dragon's rise to describe Tin City, her family background was definitely not normal. How can a tiny place like Tin City have so many hidden dragons and crouching tigers? I don't know how strong they are, but Sun is definitely very powerful. And there's the Long Sect leader too, Ning Fung Hoan, the avatar of Buster. I wonder what kind of person I'll turn into if I keep getting caught up with these families. Sun reminded him. Little junior brother, we're at the training room. Chi-Kan was surprised. An entire building? She opened the door and replied, What did you expect? She introduced it. This training room is extremely sturdy. You can go all out without worrying about damaging anything. If you just want to practice basic techniques, I suggest you do it in the backyard. It's spacious and well ventilated there. If that's not enough for you. Chi-Kan grabbed her hand and expressed his determination. That's enough, really. Thanks, sixth senior. Don't worry. Sun's cheeks flushed red again. She shyly ran off. If that's the case, then Mon and I will go to bed first. You should get some rest too. I'll come get you for breakfast tomorrow morning. Once everyone was gone, Hoan Ni asked, Are we being kept by your sixth senior? He replied awkwardly, Please, don't say that. I feel it too. Late at night, the moonlight shone faintly from outside. Hoan Ni saw the look on his face and asked, What's wrong? Are you unhappy? Chi-Kan started, Hoan Ni, about those grace bearers of the deity. Are they the only one? She asked curiously. Normally, yes. But why are you asking this suddenly? Are you worried about your sister? He admitted. If there can only be one grace bearer, then why did that girl call herself one? And why did they invite me to be one? I can't figure it out. But if they dare to lay a finger on my sister, then I'll fight them to the death. Hoan Ni replied, Just do what you have to do. No matter what, I'll support you. He picked up his phone to check. Chi-Kan realized the Flower Deity Association was considered a cult in the eyes of the government. The White Fang side must have intelligence on them. When he went out to the busy downtown area, a few scantily clad women tried to pull him in. Hey handsome, come here. It's really fun here. Chi-Kan stopped at a spot. White Fang's aesthetic is truly hard to grasp. To think they'd build a base in a place like this. The location Ba Ya gave me is here. Can't be wrong. Ba Ya had texted him earlier. After going inside, press the doorbell at the counter 3 times in a 1-2-3 rhythm. Someone will guide you. He did as instructed. The receptionist gave him a room key. A grace bearer. White Fang. Those guys are getting more and more arrogant. Chi-Kan was suspicious. Why all the mystery? Is it really necessary? Isn't White Fang a government-backed organization? Why are they acting like a shady underground group? Could this be a trap? He opened the door with his keycard and looked inside. It was empty. Chi-Kan felt frustrated. Just a base, huh? Not right. What was I expecting anyway? Ba Ya came out to greet him and asked, "What information do you want about the Flower Deity Association? Their personnel structure, their main areas of operation, or their actual movement schedules?" He demanded. "I want it all, especially their movements in Fong City over the last 3 days." She guessed. "What's the matter? Did they provoke you?" Chi-Kan replied. "You could say that." Ba Ya asked further, "What do you plan to do next?" "I don't have a concrete plan yet. That depends on the information you provide me." Ba Ya wanted to trade intelligence. "I can give it to you, but in return, you have to do me a favor." Chi-Kan went into defensive mode. "What is it? Don't tell me you want me to sacrifice myself, or do something illegal, right?" Ba Ya sighed. "What are you thinking?" She assured him, "Rest assured, it's a legitimate matter and won't harm you." Only then did he feel relieved. "All right, tell me." Ba Ya revealed, "The Flower Deity Association is a cult organization based in Fong City. Their deity of worship is the Lord of 10,000 Flames. The leader of the organization is a woman around 35 years old. Her identity and background remain unknown. During this time, they've been searching for your sister. Moreover, it's possible that Tiet Van has already fallen into their hands." Chi-Kan said angrily, "Just as I predicted. So, you're admitting that Sister Tiet Van is one of your primary targets? They've been investigating you through her." Tiet Van, 20 years old, Fong Thon University student. A gifted biological type, all thanks to her being chosen. "We've uncovered quite a few secrets about the Flower God Society." Chi-Kan asked uncomfortably. "You knew she was my sister, yet you just stood by and let her die?" Ba Ya explained. "It's not that we didn't want to save her, but that we couldn't. That's exactly what makes the Flower God Society so difficult to deal with." Chi-Kan asked curiously, "What do you mean?" She replied, "Other deviant god cults usually only have one gifted member, so even if we ignore the rest, it's not a major issue. But the Flower God Society, all of their followers are gifted individuals." "You were shocked upon hearing this." "All of them?" She confirmed. "No mistake. They, once separated from the nutrients of the heavenly red 10,000 Flame Lord, will die instantly. I am truly sorry. But this is the only way we can proceed with the investigation. Please, believe me. Once we find the altar of the deviant god, the first thing we will do is rescue your sister." Chi-Kan sighed and said, "I'm the one who should apologize. I was too impulsive. If there is anything I can do to help handle the Flower God Society, or if you need me for anything else, just say the word." Ba Ya replied, "I certainly will." She touched the controller on her bracelet. "Then I won't waste any more time with formalities." A top-secret notification appeared. 3 days ago, someone in the northern part of the 5th metropolitan area discovered a rift. A new rift. To prevent the contamination from spreading, after receiving the news, Baknya immediately assembled a team to investigate. But they couldn't get in. Chi-Kan asked curiously, "What do you mean you couldn't get in? Is there a barrier?" Ba Ya replied, "We're not sure. That rift is now a product of fusion with the other world. So, the physical laws there are completely chaotic. Gravity might appear or disappear intermittently, and the flow of time might speed up or slow down. Normal people would just get a headache trying to process it. It wasn't until yesterday that Bak Nya finally determined the conditions required to enter that rift area. Condition 1. Physical age under 18. Condition 2. Undetermined data, speculated to be a natural organism." Chi-Kan guessed. Natural organism means, referring to people who haven't undergone physical modification? Ba Ya explained. "Actually, not exactly. Based on current assessments, those with deviant entities, those who have used prohibited drugs, or those who have undergone plastic surgery, cannot enter." Chi-Kan realized. "So, that's why you came to me." She admitted. "You just need to find a discrete location inside and set up our monitor. That's it," Chi-Kan continued. "Couldn't you find anyone else?" Ba Ya replied with a headache. "Actually, we did, but with that department, we don't exactly get along. You realized. So that's how it is. You're only asking for my help to save face." Chi-Kan turned away. "Thank you for telling me so much today. But I'm truly sorry. I'm just an ordinary person, and I have a competition coming up soon. That is just too dangerous for me." Ba Ya hurriedly stood up and called out, "Don't go yet. Don't you want divine items? My superiors have given me the authority to pay you in advance 508 units of Sao Cham Shish. You are someone capable of absorbing divine items, so you should know how effective this is." Chi-Kan took the Sao Cham Shish she offered and thought to himself, "Of course I know. The item information displayed. 508 units of Sao Chamshish, rank C. Status: collectible. Effect: if the owner uses it continuously for 72 hours, this divine item will increase their power by 1 zich, and their abilities during that action will be multiplied. Note: great figures have used this item to complete their ascension. Limitation: each person can only use it once. You thought joyfully. The existence of A-ban in the original helped me double my training efficiency. If I can get this too. This so-called Sao Cham Shich will take me a step further. This temptation is a bit too much. Oh well, regardless, I still need to rely on Bak Nya regarding my sister's situation later. Chikan asked enthusiastically, when do we leave? Ba Ya replied, tonight. Is that a problem? You said comfortably, no problem. But first, I need to go home, to let my family know. Ba Ya pulled out a drawer. Right, I almost forgot. This is something Ao Tin wanted me to give you. Chikan looked curiously at the small wooden box. Sis Engo gave me this for what? She replied, I don't know. She just said you might need this, and didn't offer any further explanation. Chikan said, all right then, I'll head home first. See you in an hour. You returned to Zhu Shangying's house. When you saw the gift inside, Chikan compared it. These glasses look exactly like the standard Mago 1280 model. Why did Ao Tin give me this? You tried putting the glasses on. It doesn't have the same effect as standard glasses, making me look less noticeable, right? The lenses began to activate. A three-dimensional model of the entire structure appeared. Chikan was shocked. This is. You were confused. What's going on? Someone walked up and said, Chikan, long time no see. Chikan was startled. Cisno, you are. Inside my consciousness? Ao Tin revealed, the glasses model you are wearing is called the Magot 1285 Phantom. The version of me you are seeing is purely a reflection of myself. Chikan realized. So, that's how it is. Ao Tin continued. Honestly, I'm very happy that you accepted this mission. You were startled. Wait a minute. How did you know I accepted that mission? Have you been monitoring me all this time? Ao Tin posed a question. Have you ever wondered why Bai Ya only targeted you? Why did the conditions for that rift specifically require someone under 18 and a natural organism? Chikan was still confused. What exactly are you trying to say? She replied, because that rift has been waiting for you. Inside, there is a condition, something that belongs only to you. Chikan sat down and asked further. Something that belongs to me? What is it? Ao Tin revealed. I can sense it's an extremely powerful divine item. As for specifically what it is, I'm not entirely sure, but I do know that I'm not the only one eyeing that thing. You suspected. You called me here just to tell me this, surely? You confirm, of course, that I didn't come here just to hear about the proper way to use the chain whip. Taking out the whip. It's not just for training, is it? It can help you level up to 2 stars. You replied that was just a description in the archives. Its true purpose is to forge your innate talent. And innate talent is also a passive skill. My talent is divine object sensing. Jing looks curious, wondering if it's actually possible to upgrade the chain whip, what kind of effects it might have. Yu Qing's figure gradually fades away. Looks like you've already made up your mind. You need to be careful once you go in. Jing hurriedly calls out. Wait, you still haven't told me the specific way to use it. You've already returned to the old space, back again. If the skill dashboard can be upgraded, then skills like Asura Blade, Intent, and Spear Strike won't be a problem. Anyway, I have to try and see how it goes. Jing activates visualization to gather more information. You discover Asura Palm Strike, which also means inherited fate from heaven. If he finds out, he wouldn't allow it. He just wouldn't. There is a Blade Intent form that stands even above the Asura Blade technique, called Heavenly Intent Blade. A series of notifications appear. Special power detected. Conditions for specialization have been met. You can visualize and specialize it into a new skill. Do you want to specialize? Jing immediately accepts. Notification. Specialization update successful. Visualization skill transformed into true visualization. Level 4. 468 out of 4,000. Seeing the whip's length increase, you rejoice. As expected, it really grew longer. True visualization. Could it be that the previous visualization was just a small tip of the iceberg of this skill? Suddenly, Jing's head aches like it's being split open. Fragments of memories flash through his mind. What is this? It feels like someone is trying to tear me apart. Jing's consciousness enters a pitch-black void. A brilliant golden light radiates from your body. Wait, where is this again? Didn't I take the glasses off? And what are these things? They're shimmering with gold. Jing instinctively realizes something is wrong. They seem to be a part of his own body. Could it be that the ability, after being upgraded, will tear me to pieces? It's just a one-level increase. Why would it make my body shatter? But as long as I can go back to the original place, it shouldn't be a problem, right? Jing realizes he isn't going back. He closes his eyes, trying to calm down. First, calm down. The visualization has been upgraded. Maybe I can use this ability to do something. I need to reminisce a bit. Think about who I am, my original self. Jing starts digging through his own information. I am Jing, 18 years old, originally a student at Chingcheng High School, specializing in martial arts. I haven't been to school in a long time. In the process of martial arts training, I met many like-minded people. I am very happy now. No, wait. Jing is just a clone of mine. I come from another world and I brought a martial arts cheat code with me. Training is good. Getting stronger is good. I just have a goal. It's just to not live a miserable life anymore. When I open my eyes and see myself in the bedroom, Jing is overjoyed. Success. I'm back. And my body suddenly feels lighter. The feeling of grasping internal force has also become much more solid. His hair is standing up. He needs to test it. Sure enough, it has spread to all 4 limbs. My internal force can now control my hair just like controlling my hands and feet. Jing glances at the ball on the ground. What if I try it on something else? Your intent begins to move. The whole person is trembling slightly. The ball floats up. Jing is thrilled. It really works. True visualization. My foot. This is clearly a superpower. Hoan Ni sees you and calls out, "Little Jing." She rubs her sleepy eyes, asking, "Didn't you say you had an urgent matter to go out? Why haven't you?" Jing's gaze shifts toward her. You softly call Hoan Ni's name. Jing sees the true form behind Hoan Ni. Hoan Ni, you. Hoan Ni is clearly in her cat form, yet I can directly see her true form. Notification. Someone has developed a belief of worship towards you. Charm skill experience points plus 1026. You are confused. A belief of worship? What kind of talk is this? The phone on the bed rings. You pick it up. The person on the other end reports, "The time has come. I'm waiting outside. Waiting at the door for you." Jing replies, "Coming." You turn to Hoan Ni and say, "I'm going first." Jing pats her head. "Be good and wait for me to come back." After that, you take the blade. Then put on your backpack and head towards the door. Only Hoan In-hee is left in the room. She feels that the one in front of her is clearly little Jing. So why do I have this feeling? As if I am standing in front of a deity? The next day, the whole team boards a helicopter and leaves. Hu Ren gives you a watch. All data related to the intersection area has been synchronized. She reminds you to take a look. Jing carefully reads the information. Intersection area code, R278, Class C+. Exterior area, 26.8 square kilometers. Interior area, based on visual estimates of those who entered, is about 300 to 900 square kilometers. The possibility of error cannot be ruled out. Recommendation. Bring more than 10 inspection items. Entry conditions not yet met. Human nature. 2311. Discovered a biological-like settlement site. Suspicion level, 2511. Hearing the sound of thunder, suspecting a dragon-like creature. Temporary class adjusted to C+. You think to yourself, it doesn't seem too dangerous. But if there's an enemy like Yu Qing said, Jing speaks up. I have a request. Hu Ren replies, go ahead. You ask, suppose I die, you must bring my body back to the city within 7 days. Hu Ren is confused. Why? You scold. 7 days, don't you understand? Hu Ren is speechless. Fine, although I don't really get it. I'll tell the higher-ups. Jing calculates internally. Twin. Consider this my final insurance. In case something really happens, as long as the body can be brought out, I can be resurrected. Directly in the outside world without worrying about keeping the body. Twin information displayed. Passive effect. Possess 2 lives. After death, you can freely choose the time of resurrection within 7 days. Cooldown time, 70 days. As the helicopter is shaking, Jing grabs the handle tightly and asks, are we about to land? She says, seriously, we can't keep going forward, otherwise, we'll fall because of the intersection's gravitational pull. Jing accidentally glances out the window. You report to Hu Ren. Below, there is someone who seems to be waiting for us. You carefully read this person's information. Nin Nguyen Tai. Age, 18. Gender, male. School, Honglian Fire Mountain School. Background. Jing is surprised. It's him, Nin Nguyen Tai. Shunyan sighed and asked, Do you still remember when I told you about that department we have trouble dealing with? They're a branch of the Special Forces. They consist of martial artists. Ning Yuantai is the most outstanding youngster in their generation, barely 20 years old, and he's obsessed with that 100-foot rod. It was originally intended for his cultivation, but we got to it first. Chi Kan asked, confused. He just showed up at our door like that? Isn't he afraid of causing trouble for his own department? She replied with a weary expression. He's not afraid of anything. He's infamous in the department for being a bully. Nobody dares to mess with him. You didn't want to get dragged into this mess, so you warned her beforehand. Don't drag me into your internal conflicts over resources. I'll get off once I reach the destination. If he starts trouble, that's on you. If only things were that simple. As the helicopter was about to land, Chi Kan walked to the cabin door to wait. Down below, Yuantai stood with his arms crossed. Looking arrogant, he demanded a duel with Chi Kan to see who would come out on top. As Chi Kan touched down, Shunyan cautioned, I know you have powerful backing, but a martial artist's path must ultimately be walked by your own fists. She hesitated and suggested, actually, young Master Ning is about to head out on a mission. Can we put this aside for now? Yuantai asked in a loud, annoyed voice. Put it aside? No way. Chi Kan shoved that hand away in disgust. I'm just an operative on a mission in the border zone. What kind of relationship do we even have? Yuantai countered, sounding perfectly logical from his perspective. Why not? The fact that the higher-ups gave you that item proves they think you're better than me in their eyes. But I don't accept that. If you've got the guts, then beat me and prove you're worthy of holding that 100-foot rod. Chi Kan pointed toward the others in disgust and asked, Is something wrong with his head? She sighed. The only way to deal with him is to just pretend he's sick. Move aside. Chi Kan took off his backpack. Fine, we can fight, but don't hold me up from entering the border zone. Let's make this quick. You thought to yourself, that's what I said, but who knows how powerful the backing behind that special force actually is. It's still better not to make things more tense. Ending this quickly is for the best. Ning Yuantai had been waiting for just those words, his entire body brimming with fighting spirit. Perfect. Then let me show you my real strength. No sooner had he finished speaking than Chi Kan closed the distance, delivering a punch that held nothing back, sending his opponent flying. Chi Kan brushed some dust off his shoulder and asked, Can I go now? Internally, you were surprised by such lackluster strength. The most outstanding junior is only at this level? Up on the helicopter, a member asked their captain, Aren't you going to stop young Master Ning? What if he gets beaten to a pulp by Chi Kan? When we get back, we're definitely going to get an earful. Xu was confident. Don't worry, young Master Ning's strength isn't weak. Since he dared to come here, he must have come prepared. After that humiliating defeat, Ning Yuantai was even more furious. Both palms glowed with intense heat as he slammed them into the ground. Chi Kan wasn't sure if it would be so easy to beat him again. Seeing this move for the first time, you were curious. What is this? Watching the flames radiating from his opponent, Chi Kan analyzed, an elemental physique? And a special school of techniques too? That looks pretty strange. You decided to test the waters, not knowing what the actual power would be like. Let's face this head on and see. Two powerful fists collided. Your eyes flashed with surprise. You were pushed, skidding backward by the sheer force. Yuantai asked arrogantly, Well, this is the power of my volcanic body. Are you scared yet, Chi Kan? Facing the challenge, Chi Kan smiled faintly. Because you haven't even used your trump card yet. Twin Speed was activated. You had already guessed the cause. It was a new type of martial body stimulated by forbidden drugs. Yuantai was initially stunned to see Chi Kan's figure vanish. While he was still confused, you tapped his shoulder. Hey buddy, do you have a fever? Ning Yuantai instinctively threw a punch, but Chi Kan dodged it easily. You remarked, Your moves are so simple. After being infused with power, you can't even change your stance mid-move. It seems that kind of force, driven by forbidden drugs, is fundamentally impossible to control accurately. Hearing this, Yuantai's eyes seemed to burn with rage. Damn it. How dare you insult me? Your voice was as calm as flowing water. I'm just telling the truth. He seemed to suddenly realize something. His cheeks flushed an unusual red. Suddenly, Yuantai dropped to his knees, his eyes sparkling like stars as he looked at you with pure admiration. Brother Shi, that was just too amazing. Could you teach me a little bit? Chi Kan was bewildered. Wait. What is this situation? A series of notifications popped up repeatedly. You have completed a battle. Constitution experience plus 337. Mood is relaxed. Health cultivation experience plus 138. Someone has developed a sense of trust and adoration for you. Charm experience plus 326. Skill awakened, belief blessing. Hidden dragon power experience plus 332. Combat experience plus 369. Skill effect. When you stare at someone, you can turn them into a believer. Chi Can helplessly held his forehead. It even has an effect like that? Ning Yuantai was hugging your legs in adoration. Shunian felt like her worldview was collapsing. You thought to yourself, but this effect is just too obvious. Right now, attracting a fanatic like this will only bring more trouble. Yuantai suddenly remembered something, jumped to his feet, and forgot all about the conflict. Chi Can, you still have a mission, so I won't bother you anymore. You noticed that the belief had formed in such a short time, and it couldn't be undone. You'll have to be careful in the future. Shunian frowned as she watched him leave. What's going on? Why did he just leave like that? Chi Can didn't know how to explain it either. I have no idea. She dug into her pack, preparing to get things for Chi Can. You fought a battle with him. Your internal energy consumption must be significant. I have energy recovery medicine here. Later, if you feel your energy is running low, be sure to use it. She's even got this kind of camaraderie. It can save your life in dangerous situations. I also have monitoring and signaling equipment here. Chi Can held the pile of items, thinking, this can't be right. If I really run into something, I should probably just run away. A notification chimed. Info for Border Zone. Area 278 updated. Current location. Ominous Waterfall. Outer area, 27.3 square kilometers. Inner area, 5 to 1,300 square kilometers. Shunian was surprised. Ominous Waterfall? The notification screen shifted to a reminder. Entry conditions verified. Must be a natural human with a biological age not exceeding 6,313 days. 212. A divine item of unknown origin has appeared. Labeled God 005, both were extremely shocked. Why would a top-tier divine object appear in the border zone? Chi Can rubbed his chin in thought. God 005? I know this one. You remember half a month ago? Chi Can asked Ao Tin. Boss, I have a question. Divine objects in the top rankings. Why do they have such high-tier protective properties? With current access rights, one can only see the names of the top 300 divine objects on the list. She immediately had the answer, because those things are too illogical. Ao Tin compared it. If this world is a carefully crafted blueprint, the existence of divine objects is like an anomaly caused by an ignorant child scribbling on this blueprint. He turned back to ask, no matter how anomalous it is, there must be laws, so why be so vigilant? Ao Tin posed the question, then let me ask you this. If there were a divine object that could help you turn back time and restart your life, what then? Would you be willing to do anything to get it? Chi Can vaguely guessed. You mean these divine objects have an overwhelming power of temptation? Ao Tin nodded slightly. She confirmed. Among these divine objects, some have the power to change or even destroy the world. Imagine if one of the prisoners suffering from antisocial personality disorder obtained one, and he learned the detailed information about a certain type of divine treasure. Chi Can's expression turned serious upon hearing this. She continued, but if you are truly curious, then I will reveal one thing to you. Currently, Chi Can recounted everything he had heard. She said that God 005, the mirror world, is a thing that reflects the current world and opens up infinite possibilities. Under the light of the mirror world, countless parallel worlds will continue to be born in reality. Ba Ya realized this mission seemed tough. What if one enters these parallel worlds? He made a grim prediction. You would be trapped. Only by finding a flaw in that world and proving the illusions are false can you return. Otherwise, you will be trapped there forever. Ba Ya immediately pressed the button on his bracelet. Sorry, the mission is aborted. I will request my superiors to reevaluate this assignment. Chi Can interrupted. No need. Put on your gas mask. I will complete the mission quickly. Ao Tin had previously revealed that the border zone was actually waiting for him. Chi Can was curious. He wanted to see what she meant by the phrase, something that belongs only to you. Seeing him enter the portal without hesitation, Ba Ya shouted, Hey, Chi Can. Meanwhile, he was thinking, if I could own one of the strongest top-tier, divine objects, that would be a huge score, wouldn't it? Chi Can's hand touched the teleportation portal. His whole body gradually disappeared, and he didn't even know what the situation was like on the other side. Chi Can's body was covered by a blinding sphere of energy. After teleporting, outside was a peaceful scene with lush green grass and cool, clear water. His eyes showed astonishment. This is the place? The area in front was beautiful, like a fairyland. Is this really the border zone? Chikan immediately took off his gas mask. How surprising. Looking from the outside, it was clearly a wasteland, but just stepping inside, it's like a paradise on Earth. He rummaged through his backpack. Although he wanted to enjoy the scenery a bit more, the mission was important, so survival remained the priority. Chikan placed a device into the ground. First, let's set the checkpoint here. With that, he felt at ease exploring this beautiful place. Next, head to the next point. If I had known the border zone was like this, I wouldn't have been so tense. Suddenly, a scream rang out, catching Chikan's attention. He became alert when he saw someone running away in panic. Behind her, a giant thing was chasing. It was the long-tongued monster pursuing. A girl wearing a dress with brocade patterns. Chikan guessed this was a native. This girl, Rania, spoke her tribe's language, which he couldn't understand. Chikan looked at the situation and could guess. What the hell are you screaming about? But it seemed like she was in danger. He unleashed his dark energy. If I can rescue her, maybe I can extract some information about this place. The monster's entire body was invaded by the dark energy. Notification. Update. Destroyed a creature containing divine properties. Chikan was overjoyed. Divine points plus 12. Killing this thing actually yields divine points. He approached the person. This place truly had too many surprises. He would have to ask her thoroughly later. Chikan asked, "Are you okay?" Seeing Rania's wary look, he realized, right, she probably doesn't understand my language. Chikan handed her a translation earpiece and gave a friendly smile. Here, wear this. Chikan put one on as a demonstration for Rania to see. She put it on too, and could immediately understand what he was saying. Do you understand my words now? Rania was astonished. It's on my ear and can talk? What is this? This is truly magical. Chikan thought to himself. I didn't expect Baya's equipment to actually work. He introduced, this is a small item from my homeland. Basically, we can communicate if you wear it. Rania was surprised. An outsider? He reached out his hand to greet. I'm Chikan, and you? She reached out to touch his hand. Rania. After the greeting, Chikan curiously pointed to the monster's carcass and asked, Rania, what was that monster just now? Where you are from? Are there many monsters like this? Rania did not hesitate to reveal. That is an owl beast, a type of daruka that uses vomit as an attack method. They are everywhere in the very dense forests to the south. Hearing that, his eyes lit up. Everywhere? Can you take me there? In his heart, he calculated. One monster gives 12 divine points. If I take out 1 million of these things here, wouldn't I ascend to godhood right on the spot? That excited attitude left Rania feeling uneasy. But she still pointed out the location of the forest, which was just up ahead. He decided to place the next sensor inside the woods. As they walked, he asked her a question. You call these beasts daruka? Rania confirmed. Yes, we can subdue the daruka and turn them into our own personal familiars. Daruka will help us with hunting and will even fight alongside us to keep us safe, he wondered curiously. Can these familiars evolve? He asked. Are there places other than this forest where we can find other daruka? Are there any that are even stronger? Rania immediately thought of one thing only dragons fit that description. He was startled to hear that. Dragons can be captured as familiars, too? She was horrified at the thought. Of course not. Dragons are the most sacred daruka in this land. Rania. She shared the legend. It is said that all dragons are children of the dragon god. In our lands, only the women of the dragon god are qualified to be masters of dragons. He pondered these ancient words. Women of the dragon god. It seemed the line between this land and reality was still quite blurred. He wondered if this girl had any clues about the divine artifacts. Rania stopped and pointed ahead. We're here. There was a majestic waterfall. She warned him. But it would be best if you didn't go inside, because the dragon god resides within. He listened intently to every word. Rania pointed at the waterfall. The dragon god has a very hot temper and is easily provoked. She recounted an old story. Last time, a stranger tried to steal a dragon egg and was struck by lightning. He was turned into charred remains. Suddenly, the top of the waterfall exploded. He warned, the dragon god's lair. It seems to have been blown up. Rania was stunned. At the top of the waterfall, a dragon was soaring, surrounded by roaring lightning. The two of them climbed to higher ground to observe. Rania realized, they're dragon hunters from my country. He activated his vision. They were hunting it. Rania grabbed his arm and pleaded. They want to kill the dragon god to use its golden blood to forge weapons. He wondered, are weapons made from blood gold really that special? she revealed. The golden blood flowing in the dragon race is a form of thunderous power. Just one drop can create a weapon so strong it could split stone in two. Rania's voice was filled with resentment. These lunatics. For the sake of power, they clearly know. If the dragon god is killed, the world will be destroyed, but they don't even care. He was shocked. Killing the dragon god destroys the world? Wouldn't that mean I'd be trapped here? If that's the case, I need to stop them. His eyes changed color as he glanced over. That powerful dragon was unleashing a shockwave. He believed, even so, it doesn't look like they'll succeed that easily. He continued to scan the dragon hunters. Their strength was not to be underestimated. Furthermore, they coordinated perfectly. If he charged head-on, it would be too dangerous. He spotted a hiding spot behind a large rock behind the tribesmen. First, I need to get closer and look for an opening. Maybe I can cause them some trouble. He needed more information. What is the dragon hunter's weakness? Rania immediately thought of their axes. A weakness? Their weapons need to recharge. After each shot, they have to wait a moment before they can attack again. This information was very useful to him. Got it. The dragon below roared in anger at those who dared to invade its territory. Sola, the leader of this hunting party, immediately had a plan. Position 3. Suppress the left flank. Anloa, get ready. She confidently twirled the weapon in her hand. Already prepared, Captain. If we can take this guy down, this drill-like weapon of Anloa's unleashes such immense power. When we get back, you're buying me the strongest liquor. It was about to pierce the dragon's tough hide. The thing dug into the dragon's claw like a drill. Anloa triumphantly ordered, "It's torn! Chain! Anchor!" The anchor sank deep into the dragon's claw. 2 spots on its body had been attacked. A violent surge of energy erupted around the dragon. Sola announced, "Pay attention, the meteor state is coming." Anloa returned to his side and urged, "Hurry, everyone get the suction machine ready." Hiding behind the rock right behind them, he was curious. "What is the meteor state?" Rania replied. "Before a dragon race declines, its spiritual power suddenly surges. The golden quality, obtained at this moment, is the best." Anloa eagerly held a container, rushing forward. "The first drop is mine." The spiritual power from the dragon shot out like razor-sharp blades. Sola realized something was wrong. "Wait, something's not right. Get back. This isn't the meteor state, it's the rage state." Anloa stopped, her face showing pure tension. She hurriedly turned to run. "Why didn't you say so sooner?" He was peeking out. "Now is the time." He flicked a small stone out. The container in Anloa's hand was knocked away, and she fell hard to the ground. The surge of spiritual energy was already right at her feet. Bright golden light bathed her face. She was terrified. Don't come over here." Anloa's body was scorched by that burning hot wave of spiritual power. The stone ricocheted toward the next 2 hunters. Sola was alert. "Who's there? Show yourself." He stepped out and even waved his hand to greet him. "Who the hell are you?" Sola's hand was trembling with rage. "You dare to do this to my teammate?" One of his eyes flashed with murderous intent. "Unforgivable." A massive axe swung down with incredible force, leaving a long, shallow trench in the ground. The earth under his feet exploded. He leaped high to dodge. That's some serious power. Sola below was crazily swinging his axe, rushing forward. The onslaught was relentless. He was stunned, continuously retreating. This guy's strength is at least 3 times mine. If I fight him head-on, I won't last 10 blows. A few drops of blood sprayed out. He activated his vision. He looked toward the dragon, estimating silently. Almost there. While Sola was putting all his strength into the final strike, die, he had successfully stalled for time. Just then, a torrent of lightning crashed down onto Sola. His entire body was electrocuted, covered in black soot. Sola, no longer conscious, fell backward onto the ground. He breathed a sigh of relief. That was way too close. He walked over to calm it down. "Dragon God, you're okay now." He saw that the dragon god was holding a mass of power in its mouth. Faced with his hostile gaze, he realized he was practically walking into a trap. No, he almost got fried by lightning. Irritated, he snapped, "Hey, I came here to save you." You know, he had no choice but to run for now. Rania revealed that the great dragon god was still in a divine rage state, though his consciousness remained crystal clear. Maybe things will calm down soon. The scene of the relentless attacks was terrifying, but I can't keep hiding forever. "Rania, what's your solution? Unless you can subdue the dragon god." The scene cut off as he interjected, finding this absurd. How could someone as powerful as the dragon god be subdued? But as he watched closely, he realized something was off. It seems to be firing fewer lightning bolts. It looks like that group just now really drained its stamina. If that's the case, I should get closer. To find its weak spot, the scene had him activate Shadow Flame to its full extent. He shot toward the dragon god like a bullet. A blast of Shadow Flame erupted from his palm. It latched onto the dragon's scales, and he used the momentum to fly upward. He successfully clung to the dragon god. Perfect. I've got a grip, he thought confidently. Let's see how you try to hit us now. A notification popped up. System update. Detecting divine essence. Extracting divine essence. A series of notifications kept pinging rapidly. Divine essence plus 10. He was stunned. Just by holding on, he could absorb divine essence, and it was absorbing so fast. The dragon god began to flap its wings, soaring high into the sky, carrying him along. He cursed. Damn it! Rania didn't expect things to escalate this far. He was actually riding the great divine dragon into the sky. Behind her, a voice echoed. The natives of this border region are quite impressive, aren't they? To be able to hunt a top-tier dragon. Rania turned, alert. Who said that? The voice replied, you can call me Mirror Person. Rania was shocked. A mirror person? But the person she was referring to was someone from the outside. She was surprised. He came from outside the border region? Rania added. And his name is really strange. His name is the Scene. The mirror person said happily. I've been waiting for you. An hour later, the dragon god had flown a full circle with him. The Scene felt dizzy and lightheaded. This thing had too much raw power. If this kept up, he would eventually be shaken off and killed. Maybe he could try making something like rains. He tried projecting dark energy, but he wasn't sure if it would be strong enough. 2 strands of dark energy clung to the dragon god's mouth. He pulled back hard. He checked. The durability seemed fine, just lacking a bit of raw force. When things get tough, the twin power comes in handy. His pulling force increased, and the dragon god's flight stabilized. A notification updated. You have successfully controlled the dragon god. You have met the requirements to activate the rider skill. Rider level 1, 0 out of 300. He cheered silently. It worked. He looked at the next notification, pondering the skill's effects. The screen displayed the details. Skill effect. Enhanced balance and spatial orientation. He assessed it. His sense of balance felt much better than before, like standing on solid ground. As for the sense of direction, the effect seemed permanent. He would never be lost again. He tugged the reins to steer the dragon god. Interesting. But that's not the whole story with this skill. The dragon god had an idea and suddenly dipped its head downward. I'll make you fall to your death. This strange voice put him on high alert. The dragon god felt deeply insulted. To be ridden by a lowly human. You bastard, he realized. So you can talk. The dragon god was diving straight toward a massive boulder below. Go to hell. The dragon's stubbornness actually piqued his interest. Humph, you cocky beast. Looks like I need to make you truly submit. He estimated they were at least 5,000 meters above the ground. If they really crashed, the dragon god might survive, but he would definitely die. If he didn't want to die, he had to jump off. But if he did, the dragon would have achieved its goal. He needed to find the perfect moment. The ground was getting closer by the second. He seized the chance. Now, the dragon god smashed headfirst into the ground. Rocks shattered and exploded outward. He safely jumped onto the dirt. A flood of notifications updated. Maintaining contact during the taming process. Divine Dragon grants 327 Divine Essence points. Skill, Rider, leveled up from 0 to 2. Shadow Flame has undergone a qualitative shift. In the heat of battle, it awakened a new trait. Resistance to Dragon Might. Effective Dragon Might resistance greatly increased. He was thrilled. The rewards aren't bad at all. The dragon god let out a piercing screech. He snapped back. You still haven't regained your senses? Hearing his threat, the dragon god lowered its head in submission. I was blind to your power. Please forgive me, my master. That attitude caught him off guard. Wait, did I hear that right? What did you just call me? Master. He released his dark energy. Forget it. I guess this is an unexpected bonus. If I hadn't unleashed the full shadow flame, taming it would have been near impossible. A voice called out, Master Dragon. Rania ran over, clutching his gear. Master Dragon, are you okay? He felt something was wrong. Hey, shouldn't you be worried about me first? Suddenly, the mirror person hugged him. Of course I'm worried about you. Are you okay? Are you hungry? Thirsty? Do you have any injuries? Do you want to eat dinner first? Or, do you want to eat me? A notification popped up. Detecting divine essence. He was suspicious of her. She introduced herself. When we first met, I was the mirror person. In your human terms, that means. The next words left him stunned. Divine Essence Entity, God 005. He didn't believe her. Stop lying to me. You're just a projection. And a Divine Essence Entity? He tried touching her shoulder. A notification flashed. Detecting Divine Essence. Divine Essence +3. Now he believed it. Wait, you're actually a Divine Essence Entity? The notifications kept updating. Divine Essence +3. He thought the number was pathetic. You call this measly amount Divine Essence? It's not even worth as much as a cattail ring. No matter how I look at it, this doesn't add up, he said with disdain. A high-level Divine Essence Entity should have some relation to me. Do you think I'm that easy to fool? The mirror person sighed, defeated. Fine. Actually, I'm the mirror person, God 1108. How boring and childish. And here I thought you were interesting. He questioned. Did she send you? She puffed up with pride. Didn't she say that God 005 wasn't doing well and asked me to protect you? That's why I'm here, he replied. Baya said they found traces of it, but it shouldn't have erupted this quickly, should it? She puffed up with pride, saying, Didn't she say that God 005 wasn't doing well and asked me to protect you? That's why I came, he replied. But the people at White Fang said they had tracked its movements, but it shouldn't have erupted this violently so soon, right? The mirror being proudly boasted that Goth 05 is a top 10 divine tier item, implying it might have already taken control of the border zone before I even arrived. After discovering the item's rank, Ching told me to hurry here and find you. It has become weakened now. Their attack power isn't great, but there are so many of them, and most importantly, they're just ordinary people. Saying that if I don't go, you won't let me leave the mirror either? Seeing that angry expression, Chi Kan thought to himself, it's a divine entity, yet it has human emotions? This person is definitely not simple. You've already asked, so what should we do next? The person in the mirror asked. To be honest, I'm in a bit of a jam. Our initial assumption was that God 05 hadn't been activated yet, but at this rate, all I'd have to do is get you out of the boundary, and it would all be over. Chi Kan questioned. Are you saying you're being suppressed by God 05? The person in the mirror admitted, that's right. Divine entities like us have a hierarchy, just like you humans. The mirror world is the peak existence in the mirror series. Under its suppression, as a subordinate, I can't use my powers freely. Chi Kan thought silently, and you had the nerve to say you were here to help. He pointed to the watch on his wrist. Compared to now, I clearly could have entered the watch face and hidden away. But because of its suppression, I can't use it unless I find the core of this boundary zone and make its power my own. You recalled Rania's words. These maniacs, to get stronger, clearly knew that killing the dragon god would destroy the world, yet they didn't care at all. Rania had said that after killing the dragon god, the world would be destroyed. Chi Kan pointed at the dragon god. Is it the core of the boundary zone? The person in the mirror obviously didn't believe it. Don't kid me, something so important. How could it possibly be here? Rania confirmed. Lord Dragon God is indeed the core of this boundary zone. She pointed at the massive dragon in disbelief. Him? Rania replied. That's right. A scheming look appeared on the person in the mirror's face. That's great then. As long as I can absorb it, the mirror world won't be able to trap us anymore. Chi Kan grabbed her wrist to stop her. The person in the mirror struggled to break free. What are you doing? Let me go. Chi Kan warned. Use your brain for a second. If the core breaks, you know exactly what will happen to this world, don't you? If you kill it, you'll be destroying our own way out with your own hands. The person in the mirror slumped, asking, Then what do you suggest we do? We can't just leave it like this. You replied, like I said, just proving this world is an illusion is enough to get us out. Chi Kan faced a dilemma. But God 05's status is still unclear. Does it have its own consciousness like her? It might have even infiltrated the people around me. If that's really the case, a direct confrontation isn't the best strategy. We need to be smarter. The dragon god stepped forward and said, Master, perhaps I can help you. Chi Kan communicated privately. Are you willing to give your power to her? It replied, That is correct, Master. You felt relieved. That's great, Chi Kan asked. If I can help you get stronger, do you have a way to resist God 05? She was surprised. You? Chi Kan corrected himself. Or rather, I will grant you the power of the dragon god, if it agrees. We can try. The dragon god was worried, but God 05 is incredibly powerful. Even if I share my power with her, we might still not be a match. The person in the mirror agreed. That's true. God 05 is the highest position in the mirror system. Even if the dragon god gave me all of its power, it would be like throwing an egg against a rock. The dragon god confirmed, She is right. She can only open a path to the main body of God. 05. The real solution still depends on you, Master. Chikan was surprised, pointing to himself. Me? It confirmed. That's correct, Master. Your divine essence. If it could be used on her, the effect would be much better. Chikan suddenly had an idea. He took out that item. The chain-binding staff? Seeing the staff materialize in Chikan's hand, she was surprised. It actually materialized from an image into a physical form? Didn't I use it before? Why has it returned to its previous state? Well, whatever the reason, this is a God-sent opportunity. Chikan steeled his resolve. Let's begin. The dragon god complied. As you wish, Master. A stream of spiritual power flowed into the forehead of the person in the mirror. The dragon's sharp claw touched her forehead as spiritual energy continued to pour in. The energy flowed like veins through both of them. Chikan gripped the staff and poured his energy into it. The system displayed, analyzing divine material. Divine object beginning evolution. On the person in the mirror's side, energy was released into the surroundings. Divinity plus 35. Her blue body turned a golden color. Tiny mirror fragments shattered and scattered as the energy erupted. Rania, worried, prepared to run over. Chikan held out his hand to stop her. Wait a moment. The shards fell onto the grass and then merged back together. Rania covered her mouth in shock. The shards reassembled themselves. The new body of the person in the mirror gradually took shape. Her form had reached perfection. The person in the mirror was amazed. My body, it's become larger. Chikan stepped forward with a serious face and asked, How do you feel now? Any changes? She closed her eyes to feel the energy within her. The vision of the person in the mirror became far-reaching and clear. Her vision was so sharp she could see a small pebble in the grass. The person in the mirror happily reported, My connection to the mirror surface has become much closer. I can sense its location and lock onto it. Suddenly, she noticed something. Wait, someone has picked it up. It's Liat. The fake dragon didn't seem right. Looking at its soulless eyes, the dragon god realized he has been corroded by God 05. It seems the mirror world has sensed the danger. It is assimilating this border zone, completely trapping everyone here to die. Chikan understood, just as I thought. God 05 is very likely to have consciousness. Can you deal with its suppression now? The person in the mirror reported. Though I haven't tested it yet. I can now use my powers freely. Rania rejoiced. That's great. A series of notifications popped up. You have helped a divine object complete its evolution. Divinity, plus 2000. Dragon Claw, divine skill. Not yet activated. Required divinity to activate. 2,639 out of 500. Conditions met. Activate? Yes or no. You were surprised. Getting a new ability right now? Chikan stared intently at his new skill, Dragon Horns, wondering what it actually did, since the description was completely vague. He tapped the screen to activate it. System, Dragon Horns, Level 1. Required divinity to activate. 2,139 out of 100. Effect. Can transform into the horns of a real dragon. Divinity incarnation currently locked. Unlock requirements. Divinity 2,139 out of 2,000. And reach level 10. Chichikan glanced at the other three people. Seeing them staring at him with wide eyes, he felt a bit confused. Hey, what's wrong? Why is everyone looking at me like that? They stammered in shock. Those are dragon horns on your head, right? Chichikan touched his head and felt a prickling sensation of electricity. As he touched it, the dragon god sent a message. Master, congratulations on receiving your new power. The power of the dragon horns originates from divinity and resonates with your dragon lineage. Try to feel the power flowing through your body. The power of the dragon horns allows you to control lightning. Chichikan felt the current running through him. A lightning attribute ability, huh? The dragon god hinted. There is also another type of power, Master. Why don't you try it out? Chichikan tried shooting lightning at a nearby stone pillar, but he was a little disappointed. It's just a rope made of lightning? Can it only bind things? Seeing the stone pillar suddenly lifted high into the air and then shattered into pieces, Chichikan was stunned. Wait, I didn't even use any force. He shot lightning at a much larger boulder. Let's try this instead. Chichikan stroked his chin, observing the skill thoughtfully. I get it now. I can lift even massive boulders. Turns out I wasn't actually lifting the stone with my strength, but using the dragon horn skill to reduce its gravity. With a flick, Chichikan casually threw it down. He aimed the lightning at his own feet. What if I use it on myself? Feeling himself being pushed upward, Chi Kang secretly rejoiced. I can actually make my body fly. The dragon god praised him. Not bad. The other two girls cheered. So cool. This is so interesting. It seems like Tin didn't lie to me. Suddenly, movement from afar made Rania nervous. What? What's happening? He looked toward a flock of dragons flying from the distance, led by a majestic, powerful dragon. The dragon god reported, Master, they used to be my kin, but now they have been corrupted by God 05 and have become puppets of the mirror world. Chi Kang asked, Is there any way to save them? It replied, The only way to escape this state is to defeat them and absorb the divinity within. Only in this way can they be freed from the control of the mirror world. Chi Kang took note of this. I understand, he ordered. Mirror person, you must always be aware of your position within the mirror world and do everything possible to prevent it from spiraling out of control. As you command, I understand. Chi Kang activated two skills, Dragon Horns and Shadow Flame. Using Dragon Horns just to fly is a total waste. I still need to find a way to get a new mount. He locked eyes on one of them, decided, it's going to be you. Chi Kang immediately launched himself into mid-air. Shadow Flame wrapped around the dragon's body as it roared ferociously. Chi Kang landed on its head. You want to help me free your fellow kin, don't you? Then help me out. A series of notifications popped up. You have successfully tamed the second dragon. Experience points have increased significantly. Riding skill leveled up from level 2 to level 4. Conditions met to activate the Dragon Knight skill. Dragon Knight level 1, 0 out of 300. Skill effect. Double experience gained from dragon-type monsters. Seeing the dragon's state stabilize, Chi Kang stood up, held onto its horns, and asked, This counts as you accepting me, right? Suddenly, a monster lunged at them. Chi Kang activated both Dragon Horns and Shadow Flame. With a single strike of Dragon Lightning Sweep, he shattered the monster into debris. A notification appeared. Destroyed a special creature with divinity. Divinity plus 58 points. He thought to himself, I got over 300 divinity points just by taming that one dragon. Normal monsters really can't compare to dragons, but if the quantity is large enough, it can lead to a qualitative change. 2 hours passed, and after destroying a series of monsters, the update appeared. Ket Do, level 8. 3,623 out of 6,000. Body tempering level 1, 1,261 out of unknown. Cultivation level 8, 5,402 out of 6,000. Precision level 8, 3,596 out of 6,000. Speed level 8, 2,169 out of 6,000. Demon Arts level 10, 10,000 out of unknown. Crafting Mystery level 6, 2,120 out of 3,000. Chi Kang was exhausted. The amount of experience was enormous, but fighting like this would kill him from fatigue. Notification updated. Inheritance. Level 4, 499 out of 1,200. Shadow Flame level 5, 355 out of 2,000. A notification rang from his bracelet. Chi Kang. God 05 is moving. That infected person is heading toward Rania. While the dragon god and Rania were sleeping, she woke up, eyes still hazy with sleep. Seeing the person in front of her, Rania was shocked, for she recognized someone in that group. Mom? Dad? Why are you here? She didn't realize the danger and ran over happily. We were worried about you, so we came to find you. Are you okay? The dragon god is also very safe. One of the controlled people pushed Rania aside. Move! We are going to kill the dragon god, she asked suspiciously. Do you know what you're saying? If we don't kill the dragon god, this world will be destroyed, her mother said with a cold, stuttering voice. So, what are we supposed to do? We only need to kill the dragon god, and we will all be freed. Rania realized their state wasn't right. Are you all crazy? The dragon god is the core of this world. How could you possibly kill him? She stretched out her arms to block the way. I won't let you hurt the dragon god. Her father raised his axe. If you don't move, I have no choice but to strike you down and bury you with him. She squeezed her eyes shut, silently bracing for the moment. Just in time, the axe shattered. Her father fell flat on the ground. Chi Kang warned Rania, they have been infected by the mirror world. Although they still hold memories of the past, there is no doubt. They are now puppets of the mirror world. She burst into tears, begging him, Chi Kang, please, I beg you, save them. You're so powerful. There must be a way. The dragon god's words were like a death sentence. Sorry. No one can save them except by shattering the mirror world. There was no other choice. Chi Kang estimated there were at least 30 or 40 people on the other side. If they all charged at once, he wouldn't be able to protect Rania. He asked the dragon god, "Can you make a move?" It shook its head helplessly. "Sorry, master. My wounds have not yet healed." Chi Kang wondered, why is this dragon god so weak? Could it be because I absorbed its divinity? They're being controlled, so I can't kill them. I need to focus my shadow flames and knock them out using the bare minimum amount of force. I can't injure their vital organs, but I can't let them rush us either. Rania, hide behind the dragon god. Whatever happens, don't come out. She hesitated, but I reassured her. Trust me, I promise I won't hurt your parents. Hearing that, she finally felt at ease. Thank you. Please be careful. Just then, a guy came charging with an axe. I dodged, making his swing miss and hit the ground. I slammed my hand into the back of his neck, and he went down instantly. I realized, damn, that was still a bit too hard. The next group of people went wild and rushed at me. I teleported away and started taking them out one by one. I'm incredibly fast. Watching them wobble and fall, I let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, these are just normal folks who don't know martial arts. One hit is enough to knock them out. But as soon as one goes down, others swarm in. I really need to find a way to solve this once and for all. I could use my shadow flames to tie them up, but they're human. The flames would hurt them. Is there a way to suppress the flames without them causing harm? Like removing the destructive property and keeping only the suppression effect? I tried channeling energy into the ground. Let's try it and see. A circle of energy radiated outward, sending debris flying toward them. Seeing them all fall backward, I was thrilled. It actually worked. After finishing them off, I wiped the sweat from my face. With this, there shouldn't be any more problems, right? The only thing left is the guy with the mirror. Could he not be among these villagers? Suddenly, my wristband warned me. I ducked just in time. A yellow stone whizzed past, leaving my arm bleeding. I spotted someone standing at the edge of the woods. It was the same guy the mirror being had shown me earlier. Goth-05 started chanting in an ancient language. He held up a yellow crystal, and energy surged out. Seeing the villagers starting to get up again, it clicked. So he's the one controlling these villagers. Rania spotted him, and he yelled that he wanted to kill everyone. I told her to prioritize getting anyone who could still move to safety. Leave this to me. The mirror being warned me that the guy had been assimilated by the mirror world. Goth-05 continued his chant. Si uakaka. The stone embedded itself in his chest. Countless shards from Goth-05's palms flew toward me, piercing through the villagers. I had to dodge, heading toward my backpack and the blade I'd left by a rock. I grabbed the sword. I swung it, shattering the shards. Goth-05 spoke a language I could actually understand. Who are you? I confidently declared. The one who's going to take you down. He charged at me. I blocked with my sword, but he grabbed the blade with his bare hand. The mirror, being warned, watch out, he's trying to corrode you through the blade. I was shocked. What? This thing can directly corrode a human body? Goth-05 snatched the sword away, leaving me staggering backward. Countless sharp mirror shards shot out. With a serious look, I activated my shadow flames. A cloak of dark energy enveloped me. I blocked all the shards. They stuck into the surface of the flames while I stayed inside, struggling to maintain them. This is getting intense. If this keeps up, I won't be able to hold them back. My eyes turned blue. I'd found his weak point. If only I could strike it directly. The crystal core on Goth-05's chest was glowing. He kept chanting, and blinding energy erupted from his chest, sending crystals falling at my feet. The whole space transformed. Giant blocks of mirrors appeared, surrounding me. I figured he wanted to play hide and seek. Suddenly, a ripple of energy came from the mirror across from me. I turned around, alert. Goth-05 lunged out, attacking me with my own sword. I reflexively raised my fist to block. Wait, isn't this my sword? I was surprised. Goth-05 mocked. This blade of yours is really easy to use. I threw a punch. So, you finally decided to speak my language? Since he couldn't beat me, he retreated back into the mirror. His feet slowly disappeared into the glass, leaving only 2 glowing spots on the surface. The mirror being reminded me, this is his domain, the mirror world. Maybe it intentionally let you understand him, I replied. A mirror world domain? I really guessed right. I remembered what Ching had said. In the border zone, there is something that belongs only to you. I realized that must be it. Shadow flames roared from my hands. I spoke up. If you want to play hide and seek, then I'll play along. I analyzed the situation. Does this mirror world operate by moving through mirrors and relying on surprise attacks? I launched my shadow flames. If that's the case, then I'll just destroy every mirror here. A wave of power shattered the first row of mirrors, piercing straight ahead. Goth-05 was hiding in one of them. The mirror he was hiding in shattered. I quickly destroyed half of the surrounding mirrors and spotted him in another one. I raised my fist. You chose this yourself. He actually curled his lips into a smile. The image of Goth 5 inches the mirror slowly faded. I narrowed my eyes, suspicious. My wristwatch cracked. A mirror shard shot toward my eye. I panicked, but a spark of electricity shattered the shard instantly. I breathed a sigh of relief. That was too close. I looked at the shards embedding themselves in my arm. They were sinking into my skin. Fine, if that's how it is, I'll just burn them all away with my shadow flames. As soon as I activated them, the tiny shards were forced out. I felt relieved it worked. But when did this stuff spread all over my body? The small fragments had been expelled. He felt a wave of relief. It worked. But when did this stuff manage to spread throughout his entire body? Could it be? Was he trying to trick me into burning out my energy so this thing could spread faster? My eyes started to grow heavy. This is bad. My consciousness is slipping. It looks like I'm in real trouble this time. But I'd rather die than be controlled by the mirror world. You activated Twin Souls, a passive skill that grants you 2 lives, allowing you to choose your respawn time within 7 days of death. Upon death, it triggers a system reset of all your states. It's not the best plan, but given the circumstances, there's no other choice left. The Mirror Maiden panicked. Qi-Jing, what are you doing? You spat out blood, announcing the update of Yan Flame. With a 6-hour cooldown, Qi-Jing's body collapsed. The Mirror Maiden flew out, anxiously calling for him as shards started piercing through his skin. She lifted you up as you lost consciousness, calling your name. Gatekeeper 05 stepped out and remarked, "It seems you still aren't worthy of being my master." The Mirror Maiden asked furiously, "What have you done?" He looked at her with contempt. "Get lost, you low-level artifact." She was instantly immobilized as Gatekeeper 05 mocked the weak. He touched your forehead. "I shouldn't exist in this world, wouldn't you agree?" Your vision blurred as the silver substance from the mirror expanded, covering your entire body. The Mirror Maiden sat on the ground, terrified. "This is it. We're finished. There's no coming back." Your consciousness floated in a pitch-black void. Is this what happens after death? Strange. Why does the Yan Flame status feel more active than before? This sensation, it feels somewhat like when I first awakened my visualization. Could it be? Do I actually have to die once to truly master the Yan Flame? A notification appeared. Special conditions met. You suddenly understood. Death isn't the end. It's a turning point for the evolution of the flame. Meanwhile, Gatekeeper 05 watched cautiously as the silver slime bubbled up. You opened your eyes, flames glowing within your pupils. You used the Yan Flame to rip through the layer of slime. He jumped back in shock. What's going on? Why is he back to life? You pushed yourself up from the ground. A notification popped up. Twin Souls cooldown, 59 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes and 51 seconds. Evolution successful. Yan Flame upgraded to level 3 out of 1000. Your hand clenched tight. Flames danced off your fingertips. You stared coldly at Gatekeeper 05. Now, it's your turn to be ready. His hand began to tremble. His fingers fused into a single sharp blade. Gatekeeper 05 lunged at you like a madman, but you remained calm and composed. You vanished just before his strike hit. You reappeared behind him, too slow. A direct punch to the back of his neck sent mirror shards flying everywhere. Gatekeeper 05 was sent skidding across the floor. He couldn't wrap his head around it. Why did you suddenly become this strong? You glanced at the power surging in your hand. After the level up, the speed and power of your Yan Flame had increased by more than a notch. Gatekeeper 05 summoned surrounding shards, firing them at you frantically. You used the same move, vanishing from your spot. This infuriated him. Vanished again. Your voice rang out. "Looking for me?" He whipped his head around, right into your punch. You asked with contempt, "Didn't you say I was weak and not worthy of being your master just a moment ago?" Gatekeeper 05 shivered in pain. How? How is this possible? The shards hit the floor. He tried to flip the script. "I must have misspoken. Someone as strong as you is obviously worthy." The mirror pieces began to reform. "He was plotting against you." You answered coldly. "Is that so? But I don't want you anymore." He gritted his teeth. "You don't know what's good for you." He slammed his hand on the ground, sending more shards flying. "If you won't be my master, then die." You punched through the incoming shards, shattering them. He tried to dive into a mirror. This guy is a literal monster. As he escaped, he taunted you. "But as long as I'm in here, I can make this mirror regenerate infinitely. You'll never be able to touch me." You commanded. "Mirror Maiden, open the passage and lock down his core." The mirror maiden obeyed. Understood. Energy surged from her clenched hands, piercing straight into the mirror. Gatekeeper 05 stood there, looking down as the core on his chest turned gold. What? What have you done to me? You picked up your blade, coating it in yan flame. There's nowhere left to run. Cracks appeared on Gatekeeper 05's face. He conceded. You really are as strong as the rumors said. You swung your blade, heavenly blade, dark sever. The strike cut clean through the mirror where he was hiding. The shattered fragments scattered throughout the space, falling to the ground all at once. The mirror cracked and shattered completely. Gatekeeper 05's true form was exposed, and he was destroyed into countless pieces. You picked up a shard and asked, "What did you mean by that?" "What rumors?" Gatekeeper 05, now reduced to a small fragment containing a girl's reflection, replied. "It's been too long, I don't recall clearly. But that person said you possessed a unique power, which is why I've been waiting for you. My previous two masters were too weak, so I had to confirm if the new master could handle it. You realized? So you were testing me from the very beginning?" Gatekeeper 05 pleaded. "It's okay. You passed. Please, keep me by your side. I'll patiently wait for your next awakening." She closed her eyes. You let out a sigh of relief after that intense battle. Returning to the outside world, you were surprised. Huh? It's broken? The blade in your hand showed cracks. You held it up to inspect it. After exceeding its limit, it couldn't handle the power anymore? If my senior sister finds out that the blade she gave me has turned into this, I'm dead meat. The dragon spirit shouted. Master! The mirror maiden cheered like a child. If my senior sister found out the blade she gave me turned into this, the dragon god is cheering like a child inside the mirror, calling me master. Finally, I can go back and report. The dragon god bowed before him. Thank you for saving this borderland. Shikan said casually. Don't mention it. Seeing that there were no AIs left in the area, he suddenly remembered. Right. What happened to the villagers from before? Ever since you entered the mirror world domain, those villagers gradually regained their consciousness. They have all returned to their village now. Rania stepped forward and bowed to thank Shikan. Thank you for saving my mother and father. He smiled and replied, You're all too kind. I only did it so I could leave this place. A long crack appeared in the sky. Fragments of the mirror began to break away from the cracks. The dragon god and the others looked up at him curiously. This is a phenomenon that occurs when the mirror world is dispelled, Shikan explained. Besides, it has already been absorbed by you. If this were a pure mirror world, the whole world would have shattered by now. But this is a mirror infiltration borderland. So, it only strips away the anomalies that belong to the mirror world. From now on, this borderland will no longer suffer from these distortions. The creatures inside will be allowed to develop naturally. Shikan felt that after absorbing it. Inside the Goth 005, there seemed to be a new strange surge of power. System notification. Received divine artifact. Divinity plus 2,568. He was overjoyed. 2,000 years of hard work slaying dragons didn't even net me this much. The dragon god spoke up. Master, thank you for liberating me and my people. I want to give you a gift. Shikan was surprised. A gift? Is there more loot to be had? Seeing what the dragon brought over, he didn't quite understand. This is... Shikan picked up an egg with a shell as tough as dragon scales and asked, A dragon egg? The dragon god introduced it. Master, this is my child. Once it hatches, it will inherit my power. By then, you will be able to ride it and fly freely. Thinking about being able to use a dragon as a mount, joy welled up in his heart. It also meant he could own his very own baby dragon. Shikan wondered, but how am I supposed to hatch this egg? The dragon god mentioned, Master, do you remember how I shared my power with that young lady earlier? Shikan thought to himself, I have to spend divinity again? He channeled spiritual energy into the egg he was carrying. Let's try it first. Notification displayed. Hatching dragon egg, 1 out of 50,000. Shikan realized this deal was looking bad. 50,000 points of divinity? Why does it need so much? Keeping skills fed was already costly, and his divinity deficit was already quite significant. Great, now I have to level up skills and hatch an egg. It looks like I need to find a way to hunt down more divine artifacts soon. His wristwatch began signaling a connection. The screen showed Bai Ya's name, and her image appeared along with 2 other members. Finally, there's a signal. Shikan, what's your situation? Do you need us to come to the entrance to receive you? He replied, No need. The mission is complete. I'm preparing to head out. The 2 people behind her were shocked. He's too incredible, Bai Ya reported. We've set up a temporary camp on the outskirts of the borderland. Just get out here first, and we'll figure it out. Chikan said his goodbyes to the dragon. I have to go now. Thank you for the gift. The dragon god replied, Please, master, take good care of it. Rania clung to a glimmer of hope. Chikan, will we meet again? Her eyes were sad at the moment of parting. He didn't dare make promises. I hope so. If it's meant to be, we'll meet again. Chikan returned to the outside world. Baya sighed and recounted the situation. Not long after you went in, the border monitoring system issued a high-level alert. The heart of the chaos fluctuated, and the divine artifact was fully released. The danger level exceeded the threshold. We all thought you had died in there. I remembered your instructions and immediately requested approval from the superiors to send a few qualified recruits in. If something really happened to you, at least we could recover your body. Chikan acknowledged this. You've got heart. Suddenly, movement outside the window surprised Baya. Ah, something is landing from above. It landed with a loud thud, a shockwave that left everyone stunned. Dust and smoke billowed all around. As the smoke cleared, the face of a man slowly emerged. This person was Dai V, Deputy Commander of Agency Number 6. Everyone was flustered. Isn't that the Deputy Commander? Why would a big shot like him personally come to a place like this? Bai Ya whispered a warning. He's the Deputy Commander. His background is no joke. Just one slip of the tongue and he could turn the whole city upside down. Don't say anything stupid later. Dai V pushed aside the curtain and walked in. He reached out his hand. Kid, are you Chikan? This could turn the whole island upside down, so don't go saying anything reckless later. Big Wei pushed aside the curtain and walked over to them. He extended a hand and asked, Are you the kid they call Ti Jing? At first, Dai V's attitude was very stern. Chikan was highly vigilant, unsure of the other man's intentions. Suddenly, he cheerfully threw an arm around his shoulder. You're worthy of being the rising star of the White Fang Special Forces. Ever since I saw your file, I knew you were no ordinary kid. Sure enough, I didn't misjudge you. This sudden shift left him bewildered. Huh? Dai V turned around and barked, Attention, signaling for Baya to stand straight. Yes. He patted his shoulder and announced, From now on, you are a special consultant, off the books, for the White Fang Special Forces under the Special Operations Department of Agency, Number 6. Baya presented a badge. Dai V introduced it. This badge represents your status. With this, you can come and go from Agency Number 6 freely. Furthermore, the White Fang Special Forces will always be ready to act on your orders. Chikan was a bit disappointed. I thought they'd at least reward me with some money. It turns out it's just this thing? Baya spoke up. Commander, congratulations. He was surprised. Officer? Chikan didn't really like being called that. Too much of a hassle. I'd rather not. She was stunned. This kid. He dares to refuse? He continued. I never intended to join White Fang in the first place, and your intelligence reports were not accurate at all. If I didn't have 9 lives, I would have died in that border world long ago. Dai V said calmly. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Right? Chikan knew full well that if something happened, wouldn't it end up being me who has to step in anyway? He interrupted. Besides, even though there are a few more high-difficulty missions ahead, who knows, you might have the opportunity to encounter even more divine artifacts. Collecting 10 divine artifacts, isn't that your mission, too? Chikan was curious. What do you mean? Dai V revealed. From the moment you accept this appointment letter, all information from Agency Number 6 will be accessible to you. As long as you want, you can come and browse at any time. Furthermore, depending on the difficulty of future missions, you can even request to borrow some divine artifacts. A Rank 3 numbered artifact from the 6th Bureau? He took note of this. A Rank 3 numbered divine artifact? He nodded. Fine, if you trust me, then I'll give this appointment a shot. Dawei handed the badge to him. To think you'd end up becoming my superior. He reminded him, Vice Commander, you gave me your word, so you'd better keep it. The man put on a stern, professional face. Of course. Dawei suddenly remembered, Oh, right, I've already arranged a vacation mission for you. Use this opportunity to go and relax a bit. He opened the envelope and found a ticket. He revealed, This is a ticket for a top-tier luxury cruise ship. They say one ticket costs millions. Even with money, you aren't guaranteed to get one. The information inside noted, Requirements for boarding. The invitee must satisfy one of the following. A. Possess a divine artifact. B. Be a guest of someone who does. He grabbed his suitcase, heading out for the trip. He instructed Ning Feng Na on his shoulder. No pets allowed on the cruise ship. You'll need to pass security in a bit, so figure out how to get on board yourself. No problem, right? She assured him, Don't worry. We'll meet up on the ship later. They split up. He headed inside while Ningfeng Na slipped off in another direction. The luxury ship was docked at the pier. He looked curiously at the crowd. Are all these people waiting for the ship? Based on the boarding requirements. These people all possess special abilities. Gathering them all here? This definitely isn't just a regular vacation cruise. His twin's ability was still on cooldown. I just hope there won't be any major incidents. Suddenly, a hidden weapon flew toward his back. His clairvoyance was activated. He caught the dart. Sneak attacks aren't a good habit, you know. From the rooftops, people in traditional outfits jumped down, swords drawn. He dodged a strike, thinking, cold weapons, huh? Two of them were closing in. He nimbly evaded each blow, noticing their techniques. This is the Golden Wind style? Hong sword. He figured out their background. You guys are from the Golden Wind dojo? Hong Bin stepped forward, immediately shifting the blame to him. The master is missing. The disciples are either dead or scattered. The Golden Wind dojo ended up like this, all because of your people at the Hidden Dragon dojo. He was confused. What does that have to do with me? The guy challenged him. If that guy, Meng Ba Sheng, hadn't wounded our master, then the Golden Wind dojo wouldn't have been disbanded. He scoffed. You're just incompetent and blaming it on your opponent being too strong? Who does that? You guys are pathetic. Hong Bin lunged at him. Even if I die today, I'm taking you down with me. He remained fearless. He leaned to dodge a palm strike, while Hong Bin unleashed powerful shockwaves. When the attack missed, Hong Bin spat out bitterly. As expected of the Hidden Dragon dojo, you're all the same. Always hiding here and there, shrinking back into this cramped little place. You're just a bunch of spineless cowards. He retorted mockingly. Aren't you guys the same? Weak and eager to fight, and when you lose, you blame the other guy for not holding back? Dragon horns appeared on his head. If we're talking about being shameless, you guys at the Golden Wind dojo think you're the best in the world. A bolt of lightning crashed down on Hong Bin. Black smoke poured from the man's mouth as he collapsed to the ground. The other disciples prepared to rush him. Brothers, let's take him. From inside the ship, a wave of energy surged out. That energy trapped the disciples in the middle. A voice boomed. Daring to cause trouble on our turf? You want to die, don't you? The energy tightened around them like ropes. A man stepped out from the cabin. He greeted him politely. Greetings, dear guest. Please forgive my lack of hospitality. I am the director of Infinite Starry Sky, Lu Yao. Our boss would like to invite you on board. He was astonished. To restrain others that easily. Seeing the tight security inside, he realized the auras of these guards were no joke. He focused on Lu Yao. And this manager, that technique he used to tie them up, didn't look like a normal ability. Is it a divine artifact? Or does he possess this kind of power himself? The ship itself emanated an eerie vibe. The man stopped at a room. We're here. The boss is waiting for you inside. He was curious about the true identity of the ship's owner. He turned the doorknob. Light from inside blinded him. It was Ngo Ao-tin, waving hello. Long time no see, kid. He was surprised to see her. Miss Wu? Ngo Ao-tin understood. I'm sure you have a lot of questions for me, don't you? He stepped inside and asked. You're the owner of this cruise ship? She replied. You could say that. He was puzzled. What do you mean could say? He reached into his pocket. Forget it, I do have something to ask. He handed her the mirror fragment. God 005 said, I have a special power, and that someone has been waiting for me. Who exactly is that person? What do you mean by special power? Ngo Ao-tin continued. Let me guess. She sat in the chair opposite him. God 005 and God 1.108 both belong to the same system. Furthermore, they are both autonomous divine artifacts. These glasses must be a derivative of the glasses system, right? Or perhaps they are a part of God 1.108 itself, autonomous, and related to the mirror, and she knows I'm special. I've only ever encountered two such divine artifacts, God 005 and God 1.108, and God 1.108 has been in her hands since the beginning. So, the only one who could have told God 005 about this is you, Ngo Ao-tin. He asked her, Am I wrong? Ngo Ao-tin toyed with a lock of her hair and replied, If the outcome is beneficial to you, is the motive behind the process really that important? He expressed his anger. Arranging everything for me so meticulously. There has to be some kind of scheme, right? Besides, I don't want to be manipulated like a fool. To arrange everything so perfectly for me. There's no way you don't have an ulterior motive. Besides, I don't intend to be played for a fool and manipulated like that. Ao-tin revealed, The truth is, I was born with a blessing. Ever since I can remember, there's been a kind of power dwelling inside my body. This power has brought me many things, status, wealth, and respect, but at the same time, it brought a curse. One I can't escape. As the guardian of the divine relics, I must collect 10 of them within a set time limit. If I fail, I die. Even though you're only helping me gather them, you're also helping me extend my lifespan. Does that answer your question now? No wonder she offered such an astronomical salary. Jing promised, Madam No thinks of everything. Don't worry, as long as it's within my power, I will do my absolute best. After all, you are my boss, the one paying my salary. Tin smiled happily. Thank you, Jing. Jing changed the subject. So, what about this guy? 0 to 5. How do you plan to handle him? She set her teacup aside and asked, You must have felt it by now, haven't you? There's this strange surge of power inside me, huh? I guess there's no rush. I'll wait until I've fully grasped it before passing it over to you. He wondered to himself. What on earth is this power anyway? How am I supposed to get a handle on it? Tin replied. If it has already accepted you as its master, you'll definitely find the answer. She added, By the way, regarding God 05, it really does have the ability to move through mirrors. If you can master this power, your ability to protect yourself will be much stronger in the future. Tin ushered him out. That's all for today. Go back to your room and rest. Don't forget to join the dinner party tonight. There's a surprise waiting for you. Kan arrived at his room, number 9723. He took a deep breath to steady himself, trying to channel his energy into the mirror. A long crack appeared on the surface. A shard of broken glass surfaced before him. He reached out to touch it. So, this is what the world inside the mirror is like. Next, he tried to pass through it. Kan's hand slipped right through the glass. His whole body gradually sank into the mirror. Kan disappeared, and when he opened his eyes, he found himself in another place. He was surprised. Did I end up back where I started? It certainly wasn't that easy. His eyes darted to one side, and he saw Ni waiting for him on the bed. She spoke up. I just finished inspecting the kitchen. Don't even get me started. The food on this ship isn't as good as your cooking, but the variety is impressive. It's worth a try. He sighed and asked, being this flashy, aren't you worried about being discovered? Ni explained. With this many cameras around, it's hard not to be seen. Kan patted her head. It's fine. The owner here is quite nice. She probably won't say anything. He suddenly remembered and warned her. Right, Ni, I'm trying to grasp this thing. If something unexpected happens during the process, make sure to wake me up. Ni covered her nose in disgust. What is that? It smells terrible. Is this another stray relic? Kan revealed. This is the real deal. The mirror world, God 05. She was surprised. A single-digit relic? Logically speaking, the aura should be much purer than this, right? Why does it have such a weird smell? He thought to himself. Could this be part of Tin's power? Ni promised. It's okay. If anything happens, I'll wake you up immediately. Kan dismissed the concern. There's no need for that. He walked through the newly activated mirror, trying to test it a few more times, but was pushed back out. Kan was shocked. Ni asked curiously, Did you fail? He recounted his experience. Just as my body was halfway through, I got bounced back out. It felt like rejection. Ni instructed him. You could try relaxing your body to accept the relic. I'm not sure how you got your hands on God 05, but it seems to have a bit of hostility toward you. Kan followed her advice. I feel like I've accepted it, but what exactly am I supposed to do? Ni continued. I can't really explain it, but back then, my strength was quite high. Do you think you should use more power to suppress it? He was shaken by this thought. More power? Wouldn't that be A-Band's power? Could I use A-Band's energy to suppress God 05? It sounds simple, but it's actually quite difficult to pull off. Both of Kan's palms were glowing. The power from his system panel was surging out. The mirror absorbed the energy, a blinding, immense spiritual force. A notification popped up. Integration successful. Kan rejoiced. Got it. Update notification. You have successfully integrated a relic. Divinity plus 788. Ni cheered. Quick, try it again. He returned and stepped into the mirror. A moment later, Kan reappeared. He praised him. Nice, you did it on the first try. He still wasn't entirely satisfied. The speed still isn't fast enough, but at least I'm not getting bounced back anymore. Next, I need more practice. In the cruise ship's grand hall, they were holding a luxurious party. The click-clack of high heels echoed as Ni walked side by side with Kan. A series of notifications appeared. Relic detected. Everyone here has a relic? He was amazed. With this many relics, just by touching them, I could absorb quite a bit of divinity. The day the dragon egg hatches is not far off. Hoan-ni headed toward the food table. Chi-kan, I'm going over there to take a look. You can walk around on your own for now. Chi-kan sighed at her gluttonous nature. Suddenly, someone draped an arm around his and purred. Handsome, I'm so lonely over here. Why don't we go over there and talk? Chi-kan noticed the marks on her face. Even on a cruise ship, there are people using these kinds of strange entities. He declined. Sorry, I'm busy. Ling Lan winked and pleaded. Don't be in such a rush to refuse. The best part is yet to come. The lights in the room suddenly went black. Oh Tin's voice rang out. Welcome to the Infinity Star. I hope the appetizers didn't bore you all. 3 guards pushed out the treasures. From this moment on, these relics will be used as stakes. Any one of them could bring you incredible power. It's hard to imagine whether you'll go all in or rise to greatness in one step. It all depends on your strength. Whispers of awe echoed through the room. It's Oh Tin, the heaven-blessed one. It's been 3 years since she hosted a gamble. That's right, I heard that. Nearly 60% of all relics are in her collection. Ling Lan leaned into his shoulder and asked, Did you hear that? Want to join me for a game? Chi-kan agreed. Sure. What are we playing? He glanced curiously to one side. At a gambling table, everyone was focused. Relic detected. Is this for real? This is already the 9th round. Whispers grew louder. I heard this guy has won 8 rounds in a row here. No way. How many relics has he won already? Turn the cards over. 21 points. I win again. Chi-kan walked over to watch. He pulled out a chair and politely asked, Pardon the intrusion. But may I join your game? Ling Lan asked with interest. What are you putting up to bet? Chi-kan placed the mirror shard down. Is God 05 enough? Everyone was stunned. A single-digit relic? Isn't that the thing rumored to be able to destroy the world? How can he? All right. If this young brother has a relic of that level, I obviously have no objections. Our rules are simple. The highest total points win. Ling Lan ordered the staff to deal the cards. He pushed a box of relics forward. Are you in? During that moment, he had already activated his piercing vision. Chi-kan had planned that as long as his eyes captured the moment the cards were dealt, observing the details, he could rely on the information gathered to figure out the suit and value of the whole card. He pushed the God 05 shard forward, as Ling Lan silently analyzed the situation. My artificial eye can analyze the movement patterns of biological muscles, allowing me to predict my opponent's intentions. This guy just twitched his brow slightly. He must not be confident in his hand. He showed his cards. Looks like I've got this round in the bag. On the table, he had a jack and a 7 of spades. Chi-kan smiled and flipped his cards. I'm the one who won. You held up a queen of diamonds, and underneath the table, you also had an 8 of spades. V slammed the table in anger. How? You cheated. Chi-kan sneered. You lost, and now you're accusing others of cheating? You can't play like that. He calmed down and started calculating in his head. Vei wanted to change the game. Kid, dare to play a different game with me? Chi-kan didn't even hesitate. Sure, let's do it. But first, hand over what I won. He pulled out a gun. No problem. So, Russian roulette dare to play? Ling Lan slammed the table, scolding. That's enough. Don't you think you're being excessive? He reminded her. The one being excessive is her. Do you know you almost ruined the main objective? Chi-kan looked at the heat in Vei's hand. It was a real gun. He removed all the bullets. The rules are simple. I'll leave 1 bullet in the gun. We'll play rock, paper, scissors to decide who goes first. The winner chooses the order of pulling the trigger. The person pulling the trigger can shoot as many times in a row as they want, but they must shoot at least once. If you survive, I'll give you 100,000. Wait, 10 million currency. Ling Lan worriedly advised him. Little brother. This guy is insane. Don't bet against him. You'll die. Chi-kan agreed. I'm in. Only you know that you have no intention of betting your life against them. Preparing for rock, paper, scissors. V secretly analyzed. Rock 57%, paper 31%, high chance of rock. Scissors 12%. Doesn't matter no matter what you throw. At the very last moment, I'll switch my hand position at a speed your eyes can't track. Seeing your hand move, he panicked. He changed his move. He threw paper. But wait, no matter what, you'd still lose. He threw scissors. Chi-kan threw a fist. Looks like my luck is, wait, I won. Seeing that, the veins on his forehead popped. Damn it, how can it be luck? He recalled that a moment ago, he clearly changed his position. With a speed that no ordinary person could react to, maybe he was faster than me, changing from paper to scissors. Total reaction and action time combined was less than 0.01 seconds. V threw the gun to the other side. What kind of monster is this kid? Chi-kan caught it. Thanks. Then I'll start from this side. Ling Lan thought to herself, I didn't expect him to win at rock, paper, scissors against Wei. This handsome teenager, who makes people drool, is definitely not simple. She still held a sliver of hope. Logically, this kid probably couldn't know that the bullet was in the 5th chamber. As long as he's a little timid and shoots fewer than 4 times, I can still win. You spoke up. By the way, may I ask your name? He immediately replied, My last name is Wei. Chikan pointed the gun at his temple. So, it's Mr. Wei. The people around were shocked. Shooting yourself 3 times in a row? What is this kid's background? Is he that brave? That's enough, right? The next time, each pull of the trigger has a 1 in 3 chance of death. Before pulling the trigger, Chikan asked one more question. I have a question for Mr. Wei. Wei coldly commanded, Speak. You demanded, You're about to die. So tell me clearly, how do you plan to pay me the 10 million? Can you transfer it first? V replied, I won't break my promise. He was secretly worried. It's been so long, why is there no movement yet? Before that, someone had asked him, Are you sure you can encounter the sea bees like this? If it fails, we won't see them. V poured that liquid into the sea. Don't worry, the intel was provided by Mr. Ho. It's reliable. Besides, with this stuff, we don't have to worry about them not showing up. Chi Kan spoke up. Then thank you in advance. The bystanders were horrified. The 4th shot, 4 in a row and no hit. This luck is invincible. The probability of the 5th shot being empty was now only 1 in 6, while the probability of it being a real bullet exceeded 80%. Someone reminded him, Wait, do you still want to take the 5th shot? Switch people. You've basically already won, you thought to yourself. Clearly, the 4 previous shots, he showed absolutely no reaction. Just as I prepared to pull the trigger for the 5th shot, that twin instinct reacted again. Is this a warning of death? V was secretly celebrating. The 5th shot is the real bullet, just as planned. This kid is really looking for a way to die, daring to gamble. All 5 shots were empty. Duong Yo intervened. Pause for a moment. Mr. Chikan, the next shot has too much risk. You can choose to forfeit. Even if you forfeit, I guarantee you won't suffer any penalty. Your voice was strangely calm. Don't worry. It's fine. I didn't intend to take the 5th shot anyway. Chikan tossed the gun back to him. Sure enough, I should let Mr. Wei have a sense of participation. Wei's inner world was shaken. Has he seen through me? How did he do it? Earlier, you had activated your true contemplation. Chikan thought. True contemplation helped me simulate the outcome of this bet, including the location of the bullet and his countermoves. This bet, from the moment he opened the cylinder, I had already won. You asked the opponent, Why haven't you pulled the trigger, Mr. Wei? It's not like you don't dare, is it? He understood that this gun had immense power, and with his mutated physique, getting hit once wouldn't kill him immediately, but it would at least cause serious injury. Furthermore, Ling Lan exchanged words with him. V, don't forget our mission. V gritted his teeth and huffed coldly. He aimed the muzzle at the opposite side. Sorry, I'm not ready to die yet. Chikan continued. So, you want to go back on your word? Looks like Mr. Wei intends to break his promise. Wei replied, That 10 million. I will transfer it to your family. As for breaking the promise, do you remember the betting terms I mentioned at the start? Someone remembered. It seems like he said, if the kid survives, you have to give him 10 million. If he's dead, then nothing is needed. Chikan spoke coldly. Mr. Wei, isn't this just sophistry? He pulled the trigger. It was indeed sophistry. But, sorry. My eyes flashed blue. A surge of power blasted forward. You retracted your leg. This move is soft force. Logically speaking, it shouldn't kick someone that far away. Chikan remembered. When I rushed over to kick him, the very moment the bullet left the barrel, I activated twin speed. While dodging the bullet, I unleashed a head-on kick using soft force, twin speed, but it seems the soft force was blocked, and it could only explode outwards. That's why he got sent flying like that. This energy barrier is a bit too overpowered for martial arts, isn't it? A bullet whistled through the air. Tijing tilted his head and dodged it easily. The others were stunned. What the hell? He actually dodged the bullet. A dagger attacked him from behind, but Tijing grabbed the assailant's wrist. He mocked, You were just inviting me over. Why flip the script so fast? Ling Lan replied, Sorry about that. She yanked her wrist out of Tijing's grip. Ignoring her as she swung the blade again, Tijing blocked it with his bare hand. Everyone stared as his palm caught the blade without a single scratch. Ling Lan gasped. How is that even possible? Tijing's palm was covered in a layer of golden scales. He grabbed her by the head and lifted her up. She hissed, Hey, I already apologized, didn't I? You aren't really planning to kill a girl, are you? He replied calmly. You think an apology actually works? Too bad you aren't human. After finishing her off, Jing walked over to Wei, who was staring in terror. What a monster. No synthetic entity implants. And no forbidden drugs used. Physical level estimated at 3.6 to 4.2. Wait, he's a practitioner of ancient martial arts? The mutation rate is less than 1%. Total threat level assessment, 4.1 to 4.5. Damn it. If that crazy woman hadn't provoked him, things wouldn't have reached this point. But before she died, she had already planted a nail. Now we'll just have to see what that does later. Wei reloaded his gun, unsure if even this type of ammo could actually hurt him. Jing calmly picked up a die. He closed his eyes, tossed it in his hand, and firmly flicked it at his opponent. Wei dodged, but the wall behind him caved in, and the cracks spread. Wei looked terrified as Jing lunged forward and slammed a knee into his chest. Wei slid back to steady himself and started spraying bullets at Jing, but he dodged them all with ease. Wei then hurled the entire gun mechanism at him. It hit the ground, and an energy surge exploded between them, blinding them with a flash of light. Wei gloated. That's a sonic wave grenade. A normal person would be blind and passed out by now. Jing activated Shadow Flame. You can use this move too? Seems you've got some brains after all. He knew that for martial artists, the senses are sharper, so they just end up suffering even more. Wei panicked, seeing Jing rushing in. Wait, how are you not affected at all? Wei reinforced his arm until the muscles bulged, then threw a punch. Damn it, kid, don't you look down on me. Jing met the punch head-on, absorbing the power from it. Wei was horrified. He hadn't even budged. Jing threw a punch forward, the spiritual energy piercing right through Wei's fist, shattering his hand until it fell off. Jing complimented him. Your technique is pretty interesting. How do you do it? Is it some kind of synthetic entity? Wei gritted his teeth. Why would I ever tell you that? Jing glanced to the side and asked, Ningfeng Na, are you holding Linglan's wrist? Miss Huan, what's wrong? She replied, this woman. I think she's alive again. Wei cursed. Damn it. He kept firing. Go. Run. Linglan used the moment Ningfeng Na was distracted, dodging bullets to flee. Wei kept pinning them down. Jing was busy fighting Wei. Ningfeng Na, I'll leave her to you. Ningfeng Na immediately gave chase. Don't worry, she followed along the high walls. She won't get away. At that height, Wei couldn't hit her. Damn it. Jing was already right on top of him. Are you out of ammo? Under his icy gaze, Wei froze solid. What's happening? Why can't I move? The shadow flame surged toward Wei. He lost his mind, his eyes going eerily blank. His upper body was sliced in half, revealing the wires inside. The ground shook as he collapsed with a loud thud. Jing glanced to the side. A warning blared from the speakers. Sea wasps! There are sea wasps attacking! Linglan was running outside, smugly thinking. The sea wasps really came. As expected of the intelligence provided by Old Ho, Ningfeng Na was hot on her heels. You still have the nerve to think about other things? With a swipe of her claws, Linglan's body shattered. As the pieces fell, her last remaining consciousness thought, so fast. How can she be, standing right in front of me? And I have absolutely no way to fight back? Ningfeng Na walked over and grabbed Linglan's head. Jing happened to see this. Not bad. Managing to take her down even while wearing heels, Miss Huan. Ningfeng Na instinctively straightened her back. Linglan screamed, let me go. The ship's deck was shaking. She worried, what do we do now? The boat has been out at sea for hours. If it flips, I don't know if I can even swim back. Linglan mocked, you idiot. The ocean is full of sea wasps. If you jump in, you'll be stung to death. How could you possibly swim back? Ningfeng Na squeezed her head hard. Linglan shrieked, it hurts! It hurts! It hurts! Stop squeezing. Jing realized. No wonder you could come back to life earlier. Turns out you're all synthetic entities, huh? She replied, so what if we are? When the sea wasps swarmed in, everyone else was terrified. Only she and Wei looked excited. Can I assume that you two were the ones who lured the sea wasps here? Right? Linglan gritted her teeth. So what if we did? She thought. This kid's observational skills really don't seem human. Jing knew clearly. If you guys came here to catch the sea wasp queen, so there must be a way to deal with them, right? The answer is yes. But it's going to take a lot. Once the swarm of sea bees appears, the sheer numbers are terrifying. There will be at least 10,000 of them. The sea queen bee acts as the brain of the hive, and it hides within a swarm of hundreds of thousands, maybe even millions. Only by capturing or killing the sea queen bee, and cutting off the pheromones it releases. Will the swarm lose its command, fall into chaos, and scatter? To find the hidden sea queen, you have to rely on the artificial eyes of the guards that have been loaded with special data. I asked, so, do you need me to pluck them out and press them into you? Ling Lan felt insulted. How are you supposed to plug them in? Do you think I'm a USB port? I sighed. Then there's only one way left. She asked impatiently. What way? I replied calmly. Kill every single one of those sea bees. Ling Lan thought that was completely impossible and ridiculous. The stingers of the sea bees contain a lethal toxin. If you get pricked, you're dead within 30 seconds. To wipe out a swarm of 100,000 sea wasps, I'd need a massive weapon of mass destruction, but I guess I have to give it a shot anyway. Are there any things to watch out for when fighting them? I asked. He explained. Within the swarm, there's a small group of larger ones. Those are the soldier wasps. They're way more dangerous than the regular sea wasps. I thanked him for the heads up. Ning Fengna was puzzled. Qi Kan, what should we do with this woman? I replied, just hand her over to the ship's captain. Suddenly, Ling Lan's head started smoking. She panicked, screaming, Help me! Help me! I quickly ordered, Ning Fengna, drop her. She tossed her right into the ocean just before she exploded. Ling Lan's head turned to ash and fell into the sea. Ning Fengna breathed a sigh of relief that was way too close. Footsteps echoed along the corridor. Lu Yao arrived carrying a long sword. Mr. Xue, Ngo Aotin asked me to bring this to you. She said there's nothing better for now, so please, just use it for the time being. I asked about the passengers. He replied, they're all gathered inside. Ngo Aotin said, for you to go all out if anything happens. With her help, I felt a lot more at ease. Having her support definitely saved me from a lot of extra trouble. Now, it was just me. I leaned over, watching the ocean waves ripple. Staring at the dense movement below, I saw the swarm. They had to be sea wasps. Who would have thought such fragile-looking creatures could hide such deadly poison? I climbed onto the railing and drew my sword. If that's the case, let's test out the damage of a long-range attack. I channeled lightning into the blade. These world-level creatures couldn't possibly be tougher than the divine dragon at the boundary, could they? With a single strike, a mixture of lightning and shadow flames slashed down. Powerful bolts surged into the ocean, turning the swarm upside down. Each one of them, jolted by the electricity, fell back into the water. Seeing that, I felt a surge of joy it was working. Suddenly, a stinger shot out from the water, but I managed to dodge just in time. That thing slammed into the yacht, leaking a glowing green poison. I thought to myself, they're fast to retaliate, and their aim is spot on. It must be the Sea Wasp King. If I don't find the one in command, killing these wasps is pointless. Where are you hiding? Not this one, and not that one either. Damn it, there are just too many of them. Targeting might lock onto a target, but it can't distinguish the king from a swarm of identical wasps. If that's the case, then I have no choice but to use the true contemplation to deduce its location. A beam of blue light pierced through the sea surface and pinned one of the wasps. Seeing that, I opened my eyes and activated clairvoyance. The wasp was in my sights. I dashed forward. Found you! A bolt of shadow flame pierced right through it. Watching it disintegrate, I couldn't help but compared to the creatures at the boundary. These things are just too weak. I dove from above, plunging into the water. Then, I surfaced. Through the cool, refreshing seawater, a barrage of notifications popped up. You have survived a fierce, life-or-death battle. Body potential has been activated. Physical training experience increased by 2,187. Physical training leveled up to 9. 525 out of 8,000. Combat experience increased by 502. Running experience increased by 668. Surviving the ordeal has calmed your mind. Wellness experience increased by 1,687. Accuracy experience increased by 1,069. Swimming 553 out of 1,200. Hidden Dragon Force experience increased by 1,960. Weapon Arts experience increased by 2,388. True Contemplation experience increased by 1,726. Swimming experience increased by 825. True Contemplation leveled up to 5. 782 out of 5,500. Successfully eliminated a special divine-natured creature. Divinity plus 82. I was pleasantly surprised. It seems that outside of divine artifacts and the boundary, there is yet another path to obtain divinity.